go. Hi, everyone. I'm John Rennie, and welcome to the Boneyard. And with me tonight is a very special guest. I have Lampy Man 101 from Cynical Celluloid. Not only one of
Semi-special.
the not only one of the coolest guys on the planet, but also someone I call a very good friend. So, tonight, we're going to be watching In the Mouth of Madness from 1994. Now, me and Glenn will just pick up where we left off there, or me and Lampy will just pick up where we left off there. So we're talking about the later career of John Carpenter, and we've just gotten onto the crazy editing of Ghosts of Mars.
Yeah, we were like John says, we were talking about kind of the late eras of some of the classic directors, and I kind of felt for some time that a lot of the issues were as much to do with the change in filmmaking techniques, the equipment that they had, all that kind of stuff sort of changed how they interacted with the medium of filmmaking. And there's obvious errors and stuff like that. And sometimes, it's like almost like they've started from scratch. And I think if you look at something like Diary of the Dead with Romero,
I love that film.
You love it. I not so much, but for me, I think the problems with that film is the concept is fine. The idea of how it's sort of done is fine, but he always sort of struggled, didn't he? I think.
Just asking what we're drinking there. I'm on the cheapest I could possibly get again.
I've got the more expensive stuff. Megadeth Rattlehead.
Hey, Solitude, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us, Ninjan.
But there's all that kind of it almost felt like Romero was rediscovering filmmaking, if you like.
He was
starting from scratch again when he did that kind of stuff. I think that's the most interesting way to look at the late era
I totally agree. I feel the same way with Dario Argento. When obviously everybody kind of hates Dracula 3D that he did with Hauer, and I think it was I can't remember the actor's name now, played Dracula, but he was really good. It was a guy from the Stendhal Syndrome. And it was just all these new toys to play with, and they have to figure out how to use them.
Yeah.
And it's just unfortunate that we have to see them learn how to use them.
And I think with like Argento, the biggest change in a lot of Argento's stuff was a much higher definition, for one thing. That kind of digital definition.
Yes.
It's not necessarily, in real sense higher definition, but there's that very hard edge to digital that you don't get so much with cinema. And color handles very differently with digital to film, especially when you look at something like Suspiria, which is the 3-strip process.
Yes,
there's a whole kind of manual, chemical kind of process that they went through to make that kind of thing.
Yes.
Whereas with digital, you sort of go into Premiere and yank up the red.
Agreed. I know when it was, he played around with it too much. I mean, it was by the time we get to something like a Giallo, and I think it was 2011, 2009 or 2011, and the bad guy's skin color was yellow, like a play on the Giallo, and Adrian Brody played the cop and the bad guy. He was parodying himself so much that it was comedic. It wasn't scary.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that is the visual kind of differences as much as anything. It felt like, because there's something weird with digital a lot of the time that is very, I think newer filmmakers handle it better, but it's a very, I don't know, it's almost like there's a shallow depth of field, a much deeper, depth of field.
Yeah.
So everything feels in focus, everything feels flat. People feel a lot more to me like they're cardboard cutouts.
Yeah.
So it's kind of got that very strange sort of feel. The one that sort of escaped that managed to avoid a lot of that was probably David Lynch with Inland Empire.
He embraced the grain, didn't he? I mean, that's what he did. He embraced the really dark contrast of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a complete and utter stream of consciousness film there. I mean, that's why it's so hard to analyze.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from what I read about it and what he said, he just came up with ideas, loose collection of scenes, didn't he? And then he kind of weaved a story around the ideas for the scenes.
Yeah. I mean, it's an endlessly fascinating movie to me, and it is, although it's not necessarily my favorite to sit down and enjoy.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the most interesting David Lynch films
Oh, I definitely, I
done.
agree. Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely solid ideas, and it sort of fractures and splinters in various places, but it kind of draws itself back together at the end. He just pulls it back.
It was incredible. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember seeing that projected
Mhm.
in the cinema. So it was a projection of the digital camera work.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm guessing he'd gone from digital video there to film to have it projected.
Yeah.
And it was just so contrasty on the cinema screen watching it
Mm.
that it felt like Lynch times 10.
See, that's the
You
funny
know?
thing, because he's famous for that quote of saying, "If all these kids are watching them on the phones, it's like
Yeah.
if you've watched a movie on the phone, you haven't watched a fucking movie."
Fantastic.
And it's kind of weird. I imagine, especially considering, you take out digital image
Yeah.
and you blow it up to the size of a cinema screen, that you're going to, there's a huge visual impact to something like that.
Well,
It
you could see
changes.
it. You could see every pixel.
You can see every pixel.
You really
And I think that's the one time where probably watching it on the big screen is probably not the best idea.
I mean, there was me, a friend of mine and his wife came to see it with us, and me and my friend's wife both loved it. I mean, she was an artist, and she went home and immediately started painting images that she remembered out the movie. And I did love it. It was like my favorite. I think we've spoke about this before. I love Lost Highway. I know you're not the biggest fan of it, but he does this great thing in Lost Highway where there's a dark corner in a hallway, and the character just walks into the dark corner and then disappears.
Yeah.
And he plays with a contrast all the time. I mean, Henry does it, right? In Eraserhead.
Yeah.
There's a few times where he disappears into just dark corners or dark
Or into
areas.
light.
Or into light.
It does play with massive lighting contrasts a lot of the time. Eraserhead is obviously very film noirish.
Yeah.
In terms of the lighting and all that kind of stuff. And one of the things I said about the lighting in the analysis I did is incredibly theatrical. So when I say theatrical, I mean in the sense of a stage lighting.
Yeah.
Because you can see where all the cuts in the lighting are done, and there's various key kind of points brought up. It's very explicit, very obvious. So lighting's always been important to
definitely,
David Lynch,
and I think
including the lack of.
I think that's what he did with Digital. I think he really embraced the darkness of it.
Yeah.
Because the darks were really dark. And that's what I loved about Inland Empire. I mean, it seemed like to me the whole movie was characters just walking down dark hallways and then coming out in a different location.
Yeah.
And he really used that darkness interplay of the characters leaving the light, going into the darkness to lead to the next scenes.
Yeah.
I really loved that in the film. And I think it was the Exxon XOXO. I almost felt
Axon.
like that. Axon. I felt like that was stage direction, and it was leading the characters where to go.
I struggled with that in the analysis, but the axon is like kind of part of the neurological system.
I didn't know that. Right.
So there's that kind of element in there, I think. Although like I say, a lot of that story is very fragmented. It's a lot of little ideas that go together, and they don't all pan out. But it is such an intriguing movie.
It is.
And the only reason, I mean, going back to Lost Highway, I guess,
it's my favorite. I love Lost Highway.
The only reason it's not my favorite is because the story's quite messy. I mean, in a way that Lost Highway, Inland Empire isn't.
Yes.
It is. It always felt like a movie. I know it's the old cliche, a movie of two halves.
It is.
And those
definitely.
two halves don't really, for me, I've never quite figured out how they actually fit together. It's almost like one movie, end, next movie.
That's what I felt like. I did. I mean, it's everything. For me, it's what Lynch did with Wild at Heart when he put everything he loved and that was cool in a character. So, Elvis is cool. The snakeskin jacket from Brando in The Fugitive Kind's cool. All the stuff he thought was cool. He put in there. He thought, the Wizard of Oz is cool. He stuck the witch, the good witch in there.
Yeah.
Would you call her the good witch? I don't know what you would call her.
I'm trying to remember now.
Is she the good witch? Anyway, she comes down the end and saves the day anyway, and tells Taylor that he has to go back to Lula. But I felt like he did that with Lost Highway. The second half of the movie, the guy's got his leather jacket on. He looks like James Dean. Lou Reed plays. She gets out the car in slow motion. She's got the blonde hair like Marilyn Monroe. It was. I think the second half is like everything, like Wild at Heart. I think it's
Mm.
everything he thinks is super cool, like an Americana again.
I mean, it's not the first time he's done that sort of split movie kind of thing. Because I mean, obviously, Mulholland Drive
Yes,
does the same. It has the same kind of mechanism,
same kind of
but
story. Yeah.
it feels much more cohesive.
Yes, it does.
In terms of those two halves actually do it, they're like a dark mirror of each other.
Definitely. That's really good. That's a really good way for, isn't it?
Mm.
It is. It's a reflection. It's the dark reflection of Fred in Lost Highway, or
Yeah.
the dark reflection of, I can't remember Naomi Watts' character's name in Mulholland Drive, but I mean, that's kind of her imagined reality, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, my brother, when we talked about it, because I got him into that movie, and he's watched it again and again and again. He's watched it several times. And he came up with some good ideas for it. But I mean, my basic takeaway from the movie is it's kind of like the dream and the reality of Hollywood, you know. So you've got the light side and the dark side, and those two things kind of flip. Whereas his was more kind of like it's, if I'm right in thinking, he kind of said that it was the first half is more bipolar, kind of she's on the high, and then the second part is her on the low.
So
and
you
how
mean
she perceives the world.
so she comes to Hollywood with a dream, the dream doesn't work out. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Whereas I was a bit more kind of like it's almost a bit more third person, and that it's more of a somebody looking in and they'll go, this is the fantasy and this is reality.
I always kind of thought it was like
kind of similar.
I looked at it like a death dream, you know, when she's lying there dead in the bed.
Yeah.
I looked at it as that character's kind of death dream, you know.
Yeah.
It's like that's kind of how I saw Mulholland Drive.
Mm.
I do love the cowboy character and the Justin Theroux character as well.
Yeah.
I really like all that stuff with the pink paint when Achy Break Your Heart, what's his name?
Billy Cyrus.
Billy Cyrus throws the paint at him and he's got the pink paint. Oh no, he puts the pink paint in his wife's jewelry box. And Billy Ray Cyrus kicks him out the house. I love all that bit. That's like just pure comedy. That's like him doing when he died, I did a video about his influences and he loved the guy that inspired Mr. Bean. What was he called? Jacques. He did Monsieur Hulot's Holiday. It's so this French comedian. He totally inspired Mr. Bean. Same thing. Mr. Bean wears a little paper hat and everything, just like this dude. And that's like slapstick. I love the slapstick side of Lynch. I think that's great. But that's the turning point, right? I mean, we're talking about with like Mouth of Madness, 94, the end, getting towards the end of the last four films that Carpenter made. I mean, after 2002, Lynch never made another feature film, did he?
No, but his career never waned.
Yeah.
Is a big difference. And a lot of the classic directors from the horror directors from the 70s and into the 80s, their later works, you can tell are massive. The budgets are gone. Nobody's hiring.
I think of Lucio Fulci.
Yeah, again, you know, it's yet another one. You know, you can tell because it's like they're having to work beneath the means that even the meager means that they had previously. They still want to make movies, but and in some cases, it's almost like, well, what the fuck else am I going to do?
That's the dude. Jacques Tati, that was the guy. Thanks, Solitude. That's the dude I was thinking of. I love the slapstickness of that, and I think that was in some of Lynch's work. But he was inspired by, in particular, Mr. Hulot's Holiday. Mr. Hulot's Holiday.
I don't know. Shall we start this movie then?
Yeah, we should start this movie, shouldn't we?
Okay. You're going to tell me we're 10 minutes in already.
I don't know what time it is. Time doesn't exist here in the Boneyard. We're all dead. Right, so give us a thumbs up if anybody's watching along there in the chat. So the link is in the description of the stream video, the stream description. And this is actually a really brilliant 4K UHD transfer on YouTube that was uploaded a month ago. So this isn't from a cinema channel, but I figured we should watch it now before it disappears.
Halfway through the stream.
Halfway through the stream, yes. So give us a thumbs up if you're watching along. And if not, we'll go in. Let's go in 5. Hopefully everyone's ready. So we'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Like clockwork.
Gamer Kid, thanks for joining us.
New Line Cinema.
I know it's a
you missed that
fantastic
logo.
logo. I know I really miss it. I get excited when I hear this riff, man. This is like one of my favorite intro songs of all time. Apparently, he wanted Enter Sandman. They wouldn't give him the rights, so he just wrote his own version.
Does that not surprise me?
I know he's so good at doing that. Like I think it was Ghost of Mars. He wanted, I think he wanted Metallica. He couldn't get them, so he got Anthrax. But so we're talking about this is the. I mean, I don't know what you think, Lappy, but I think this is the last. I do love Carpenter's work after this.
Mm-hmm.
I think Village of the Damned is pretty great remake. You know, it's a good remake of a good movie. He did after that. He did Ghosts of Mars and Vampires. Then his last film was The Ward. But I think this was the last truly great John Carpenter film.
Yeah, I'd kind of agree. You can sort of see things are changing even within this movie, though. But you know, it holds together really well. And I think, considering the nature of what the story's about, which we'll try not to go into spoilers at this point, it kind of fits. Funny enough,
I am agreeing with what you're saying, but I'm just nodding my head to this brilliant music as well. I absolutely love it. Well, Solitude as well. I did make sure there was subtitles on here. So if you want to watch it with subtitles, they're available on the video or closed captions. But yeah, I love this movie so much. I bought this. It is Goblin Gamer, isn't it? It's a fantastic opening tune. This is, I think it was Carpenter and Jim Lang did the music for this one. But yeah, I just think it's a rocking way to start a movie. And it was, I mean, to me, when I saw this was 95 when I saw this, because it was made in 93, released in the States 94. Then we got a VHS release from New Line in the UK in 95. So I never saw this on the cinema. I saw it straight on VHS. Mm-hmm. I wish I'd seen it on the cinema. It's a film I've never seen on the big screen. I'd love to see, because it's such a beautiful looking film. As I said that, Gary B. Kibbe's name came up. He's a brilliant cinematographer.
I'm trying to remember where this location is, actually.
It was on the commentary. It's a water treatment plant in Canada.
Yeah, because I think it's near Niagara, isn't it?
He said it's on one of the famous lakes, so I guess.
Okay.
But there's a John Glover. Fantastic.
So
but yeah,
enough,
Canadian, shot in Canada, most of this, I think.
Near Niagara, when we visited, there's like a hydroelectric plant, which is similar architecture to the outside of that one. They seem to just do that around water, the Canadians. Not quite sure why. It's
beautiful looking film. I really like it. I think it was. He does begin to play with those kind of fades and stuff in this, because 95, I'm guessing editing was probably digital by then, was it?
I would imagine so.
Yeah. Sam Neill coming fresh off Jurassic Park at this time. Jurassic Park was 92, I guess.
Well, being around the Raptors will do this to a man.
It's those damn kids. He hated them.
It's funny. It goes from being looking a bit like Exorcist 3, and then into Hellraiser 2.
Totally, yeah, I totally see that Hellraiser 2. This is, I know we spoke about this before, Glenn, on stream, but you helped me like one of my first films, The Freedom Room. Mm-hmm. And it's totally inspired by the scene. I built the whole set off this set because I knew that I could see that it was a 3-walled set. Mm-hmm. I knew I could only build a 3-walled set. I was obsessed with this film. So when you go inside of his cell, I was totally inspired by the first set I ever built myself for a film was inspired by this film. There he is. Do you read Sutter Kane? Hey, Squabblebox, you all right? Solitude, it took a long time before it got released here. You can only buy a Region 1 DVD. I know. I had the VHS Solitude. It was, I think it was 95. We got a VHS. And that was an X rental I bought. It was a big box X rental that I had of Mouth of Madness, but I loved it. It was constantly in the VHS player. I watched this all the time. I don't know what it was at the time. I was into rock music and stuff as well, so I thought it was super cool that it had that kind of rocky soundtrack on, and it's similar to what we're saying about Lynch. It was like he put in everything that he thought was cool.
Yeah.
I think it feels like Carpenter was having a really good time with this. And he's, I know not the Carpenters too. What a great line, man. He's having fun with it, isn't he? And I mean, you've got a great cast in this. We'll get David Warner popping up, Julie Carmen, who's not just beautiful, but a fantastic actress who never really got the due she deserved. I love Fright Night 2. I really love her in Curacao with William Peterson. She's a great actress. You get Charlton Heston popping up in here, and what I consider the best role he ever did.
Yeah, I think he's one of those actors that his off camera stuff kind of colors my perception of him. So.
I know what you mean. I've had that conversation with a few people. I'm a big fan of his on screen, not so much off screen. But Carpenter did see. I was listening to the commentary in like, well, not research, but this morning while I was exercising, so I had some stuff to talk about. And Carpenter said that him and Sam Neill got along really well on Memoirs of an Invisible Man in '92.
Yeah.
And he said that film didn't really work out for any of them because it got a really bad reception. It's famous now for him and Chevy Chase having a really bad relationship together. But he said him and Sam Neill really kind of fell for each other because they both loved the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this cast, man. You've got Sam Neill, David Warner, and John Glover. You know, I mean, that's brilliant casting.
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought that Chevy Chase would be a source of acrimony on a film set?
I am a big Chevy Chase fan. I have to see but the film's not the man, I guess.
Oh God, no.
No,
I don't know too many people got nice words to say about that guy.
I think it was just he's just got a huge ego, hasn't he? By the sound of it.
Beyond big. That's the thing. He was so kind of enormous as a celebrity. He kind of let that get to his head.
So this light in here, the little slasher light across the back, and the walls with the crosses on and everything. This is totally what I built my first set on. I totally ripped this off. I even bought some blue surgical gear for the actor to wear.
Again, it's kind of very theatrical kind of lighting in that sort of respect
beautiful.
when you got that, because that's not how a window will reflect on a wall. Yeah. Not unless your window happens to be a lens.
Well, it's almost expressionist. I mean, it's obviously a blue gel on there because it's moonlight, and it's. I mean, that window was way too high. Yeah, you know what I mean, to be casting light like that. He was good in that University Campus TV series. It was Community. Was it Community? The TV series that Chase did. Solitude just said he was good in that University Campus TV series. I think it was Community.
That's the thing. He was good on screen. Not my cup of tea, really, but I can recognize it. A lot of people, and there's a couple of films I've seen him in I enjoyed, but
Fletch was one of my. It was similar to Mouth of Madness. It was one of those VHSs I watched again and again and again.
Yeah.
But it's like the lighting, Glenn, though, coming back to it, it's like it's not reality. And the whole movie is reality is just what we tell each other it is. I mean, it's the whole thing's really heightened reality.
I was going to say. I mean, I'd kind of argue that it sort of is much more, in some respects, not the kind of theatrical elements like the projected window and that kind of stuff. All the shadows and all this kind of stuff is stuff they usually try to kill in a lot of movies. And here they are. It's not always perfectly lit, and that's all right.
Oh yeah.
The amount of arguments I've had with directors about kind of like they go, I've got to see everybody's faces. And you go, why? Why do you need to see, somebody who's on the fifth tier of the cast at the back, who's kind of stood there going, You don't need to see every detail about that.
You mean we don't lift the curtain until we see the whites of their eyes?
You sort of end up going like, right, okay, so I've got to put more light in, have I? Okay, right, fine, okay, I'll put some more light in. And before you know it, the entire stage just is a uniform wash. It's like, that's boring.
So either reason why, for anyone who's listening, me and Glenn are talking about lighting, because Glenn taught me how to light a stage. Glenn's a lighting technician, theater director, sound operator, and everything in between.
A theater director now. I've got a promotion.
Theater director. And that's how me and Glenn met, for anyone that doesn't know on the stream. So Glenn taught me everything I know about lighting, gels, everything from DMXs to XLRs.
26 years I've been lighting stages.
And Glenn also helped us light my first film as well, The Freedom Room.
What you do is you grab a torch and then you get that really kind of nice free swatch book, and you put the...
go outside and strap a torch to the top of the camera.
Well, David Lynch more or less did that. The amount of shots he has of just like the beam of a torch, obvious beam of a torch.
Some of the scariest moments in Twin Peaks are when he does the spotlight on Maddie, when Leland Palmer murders Maddie. That's so scary when he just takes all the light away and he's just got a follow spot on them and just follows them around the room. Some of the scariest Lynch stuff is just one light.
Very theatrical lighting for Lynch, definitely.
So Solitude asking, so we both attended film school then? You did a master's degree, right, in film, Glenn?
No.
All right.
It was a part of my degree was film studies.
All right, film studies.
But that sort of led me to kind of run on and kind of teach myself a lot more about films and film analysis, and I kind of studied under a tutor called Benjamin Halligan.
Yes,
he's written several books.
Yes, I've got one on your recommendation. The Extreme, was it Cinema of the Extreme?
Trying to think now. He did Christ, I'm trying to remember the names. He did the Michael Reeves one.
Right.
What is it? It's probably up there, but I don't want to run off and do it. But he did one basically because he had
send us a link to it.
Has an interest in kind of blue cinema, the history of all that kind of stuff. So yeah. So
that's what got you into it.
Yeah, yeah. He was the first one to give me a copy of Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah.
Apart from it was
Cannibal Holocaust,
Cannibal Holocaust. He encouraged me to watch Salo, and then very, very joyfully asked me what I thought of it.
Did you spill your popcorn?
See, interesting shots in this, isn't there? They're kind of like, looking through the other, looking between the characters, and until you think that's the framing, then it's getting closer and closer in between them.
It's great. This whole scene is fantastic. I mean, it really is. I mean, talk about depth of field and stuff. It's really well shot. I mean, the fact that you can see what's happening in the background, you can see those two so well lit. Everything's really well balanced from the inside and outside. I mean, that takes a lot.
I almost wish, though, he hadn't kind of had the cutaway shots in it.
Yeah.
That's because that would have been, I think, even more interesting is if you just see this kind of weird looking character in the background. It takes you a while to notice it, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if anyone's watching who hasn't seen it, you have to remember him. Because one of the motifs in this film is that things happen again and again and again and again. And remember him, because in the ending, there's a call back to him. And it's really brilliant, the callback. But yeah, I met, so Glenn, when I was studying film at college, I quoted Glenn in a paper I was writing about Cannibal Holocaust, just for Solitude asking. And it was so weird. I mean, I think we've talked about this before, Glenn. Had more on another stream on your channel, I think, on Cynical Celluloid. But I quoted Glenn off Glenn's research in a college paper, and I met Glenn when I applied for a job at the Mumford Theatre where Glenn was working, and I recognized Glenn's voice.
Yeah, I seem to remember it was when we were working in the gallery, the art gallery.
Working in the gallery, and I said, "Is that Glenn? Are you Cynical Celluloid?"
You spent about 3 days singing "It's Midnight."
John Russo. John Russo's Midnight. We did.
I just released, if I remember rightly, I just recently released
that review. And then off the review, I bought the DVD. But yeah, Solitude. That's how I met Glenn, and before I'd met Glenn, I'd actually quoted Glenn's work in a paper I'd written at college, talking about certification.
It's not the first time. It's really weird.
Right.
I'm not quite sure why people do that. But yeah, my work's been used in some university programs on occasions.
I always say this about you, though. You're always so humble. You've done commentaries on so many films.
Yeah, actually, my new one's going to be out at some point very soon, I think.
Is that Mikey?
No, this is Island of the Bloody Plantation.
Island of the Bloody Plantation.
Yeah, women in prison film.
Fantastic.
Did a commentary with Josh Hadley.
Oh, fantastic.
So that I think that's out on XS.
And Josh was, I remember you doing stuff with Lost in the Static with Josh as well.
We did. That was years ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, that kind of went away eventually because we all sort of just struggled to get together.
But the episodes are fantastic, though.
Oh, they were fun to do.
Yeah.
But for me, it was a late night, and for Josh and Sarah, it was very, very early in the day.
Yeah.
Especially for Sarah, she's in California. Josh is in Wisconsin.
Right.
You know, and I'm in Britain. I mean, literally, we're covering the entire fucking planet, more or less. You know.
But yeah, you're always so humble, Glenn. You've done so much work. I mean, that documentary you did on cannibal films is fantastic.
That was enjoyable. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay, you know, kind of what I do and all that sort of stuff, but it's just it's just enthusiasm.
I mean, Mad Dog Killer as well. I mean, you put us in touch with Josh a couple of months back when I wanted to do a little bit of Mad Dog Killer in a video I made about when cinema abandons reality and kind of films that go so over the top that it just turns it into opera. And there's a scene in Mad Dog Killer where the guy's walking along and it's the bad guy, but they play this music and it almost makes him seem like he's the hero, yet he's just, you know, assaulted this woman. He's just killed her husband. And it's fantastic. It's the scene that Tarantino used in Jackie Brown, same music. It's just fantastic. And you were in the making of feature of that, right?
There's a featurette, not a making of so much, but more a sort of background information kind of thing on it. And yeah, if you see that, you see my theatre. And
that's available here online on YouTube on 1201 Beyond. If anyone's interested in watching that, it's a fantastic documentary. Really good.
It's really nicely put together. I'm slightly smug in that I think my footage is the best looking.
It is beautifully lit.
Yeah, you want to see my lighting? That's a good example.
Solitude, the rumor back then was that the movie was real, Cannibal Holocaust. There was the cutting open of the turtle and the snake and the mongoose as well, right?
Coatamundi.
Coatamundi.
Yeah. People call it the mongoose. So it's, but yeah, I think the only scene that's cut in it now is the Coatamundi.
Yeah,
in this country.
I think it should be as well. It was, but it's. I mean, I remember it vividly because I wrote a paper on it when I was writing about certification, and it was that Ruggiero Deodato had a case for it, saying that, you know, the turtle that was killed was eaten by the natives. The shells were used. This is something that happened all the time anyway. But then when you got the Coatamundi, and the snake, they're kind of forcing them together, which is a little bit inexcusable, I think. But you can't.
Lindsay was a lot more guilty doing that, wasn't he?
Yes, yes, definitely. Umberto
did a lot of that. It's how I tied the mongoose down.
No, definitely. I think so too. But I do love Lindsay's Nightmare City. That's one of my favorite kind of zombie crazy films. I really love it, even though they're not zombies. I guess they're vampires. But that was my favorite.
I don't think even he knew what they were, to be fair.
It just thinks crazy.
It's one of the most bafflingly incoherent movies.
Oh, I love it. I do. But it's the dream becomes reality. It's got to be one of the worst endings in film history.
That's such a kick in the balls, isn't it? It's like, I don't know how to end this.
So the whole movie happens for anyone who doesn't know, and then the guy wakes up. It's like Dallas. The guy wakes up at the end and he's like, oh, it was all just a dream. And then it becomes reality.
Now, this scene.
Yes.
Doesn't it feel a lot like Nightmare on Elm Street?
It's beautiful. It is. It's all about that because he comes back to it as a dream later. And it happens about 3 times, the same scene. And that's the first time I've ever realized that, though, Glenn, that you've said that, and I totally agree. It is. It's very much like it. It's like the guy Kane stalks you in your dreams. That's really interesting. I never thought of that before.
It's amazing how much gravitas he puts on the. I mean, this is quite a ludicrous film in so many respects.
It's Lovecraft. It's a Lovecraft film.
Yeah, Lovecraft is one of the hardest to do any kind of justice to. It's like, you get like The Color Out of Space, and literally, in a literary sense, it's actually possible to kind of allude to something which is beyond the imagination.
It was good, the Stanley film. I thought the one with Miranda Richardson and Nicolas Cage. I really liked that.
But when you try to realize that, okay, it's this unearthly color that you can't imagine. Well, you've got to show it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost an immediate sort of self-defeating kind of thing. But it is an interesting film. I do like that. It's visually stunning.
I'm a big fan of Richard Stanley. Obviously, that's another thing I owe to you. I remember you telling us to watch Hardware and Dust Devil many years ago when I got them, and I loved them both.
Yeah,
I mean, Stanley, I ended up getting those documentaries.
Yeah,
the ones he did in Iraq and the White of the Moon. It was fantastic films. But he just went and shot 16mm footage and then got beautiful scores done for them. And he's a great filmmaker, I think, Richard Stanley, and still underrated, I think. Even though nerds like us know who he is, he's still a really underrated filmmaker. I wish somebody give him some money to do some more.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he's still young and vibrant enough to pull off something interesting.
He just seems like a really, really cool person. Like, I know that he was in the press because I think one of his ex-girlfriends tried to press charges against him for some kind of assault, I think it was. I mean, I don't want to dwell on that too much, but because I don't know what happened and I can't really comment on that because I don't know anything about it to comment on it. But his film-wise, I mean, there's no one like him. He's so original. It's comic book influenced. It's everything. He's such a great director.
Yeah, I mean, both of those films feel like 2000 AD, don't they? In fact, Hardware was basically lifted from a 2008.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? There was
Shram or something. No. Oh God, what was it called? Trying to remember the name of it, but it's not. Doesn't matter. But the idea was clearly kind of from that. It was a little bit beyond coincidence, in my opinion. But but it's still a fantastic film.
It is. Really, it's a fantastic film. There's a
very sexy film.
Oh man, you know what it is? Literally, before you said that sexy film, I was thinking of the shower scene because of Pill. You know, this is what you want. This is what you get.
Yep.
I think I sent you the tune after I watched the movie because I loved it so much. When you said to watch it, I went, Glenn, the song's amazing. I think I sent you a link to the song. I went, this song is fantastic out the film. It's brilliant. So I mean, I knew the song, but I'd never seen it in the context of being used as a soundtrack, and it was incredible, perfect for the film.
I mean, the music in it is almost overwhelming.
It is, yes.
There's this wall of sound, but it kind of just stops short of being overly intrusive.
Yes.
Yes.
I love the music. I mean, speaking about music, we have to speak about John Carpenter's music. I mean, this is him, and I think it was Jim Lang. I'm pretty sure it was him and Jim Lang did the score for this. And Carpenter always said the music should be a carpet of atmosphere. And it's always there. It's almost annoying once you notice it. Because the music's always there. I mean, I remember writing a paper on Prince of Darkness when I was studying film. It's constant music for 45 minutes. The music doesn't stop in Prince of Darkness for 45 minutes. I mean, that's incredible. But you don't notice it. It just makes everything tick along, you know?
Yeah.
And he's really good at doing that. He's not a show off. He just does. I think he just does what's right for the movies, and it doesn't matter that some guys would say the soundtrack doesn't end for 45 minutes. What you doing? He's like, no, I like it. I'm going to do it anyway. But I really did. I mean, for me, 94, this Mouth of Madness was the last time he was like, come on, let's rock and roll. Let's do a rock and roll show, you know? And I felt like that's what Halloween was like. That's what The Fog was like. That's what New York was like. He was like, let's do some rock and roll. I always felt like that with John Carpenter.
I mean, they are very, very score driven.
Yeah. But his movies, he's got a rock and roll attitude. You know, at least that's what I've always thought. I'm just thinking, no, John, what are you talking about? I'm just watching you sit back there like, what are you talking about, John?
You're making perfect sense, sir. You're fine.
Not like this guy here who's slowly going insane. But if you, I mean, you notice now I've said it, if anyone's listening along and watching along, you can hear the score constantly. It's always there, just making the film pump along nicely. It gives it a pulse, a drive. I love it. I love Carpenter scores. I always have done. I mean, I remember him. I love Precinct 13, the kind of exploitation action film he did in the 70s, 74, I think. Or was it later? It might have been later.
Not by far. Yeah.
And he said that it was just, it was literally Led Zeppelin slowed down. So they've got a song, I think it's Immigrant Song that goes dun 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 dun. All he did was go dun 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 dun, just slowed it down. He's so cool with stuff like that. He's, you know.
I do wonder how much of that's him just being cheap, because he does have clear inspirations when it comes to the music that he creates.
Yeah.
But like you say, sometimes it's just like I do wonder if he just goes, "I'd like that. I can't afford it." It's like the song at the beginning, like you were saying. You know,
I'd love Enter Sandman, but can't afford Enter Sandman. Let's just do it ourselves.
It's almost an Italian aesthetic, isn't it?
Oh, he loves the giallo. He loves the giallo cinema, and I watched him in a documentary about Argento recently. And he loves Tenebrae and the kind of proper slasher elements, and especially the giallo elements, the thriller elements of those films. And he wrote one of his earliest screenplays he sold. It was called The Eyes of Laura Mars, originally called Eyes, with Faye Dunaway and Tommy Lee Jones. And it's a giallo film, totally a giallo film. You could tell he was inspired by that when he wrote it. He must have been, I mean, he famously said that Halloween 2 was a 6-pack of beer movie. It's a 6-can movie. He sat and drank 6 cans and wrote it. So I can imagine him just having a couple of cans and writing Eyes of Laura Mars, you know, thinking, I love giallo. I'll just whack away. I'll put some gloves in there. That's great. But I dig that about him. I do. I really like that about him.
Yeah, I mean, the choices of music that directors have, and indeed how they use it, is quite distinctive. When you get like David Lynch, although his musical tastes are ostensibly very varied.
Yeah, I was upset. Well, not upset, but the last couple of things he did with Christabel before his death, I didn't quite get. It was music. Him and Christabel did, the actors from Twin Peaks are returning.
Yeah,
it just wasn't really my thing. But everything up until then, I really liked. I kind of like his 50s style twangy guitar that he plays, and
yeah, you've got that sort of end of it, but you've also got the whole kind of things like Nine Inch Nails, which worked with Trent Reznor, you know, and because he made one of their music videos, at least one of their music videos, and Trent Reznor sort of paid him back by sort of appearing on the Twin Peaks Return.
He looked really cool as well, didn't he, Trent Reznor? In that he had that kind of Elvis black leather suit on, didn't he? And he looked really cool, and I think he did some stuff for Lost Highway as well.
I think it was the Nine Inch Nails track on there.
Marilyn Manson as well. That was a really good soundtrack, the Lost Highway soundtrack.
Yeah, it's really good, probably one of the best.
But yeah, Goblin Gamer, he does some great scores, as we've just been talking about. He's fantastic. I saw him live twice at Shepherd's Bush and the Troxy on Halloween, and that was really cool because people came dressed as Myers and people dressed as Snake Plissken. You know, I didn't have my mustache for that, but I was rocking the Carpenter mustache for this. But he's great. His music's, I mean, it's a part of his films. It really is. I mean, I know that Morricone did the thing, but I mean, legend has it, he actually said to Morricone, can we do more of a John Carpenter type score? for the thing.
That's the thing. If you didn't know, you would go, The Thing was a John Carpenter written score, because it sounds so much like his other ones.
I know it does, doesn't it? It really does. And I know that from watching years ago, it was actually the first DVD I ever bought was The Thing. It was released in, I think it was 2001, and I went to Woolworths and paid like 25 quid for it to get the DVD of The Thing. And this is how nerdy I am. I went home and put the VHS in and watched the DVD at the same time as the VHS to see if there was any differences. And there was. The Four Tops was on one, and when Knowles is in the kitchen. So they must have been able to get the rights for the music. And the other one was Superstition by Stevie Wonder. But that was the only difference.
Yeah, I hate it when they do that, though.
They must have been able to get the music rights for it, like for the DVD release.
Yeah. The worst one for that for me was Return of the Living Dead.
I
they did that.
I've got two versions of it. I've got two DVDs with different soundtracks.
Yeah.
If I Return of the Living Dead.
I've been trying to get hold of the original soundtrack. Again, it's like it's totally out of print. I think you can only get it on cassette.
I wonder if I can.
Well, you can get it on CD, but it's rare.
I wonder if I can rip it from the DVD.
Probably. I mean, it's on YouTube as well. So,
not that I'm saying anybody should rip anything.
But if it's not available,
if it's not available, right. But yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, it is. I mean, I think I like the original score better on Return of the Living Dead.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because that scene where they're driving along is completely jarring with the replacement soundtrack.
There's some great rock and roll songs, and I'm trying to remember who did the song. Who did the song in Return of the Living Dead? The band.
There was a whole bunch because it's like a licensed soundtrack. So there's like The Damned, 45 Grave.
45 Grave, that's who I was thinking of.
Yeah.
I do love The Damned.
Do you want a party?
No, awesome.
It's party time.
Is that the Leonard Quigley on top of the gravestone?
Yeah.
That's what we all remember, let's face it.
And that's the thing, she talks about that. She goes, I wasn't actually that naked. She
had a Merkel on, didn't she?
Kind of like a bald,
like a
bald kind of pants type thing. I mean, she does, you look at it and, if you look closely, she does look a little bit kind of like a Barbie doll.
So she's like the headless guy. That's really good. I love that about Return of the Living Dead, how they edited the two scenes together. So the first special effects guy was awful, apparently. I don't know what the name was, and I don't think I would say it if I did, but they didn't know so he made a headless body, and apparently it was awful. And you can see the two scenes edited together when they got the new special effects artist in. So every now and again you see the awful like body that's literally somebody with shoulders on top of his head running around like this.
Yes. Yeah, it does have that kind of thing going on. It's not really animated.
I did hear that. Did you hear that? Solitude you just mentioned, by the way, Carpenter announced The Thing 2 recently. He said they're working on it. I wasn't sure whether he was being sarcastic or not, Solitude. I watched that when he was talking about it, because somebody in the audience asked him about it, didn't they? And he said, yeah, we've been talking about it. But I never know how to take him, because he's so dry these days and so sarcastic and so like grouchy old man. I never know how to take him these days. It's like he says, yeah, I'll get out of bed and I'll do something for you if you put a check in my hand.
John Carpenter's well known for being quite a lefty.
He is. He's an old.
If he doesn't do it in basically like The Thing is imitating people in the government, then he's probably lost his touch.
That'd be great. So, they should do They Live too, then, shouldn't they?
The wig comes off and
the blue face and the teeth.
We finally get to understand why the president is orange. It's because he's an alien.
Ronald Reagan. That's what I love about the guy. I mean, he's the whole bunch of them, right? You've got Romero, you've got Craven, you've got John Carpenter, Stephen King as well, I mean, they're all 60s guys. I mean, they were born in the 40s, grew up in the 60s. So, I mean, John Carpenter was at University of Southern California in the middle of the Haight-Ashbury thing, you know? I mean, he was there. Proper old school long hair mustache, you know? I mean, I love that about him. But I also love that he loves cinema from a film school perspective, and that he loves the filmmaking process. I mean, this is low budget, but it doesn't look low budget. It's shot beautifully, you know, because he studied the old guys like Hawks and Hitchcock, and you know, he loves all that stuff. And I really you can see that in Carpenter's films. I mean, right back to Halloween and The Fog and New York. I mean, they were $1 million movies, if that. I think the Halloween was 320,000. You know, The Fog was maybe $1 million. I think he had a 2 million or something for when he got his deal for Escape from New York. But they look like $1 million movies still. You know, like they're brilliant. You know,
it's stuff like with
look
Escape.
At that. It's beautiful. Look at the color in the trees and stuff, man. It's incredible.
Yeah,
beautiful cinema.
Would I be wrong in thinking this is like the last one he did on film?
I think this was the last one he shot super wide in the aspect ratio he did. I'm not sure. I think Vampires looks filmic, like just because it's so bright in the desert, it doesn't look digital. And
it's been such a long time since I've seen that, I can't really remember too much.
I'm pretty sure Vampires was filmed. I mean, and I think definitely Village of the Damned was, because it looks similar. Village of the Damned's got a similar look to this.
I mean, it's a good point that you make about the angle, the wide angle.
It's beautiful.
I mean, it has that. If anyone does photography, and you get like an 8 or 12 mil lens, and it has the big bulge at the front, and you get that fisheye kind of thing going on. That's the thing with these wide angle shots; they feel disorientating because the world's kind of slightly distorted.
Yeah. It looks incredible in this, and he uses the frame to his advantage. He really does. I mean, like I say, this morning in preparation, I watched the audio commentary for this. I listened to it, I should say, while I was on my exercise bike this morning. And Gary Kibbe, the cinematographer, talks about that. He talks about how the wide lenses kind of made the lamppost bend there in that scene when they're in the street, and he said that was intentional because they wanted to really use the frame, and that's what Carpenter loves. I mean, you especially see it in Christine. I mean, there's scenes in Christine that look like a Western, you know? And I just love his... I mean, there it's distorted. Like, you see the car pulling up there is distorted. Because he's got this kind of bulbous, really wide-angle lens.
And of course, you know, when you've got characters within that frame, they get almost swallowed up by it. It's like their surroundings they're so small in there. You get this sense of isolation, feeling of a much, much bigger world going on. It's like this shot here. It's like it's huge.
Yeah,
and they're
huge.
They're a tiny portion of that.
He always did it. It was like, I mean, for example, like I'll bring it up again. Assault on Precinct 13. He shot that in cinema scope. You know, I mean, it's wide, and even though that was a tiny budgeted movie. I mean, I think you're talking like 120 grand or something, I think. You know, it was nothing. But it looks brilliant because he understood that. And I think that's kind of what separates him from the other guys like Romero. And I mean, Craven did eventually become a filmmaker, and a really good technical filmmaker. I mean, we talked about Scream earlier on before the stream, weren't we? But like when you watch Hills Have Eyes or Last House, they haven't got the kind of cinematic knowledge of a Halloween or a Assault on Precinct 13. You can really tell that Carpenter studied cinema and he understood, and that's what I love about him. You know, his films always looked like $1 million to me. Or I should say $1 billion, because $1 million is nothing in film. But I just love the way he uses the frame, the way that he shoots wide. He's always been one of my favorites. I mean, the close-ups are beautiful there.
Yeah, and again, but the thing is, it's a close-up in this with this kind of lens setup.
It's a medium.
It's weird because yes, you've got a lot of the character in there, but it's like this lady here. She's less than a third of the screen. Frances
Bay, she's great. Frances Bay, the actress. I love that actress.
Oh, creepy picture.
I know, it's beautiful, isn't it? But that's what I mean. I mean, this is, in my opinion, to come back to Lovecraft, I think this is the best film that was ever based on Lovecraft, like indirectly, because it's not based on. I mean, the title's a play on the Mountains of Madness, at the Mountains of Madness, the famous Lovecraft story in the snow when the guy goes to the snow and finds the cabins, and which fingers crossed, hopefully, Gennaro del Toro might be doing. He's wanted to do it for years, apparently. But I love this about this movie. It's the most Lovecraft film without being Lovecraft. You can really hear his accent coming through there, can't you?
It does slip through occasionally, doesn't it?
He's good.
That's all right. No, he's such an intense actor.
He's well, I mean, Carpenter, he could pick actors. I mean, Kurt Russell, you know, I mean, he picked a really good actor in Kurt Russell to be friends with. Because, I mean, nobody else could have played Jack Burton in Big Trouble in Little China or McCready in The Thing. I can't imagine anybody else playing those characters. I mean, he always says politically, the total polar opposites, so they just don't talk about politics. Because apparently Kurt Russell is super right, and obviously Carpenter is super left. So they just don't talk about politics. But that, I mean, like you were saying about the close-ups before, that's super wide there. I mean, it's pushing that.
That's the thing. Even if you've got their face, you know, in the height of the frame, there's still like that much around them. Where so much cinema, it'd be like kind of like there. It's like with him, it's like there.
It's you know what it is. I mean, I don't mean to get wussy, but it's quite emotional for me watching this movie because I just made a film this summer, a short film about this guy training in the park. You know, he's trying to keep himself fit because he wants to score when he's older, like keep you know, feeling like he's attractive and all that. And we made this film about him, and just watching those shots with the low angle lenses, I did so many of those of like the guy jogging through the park, just following him around, and it really had a big impact on me a lot. This film, really a lot.
This scene, this shot, especially on the opening, that building, it looks like it's a matte painting, and it's not. It's real. There's something weird about, and I don't know if it's a prop, because a lot of this shot, a lot of the shooting in this has a very, very deep depth of focus. There's not much which is out. And in that shot in particular, it just, everything is crisp. Everything is absolutely sharp as hell. So it feels very flat. You know, it feels like this sort of, like a theatre set. In that, you know, you got these facades which are put there.
It's the wide angles, isn't it? It pushes everything back, doesn't it?
Yeah. And it literally just, it strips everything of depth because you don't get that kind of, because the human vision tends to be that what you're focusing on is a very small area. And in the film, sometimes when you do that really kind of deep depth of field, everything's in focus. And you get this with like the astrophotography that I do is, or kind of like if you're doing like landscapes, when you get to a certain distance, you get to like infinite focus, and that at that point everything's in focus, no matter what the distance. It's just anything really close up, and that's the kind of feel you get in this. But with that kind of photography, you don't get such a sense of depth. It's kind of weird. It makes it feel slightly unreal.
It's beautiful. It is. That's what I love about him. Glenn, it really is. He understands cinema. He does. And that's what I mean. He's not run and gun like Romero was, for example. I mean, I love Romero, and I'd say he influenced me just as much as Carpenter. I mean, Romero and Carpenter are probably my two biggest influences in my young life. I mean, they were really big influences on. I mean, along with Hitchcock and Peckinpah, they were kind of the first directors I started to collect, you know? Like where I knew their films and I collect them because I thought, wow, I want to get Junior Bonner, I want to get Rope, I want to get The Fog, you know, I want to get Martin. But he's got his own thing, you know, even though he's influenced by people like Hawks or Hitchcock or whoever it may be. There's only one Carpenter. He's got his own style, but he's influenced by the classic style of cinema.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of, like we're seeing the whole wide thing. It's like, it's Western. It really is. It's I mean, it hasn't got quite the vaudeville of John Ford, but you know what I mean? It's like, it's the nice kind of composition that Ford or those guys had. I mean, look at that beautiful shot. Pull back, you've got the kid in the foreground, the car in the midground. the Byzantine church in the background. That's a wonderful shot.
A lot of negative space, and it's sort of broken up by that big building.
I'll never
really
forget that.
weird-looking building.
When I was studying cinema, and I started to shoot like this, that's one of the things that the cinematographer. Can you remember Tim Siddell from Anglia Ruskin? That's one of the things he taught me.
Right.
He said you're using too much negative space. So I showed him a Peckinpah film and said, well, what about Peckinpah using the screen like this? And he was like, well, there's so much wasted space there, John. And I was like, but I don't see that as wasted space. I say it as composition. I say it as putting the character into an area so they don't feel like it's a face. They feel like they're in an environment. And he was like, just shut up. Okay, I'm telling you, it's a negative space. I was just like,
go away, Philistine.
Exactly. How dare you question my close-ups?
I would just do that to annoy him. No, absolutely. I like you. What don't you like in cinema? I'm going to do a lot of that, and I'm going to do it good.
Well, you know me, there's not much I don't like. I think I'm guilty of loving everything.
Except Tom Hardy.
Except Tom Hardy. I'm not a big Tom Hardy fan.
Poor Tom Hardy. What's he ever done to you?
I don't know, but he could probably kick my ass if he heard us say that.
He's a bit built, isn't he?
Karate champion. I watched him fight. Not in person, but I think it was jiu-jitsu he was doing, and he won the championship. He was really good at it. So I guess there's something he is good at.
Handbags, sir, handbags.
I'm just kidding. He was fantastic at Nemesis. I'm just kidding. The worst Star Trek movie ever made. Maybe that's why I don't like him.
I don't blame him entirely for that.
I blame the fact that the people who made it had no idea what Star Trek was about.
No idea what they were doing.
I don't know why. She's so great, Julie Carmen, in this. Like I said, I was saying earlier, she doesn't get enough credit, that actress. She really doesn't. If you like her in this, everybody, check out Curacao and check out Fright Night Part 2. She's really, really good, like. And now it starts to get really nitty-gritty. We start to see axes swinging and stuff soon, don't we? And blood all over the screen. He is really good at that too. John Carpenter's really good at pacing. He's really good at building up atmosphere.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's from the era when horror films just took their time. And the audiences were happy to go along with it. Yeah. That's not so true these days, unfortunately.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, now it's got to be kind of wall to wall. I mean, I partly blame the 80s for a lot of that, but
what, Commando?
Just from one end to the other, you know. I mean, that was the start of really when it kind of like became, you know, you've got to keep it happening and happening and happening. I mean, it's true the 60s to an extent in that, you know, you had like H.G. Lewis and keep the blood running down the screen kind of thing.
I remember the first time I seen 2000 Maniacs. That's still shocking, that movie. It shocked us. I mean, I didn't see that long ago. I'm talking about 20 years ago. That wasn't a film I saw like when I was a kid. I only saw that like 20 years ago. And man, that film shocked us still, even just 20 years ago.
I think
it was relentless and it was gory and it was bloody. It was just like, whoa.
And it is shockingly straight-faced.
It is.
And that's the thing about it, because those movies, you know, you watch like Blood Feast.
Yeah.
And Blood Feast is incredibly camp.
Yes, it is.
And to an extent, so is 2000 Maniacs, but it's kind of it's more of a visual campness than it is a tonal campness.
It gave us like, I mean, thinking about it, I'm getting it was like when they tie the girl up and they're going to drop the big ball on her and stuff. It's horrible.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really horrible film.
It has an attitude about it.
It does. It's a grisly, dark attitude. I mean, the South is going to rise again. You know, it's like, oh, it's grisly.
Yeah. Yeah, there's stuff going on with that film.
And he's Vigo from Ghostbusters 2. Was it Vigo? What was he called? The Carpathian? Was it Vigo? The
Yeah.
Carpathian?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, if I remember right.
We should have talked about him before.
Not looking any better, is he? Really? He's...
I think he's just walked out of one painting into another. We should have mentioned him before. It's great, that whole Johnny boy. It's fantastic. This is really creepy with the kids.
So it's creepy with kids in horror films.
So the dog's got one leg. She's only got one leg now. It's creepy. This is really... I totally get what you said about Nightmare on Elm Street. There's a really dreamy atmosphere to this.
There is, and it's the kind of composition of the shots as well, and how it's edited together. It kind of has that sort of vibe to it.
Solitude scene. It's funny that you two love all these straight to VHS films.
See, that's the funny thing. A lot of the films aren't straight to VHS. People think they are because that's the first time they saw it.
First time they saw them,
you know, because this had a cinema release, didn't it? So,
it did, yeah, but I didn't see it here. Like I say, I saw it on. It must have been 95. I bought the video because I remember it being that early, like mid 90s. But it did get filmed in 93, theatrical release 94, and then I got a big box rental of it in about 95. Maybe 96, but I'm pretty sure it was 95.
Yeah, and it's been very hard to get hold of since in anything other than digital.
There was up until recently, the Arrow have done a 4K, but before then there was a German release that I have on Blu-ray because I was really obsessed with this film. I really was. I loved it. Loved it. And there was no DVD for a long time. Like I think it was Gamer Boy mentioned earlier on. A Gamer Kid, sorry, mentioned early on. Or was it Solitude mentioned early on that there was a DVD release Region 1, and that was it. Scream Factory did one, but that wasn't until the 2000s. So for a long time, this wasn't really... I mean, I would speak to people about this and they wouldn't know it. I would say, oh, John Carpenter, have you seen In the Mouth of Madness? And they would say, oh, no, what's that? You know, they would. But I guess that's true, I guess. A lot of the films... I mean, there was films that were straight to VHS, right? Like, say, like Boogeyman, or... I mean, there were straight to VHS releases, or Nightmare on a Deranged Brain, or...
I think the second Boogeyman was. I think the original did have a cinema release, but probably not here.
Right.
Because that's the other thing. When video came along, a lot of these films that would never get a cinema release got a release. That's what people think of them as straight to VHS. It's literally because they could not go into the cinema. Yeah. So, you know, there is that consideration. But I think the original Boogeyman had a pretty solid cinema release back over in America.
See, that's I never saw that. Obviously, I never saw it in the cinema, but I would imagine that was a straight to VHS release, but it wasn't. But I love that. That was one of the VHSs I saw really early on. That
the second one is interesting, but it's a bit of an in joke. The whole thing.
It is. It's much more to do with the mirror, isn't it? The shards of glass. The second one, if I remember.
The straight to video version of that of Boogeyman 2 was the really, really bad version, which is kind of most of the original footage was cut out.
Solitude just mentioned Piranha 2. I had a stream the other week, and I said the Piranha 2 was a masterpiece. after half a bottle of Jack, I must say.
It would have to be. It's a fun film.
I love it. It's one of my favorite films of all time.
It's one of those things. I would describe a lot of movies as being bad movies, but it doesn't mean they're not entertaining.
Oh, I love it so much. I love Piranha 2, but I think I went a little bit overboard because I had a couple of snifters of whiskey. I wasn't on the Heineken that night. Let's put it that way. I ended up telling everybody that it was the best film of all time. I think.
I wish I'd been on that because you'd have been mercilessly ribbed for that, sir.
You're talking about Lance Henriksen was never better. James Cameron, Titanic, Porsche.
There's so many great actors like Lance Henriksen, and they've been in some really shitty films.
But his legacy's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he's in one of the Omen films.
He's all over the place.
He's
Terminator.
Terminator. He was. I love him in Terminator. I totally forgot about that. He's the guy, the two cops, and he keeps trying to talk to the other guy, and he just doesn't listen to him, doesn't he? It's like, this one time I shot this guy, whatever, dude. Like, he's really good in Terminator. In the mouth of madness. But it is a masterpiece, Solitude. Piranha 2 is one of the best films ever made. That'll be on my grave, won't it? Piranha 2 rocks. Here lies John Rennie. Piranha 2 rocks. I don't understand what that scene was where some guy was handcuffed naked to the lady. I like a lot of the shots too. The one building looks like it does. Game of Kid. It does look like the Taj Mahal. It's and that's directly from one of Lovecraft's books, from what I understand from the commentary I watched. They took the description of it, but it was a happy accident. It was just a location that they found that was a real building. It wasn't a map painting. It was a real church. It's incredible. It was a great location. But the guy handcuffed naked to the lady was the woman's husband, and we'll see his comeuppance in a second. I think it's just trying to show that the town's under Kane's influence and they're all going crazy, and he's writing these characters to do his bidding. So the guy who's writing the books that they're looking for, he's just writing everybody. This is it's a really meta film. This, I mean, this is meta before Scream, 2 years before Scream. It's a character who finds out that he's a character in a book. I mean, it's really meta, I think. In my humble opinion, I can see you thinking that, Glenn, you're thinking he's talking rubbish again.
No. I don't know if I'd call it quite meta, but it is a film that has a sort of wraparound internal logic sort of going on. Obviously, I mean, that's the thing. It's about the sentience of a fictional character.
It is. That's what really freaks us out.
Realizing what you are,
Oh,
which is, that would be absolutely. I mean, you can sort of extrapolate that kind of thinking into sort of, who am I? What is my purpose? Kind of questions, which is in itself quite interesting.
I really love it. I mean, I've pulled this film to bits far more than I probably should have. I did a video on this a couple of maybe 2 or 3 years ago when I first started the channel, and I really went heavy into the fact that I think his performance is amazing, and I think that Sam Neill really shows somebody who thinks he knows what he is, and then he finds out that he's not what he thinks he is.
Well, he spends a lot of time trying to question reality, or at least trying to kind of nail himself down to a reality.
There's just a great line
when he taps on the sideboard or whatever. This is reality.
Yeah.
And that line reoccurs multiple times throughout the film. But he has to constantly question it. And that is the whole kind of philosophy of In the Mouth of Madness is...
well, by the end of it, he's in the mouth of madness because he goes nuts, doesn't he? But it's like... But he's been written, he's been controlled, he's got a fate that he can't control. I went proper deep into it. It's interesting. This is maybe going a bit too far, like I say, but when I did an analysis of this, he made 2 really yuppie films. He made Memoirs of an Invisible Man, which is about the yuppie generation. Chevy Chase in that movie is a proper yuppie. And I think Sam Neill in this movie is a proper yuppie as well. It's like he's that yuppie generation that thinks he's got it nailed. He thinks he's smarter than everybody else. And I think it's almost like Carpenter having a dig at that generation. He's like, you guys have got no idea. It's a great shot. There's Greg Nicotero, the Kane B, Howard Berger did the special effects here. It's fantastic. That's all the Lovecraft craziness.
I mean, there are practical effects in here which are kind of almost right up there with Rob Bottin.
Oh, totally. I love them. There's a great scene here when somebody runs up and goes, "Fuck you," and her face is like ripped in her mouth. It's fantastic.
Greg Nicotero is one of the greatest. It is arguable that he kind of surpasses even Tom Savini, and I don't say that lightly.
I think it was K and B when they joined with each other. That was 3 great minds together, I think.
And I think they all 3 kind of studied under Savini.
Yeah,
totally. Nicotero did.
I think they were all on Day of the Dead.
And then, of course, they went on to do like Evil Dead 2 and
so many great films. I mean, I think they're on. I mean, they're on stuff like they do the squibs on films. What was I watching the day? And it was like crazy that Nicotero was a makeup artist. It was something like Candyman 2, but it was brilliant. The effects were brilliant in it. Do you know what it is? I think it was Wishmaster. I think Howard Berger directed Wishmaster, and the effects were so good in that film. Do you mind if I nip downstairs and grab another beer? I've just ran out.
Absolutely, do it.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back in a minute.
I have all my beers chilled right here.
I need to get myself a fridge in here. That's what
get some of these.
See, that feels like a fridge in here at night. I actually had a water bottle pressed against my back when we started. It was that cold.
It's getting cold enough now. I can put my beers on the windowsill outside.
just on a string out the window. Pull them in.
Pull them in as you want them.
Right. 2 seconds. I'll be back in a sec.
You gotta love how the kind of like bad guys are like zombies, and they sort of just stumbling along, always really, really slowly. And it's with her, she's very much like the kind of Linda character in Evil Dead and all that kind of stuff. It does feel like there's an awful lot of inspirations within this movie, but it still feels like an original movie in its own right. But if you're going to do homage to films, this is the way to do it, in my opinion. If anyone is chatting, I don't get to see the chat. Just so you know. So until he gets back with his beer, you're going to have to put up with me waffling, I'm afraid. Oh, here he comes. Hello.
Hello. Right, that's better.
You missed the zombie attack.
Oh, no. Umberto Lenzi.
Zombies with tiki torches.
Did you see the woman I was talking about? Fuck you, with the axe.
I was just saying, she in this this sort of part of the movie, she doesn't half feel like, was it Linda in Evil Dead?
Yes.
She has that kind of crazy vibe going on.
Well, that's it. She's lost her mind. I mean, it always reminded me of Halloween 3. You know, at the end when Stacey Nelkin's character kind of turns into, he finds out she's a robot. It always reminded me of that because they're in the car when that happens and the arm comes and grabs Tom Atkins. But this is so fantastic, this scene. It's a mask upside down. He was talking about it on the special features that I watched. So we got a contortionist to do this scene.
Yeah, it's extra, isn't it?
Totally extra. Totally extra. I've been watching loads of true crime recently, and I was thinking, I did a Town That Dreaded Sundown, a film called Compliance for the Boneyard, and I was thinking of doing Mockingbird Don't Sing because it's one of my favorite true crime movies. Well, I guess you would call it true crime, but it's more of a drama, but a true story. I love that film so much.
Oh, Lost Highway again.
Special effects.
David Lynch loves that, doesn't he? That sort of
the line in the middle of the road
with the line. Yeah.
Do you know the story? I think it was in The Art Life, the documentary, The Art Life, when he was talking about the first time he smoked weed. They went to a Bob Dylan concert, and he just went totally off the rails. And he was saying, Bob Dylan's so effing small, you know, I could just crush him with my hand right now. Who's Bob Dylan? Because I was sitting like way up in the stalls. And then all the guys were like, David, how well, let's go. So they got into a car. And he said, I was driving down the motorway, stoned, and I was watching the white lines. And it got really hypnotic. And then I heard, David. I said, what? He says, you've stopped the car in the middle of the motorway. he was just watching the white lines passing. And he said they got so hypnotic that he slowed down and stopped the car when he was watching them.
So I love this. Is every time he tries to get away, he just ends up exactly where he
Oh,
began.
it's incredible. I love this film. I love films that play with reality. I really do, and I love this film. There's so much repetition in it, but it doesn't feel repetitious. It feels infuriating because you want him to get out.
Yeah,
I love it. I love all the effects. I think that's a
yeah.
great scene. But he does everything. I mean, this is poor man's process. He's in a studio in the car. He's on location. You know, he's shooting that light coming through the trees. He's a master at this. You know, he understands how to mix locations with stage, with the effects. He's just brilliant.
And I think the Fog Machine hiring company probably loves him.
Millions. That was the whole budget. It was $6 million for the fog machines. Oh, thank you, man. Solitude, by the way, great video in seconds. Thanks very much. I love that film so much. It's talking about this film influencing us when I was a kid. Seconds. I wrote about Seconds when I was at college. It's did you ever see Seconds, Lampy? It's
No.
It's Rock Hudson movie where it's like a Twilight Zone episode where an old guy pays to become a younger man. And then it all just goes wrong for him totally. He wants to have a second life and it all just messes up. But it's like I really recommend it. It's the most scariest ending I think I've ever seen in my life. It's Rock Hudson screams have stayed with us since I was 13 years old. It's such a scary ending.
I think that's Threads for me.
It's scary as well. It is.
That ending, Jesus Christ.
That ends with a scream as well.
When you don't quite get the scream. You don't quite get it. Just, and then it freezes. It's like,
But cheers, Solitude. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Much appreciated. It is a brilliant film, Seconds. It's John Frankenheimer's so underrated because later he turned into a bit of a hack. He ended up doing in fact, he took a job off Richard Stanley. Lampy, didn't he? John Frankenheimer ended up doing the Island of Dr. Moreau and Richard Stanley got kicked off the film, didn't he, I think?
He appears in the film.
Is he? Is he in the film?
Yeah, he's in it. Not that the director knew about it. Apparently somebody lent him one of the creature outfits. He snuck into it and got on set.
Class.
So he's actually, I think the scenes are still in the film because the director didn't know about it.
I haven't got like a special edition or anything of it, but I do have a Blu-ray of it. But I think it's a German release or French. I think it's a French release. Sorry, the Blu-ray I've got. I quite enjoyed it. I thought David Thewlis was a good substitute for Michael York. They totally did they want someone exactly like Michael York there or what?
So we might want to have to reuse some of these scenes that we've already shot. So, get somebody to do a stand-in.
Oh, that's it, man. Did you hear that line there? Always looking for the con. John Trent's just like, yeah, buck sack. But that's it, man. He knows he's on the way out now, I think. He's like, oh, that's it. But I mean, what happens, do you think? I mean, it was like, we were talking earlier about directors, and it's always the later films that seem to be the hardest films to watch. And we think it might be because they're wrestling with new technology. You know, I mean, I feel that I love Paul Schrader, for example. Paul Schrader, Taxi Driver Paul Schrader, who wrote it. You know, I mean, he directed some of my favorite movies, American Gigolo, which I think is, you know, a masterpiece. I'd even put that over Piranha 2. I think it's brilliant. But he directed an Exorcist sequel, Dominion.
Yeah.
And it's awful, you know?
Yeah.
But there's some shots in it that are spectacular because it's shot by Vittorio Storaro, the same dude that shot, you know, Apocalypse Now. It looks, some of the shots are incredible in it. And I started to pull it apart. And Schrader was saying he wanted to make a Western, but it backfired. And then they pulled the money for the special effects. And so he was trying to work with digital effects. But there's bits of it that I like. Yeah. But I mean, maybe that's what it is. Do you think you can't teach an old dog new tricks and eventually a new generation takes over?
I think so. I mean, there's so many parts to what they're working with, the technology, the because the look and the feel of whatever technology they're using, it is changing. And certainly when you take back Dominion and the computer effects, which are always shaky to start with at that sort
definitely
of point.
The hyenas look terrible in that movie.
Yeah, exactly. You got all those kind of problems. I mean, just using kind of digital elements within a movie like that would be so alien to someone who's used to more classic film making kind of techniques. So that's going to cause problems.
Yeah.
Then you've got the whole kind of dick arsing around with the studios and all that kind of stuff happening as well. So it's just doomed to failure. And the worst thing is, I think, certainly for the classic era directors, is that they're not making their own movies at that point. They're making somebody else's movies. The studios are treating them like guns for hire. And because work's dropped off, they sort of feel they need to make something because, well, that's how you put food on the table and a roof over your head.
Yeah.
So, everything about it sort of changes. And you see that even with George Romero's
definitely, yes.
Work from the original kind of the earlier works through to the more commercial stuff.
So the Dark Off and Monkey Shines.
Yeah, exactly. You got those, and they don't feel like his movies as much.
But obviously, Diary of the Dead's a masterpiece.
Of course. But for all the ire I might sort of direct at that was him trying to make a movie in his own right.
It was, yes, it was.
So they're not successful, but they're noble failures.
It was insane that it was, well, not insane, but it was the fact that you were talking about James Gunn's Superman, right, earlier on, and it was James Gunn who wrote the Dawn of the Dead remake.
Yeah.
That was directed by Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
In around 2003, 2004, maybe 2005. I can't remember. It was around that time. And that was the only reason that he could make Land of the Dead and Diary of the Dead and Survival of the Dead, was because James Gunn's remake of his movie had been so popular.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's insane that someone like Romero should have to wait for somebody to remake their film so they can get films made, but that's the way it goes.
But
that affects work, I think.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And thematic as well, because that's all part of things that we've seen before. But the whole kind of Romero thing, and it isn't just Romero, it's a whole bunch of them. A lot of these things sort of apply to many other examples as well. It's very difficult, I think, for them to adjust not just to the technology but the circumstances that they're working in. That makes a huge amount of difference.
It's got to make a difference with the studios. I mean, I remember Romero talking about, in fact, they did a video about the unmade films of Romero. He worked on The Mummy for like 4 years with Universal, doing a remake of The Mummy. It didn't get made. Then eventually the Brendan Fraser one was made.
Mm-hmm.
He did. He was going to make a movie with Meryl Streep called Before I Wake that was ready to go and then never got made. It's 7 years it took him to make a movie from Monkey Shines to Bruiser.
Mm-hmm.
7 years.
Yeah.
But he said he made more money than he ever made in his whole career in those 7 years.
Yeah.
Writing films that didn't get made.
Yes.
That's insane, that, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's got to be soul destroying as well, though. Yes, you get a bit of financial stability, but at the end of the day, Romero is a creative person. He always felt hamstrung by his successes as well, which is why it took so long, to get Land of the Dead.
Oh, yeah.
Because he didn't want to make it. And he sort of came to peace with it. But I think also he was a bit like, here we go again.
I do really like the whole zombies, man. They creep me out.
That drove me nuts.
I love that Dennis Hopper bit. I laughed. I think I was the only one that laughed in the cinema. I think everybody else had left by that point, to be fair. But don't get
me wrong. I don't think Land of the Dead is an awful film. I love it. It just doesn't fit very well in the canon of films for me.
It was, I don't know what it was. I really don't. It doesn't feel like a Romero film. It's the only film that he ever made that doesn't feel like a Romero film to me.
Yeah.
Land of the Dead. I think Diary does. I think Survival does, but I don't think Land does. It feels like somebody working for a studio and they said, do this because it's going to make money.
Do a sequel.
Oh, yeah.
For us. Yeah. Yeah, it felt very different. But the biggest difference between Land and Day was Land had a bigger budget.
It was a lot as well, wasn't it? Like 30 million or something. It was a big budget.
And with the digital effects and all that sort of stuff that was available to him, his world was opened up.
Yeah.
And it opened up too big, in my opinion.
It did. He made a lot of money. Land, I mean, nobody seems to like it, but it made a lot of money. Enough that they said, hey, make another one now. Mm-hmm. And he made Diary. And he said, oh, and because it was found footage, it was pretty quick and cheap to make. And as much as nobody seems to like it apart from me. and actually, there's another YouTube channel, Tabata Vision. He loves it as well. I've spoken because he collected the posters. I'd left a comment on the channel saying, I love this movie too. But then Survival was made too fast. It was made too fast.
Yeah.
Because Diary had made a lot of money on hardly any budget. They said, make another one now. And he did. And for me, that's his worst film, Survival.
Yeah.
It was totally done too quick. And it was just like he couldn't get his usual, because usually his films are thoughtful. He takes a couple of years to make them. And, you know, he does script. I think he did, 3 drafts of Dawn with Argento, right? And it was like it took him a while to get that script to what it was, even though it was written pretty fast. It was developed. But Survival just wasn't developed enough. It came out too fast. And that's how I feel about Survival. I kind of talked myself around to it. I've watched it a couple of times now. And I look at it as a kind of Western. He wanted to shoot it as a Western with the two, you know, like the big country with the two feuding families. And but it's his weakest film, I think.
Kenneth Welsh's Irish
accent.
Oh,
to be sure. What you talking about here, son? It's like, oh, how am I, Kenneth? you will win them all, mate. Step it up a bit. Solitude, anyway, we've had it up for a while. Watched one battle after another recently. It is some sort of comedy, as you said. I did a review of it where I said I thought it was like a Buster Keaton comedy. I thought it was almost Buster Keaton-esque. I really did. Not laughing out loud, but funny nonetheless. I did. I love that. When she makes Sean Penn get the hard-on at the beginning of the film, there's a woman at gunpoint makes Sean Penn get a hard-on. And I was in the cinema going, and nobody else was laughing. And I was trying to hold my laugh in because I thought, should I be laughing at this? Nobody else is laughing. And I was like, my mate Danny was next, was going like giving, and eventually I just laughed. And then everybody else started to laugh. I really enjoyed it, Solitude. I thought it was really good. I don't think it's a masterpiece like Piranha 2, but so I'll stop saying that now. That's about the 90th. But Paul Anderson, I love Hard Eight. I think Hard Eight's his best movie. I really like Hard Eight. And but it's a mature film by a mature filmmaker, really well made, fantastic performances. I wish there'd been more Benicio del Toro and DiCaprio in it because their relationship was just so great. Like when he pulls up with a 6-pack of beer when he gets him out of the jail. I loved all that stuff. But I'm glad you liked it as a comedy. I did. I was laughing out loud after the first 10 minutes. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I laughed all the way through it. But I really liked it. It was not his best movie. In fact, I would say it's probably my 5th favorite Paul Anderson movie, but I really enjoyed it. And I thought it was funny as hell. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. This was a funny one, listening to the commentary. There's a bit where everything goes blue here.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I assumed it was just a blue filter on the camera. But they actually had 2 buses. They put different costumes on people. They dyed everybody's hair a different color. I was so surprised. He said it cost a lot of money and time. And I was like, you've used so many digital effects in the film so far, like the rip and stuff and the ILM things you've done. Why did you do that old school? All you had to do is put a blue filter on the camera.
Yeah, just process the film slightly differently.
But it looks great, though.
Color timing different. Yeah. I guess that's an old school sort of filmmaking approach, I guess. It's like, you know, if it ain't in camera, it's not worth doing. That's what I love about him, Glenn, about Carpenter. I do. Like I say, I was saying earlier on, I think that's what separates him from the other filmmakers of his generation. Yeah.
That he's old school. You know, Romero was really run and gun. Craven was run and gun. You know, Sean Cunningham was run and gun. You know, they were all like that. Toby Hooper was definitely run and gun with Chainsaw Massacre. Whereas with the same budget, Carpenter made a Halloween or Assault on Precinct 13, you know? And he's just got that sense of, I just think it's super cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that sounds very horrible to say, but the second they get a big budget is when they start blowing it. It's like
This is my favorite
the
line coming up. Sorry,
I was just thinking, I want to see your supervisor.
I love that line so much.
I want the manager.
I want to see your supervisor. Sorry to interrupt you, Glenn, but I love that line so much. It's like I put it on the post when I said, "Does anybody want to fancy a watch along?" That was the no. I want to see your supervisor. But I'm sorry to interrupt you there, man. It was I just love that line so much.
Nah, it's all good. Oh, hello. It's him again.
Who's this?
But yeah, a certain amount of directors being impoverished always forced them to make more interesting decisions. And it's the old example I always give: the Day of the Dead.
Oh, yeah.
What that film eventually turned out to be compared to what it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I think it's a much, much more interesting, leaner.
Oh, yeah,
film.
Definitely. I mean, I read the. Did you? I think you did too. We talked about this before, didn't we? There was a DivX DVD came out, and you could download the screenplay, downloadable content.
Yeah.
Do they still do downloadable content on releases? But I definitely downloaded that screenplay and read it, and it does read really great. But at the same time, I was thinking all this stuff when they've got like gyms down there with the rich people and some guy at the end with bombs sewed inside of his skin walking into the place. And I was thinking, I'd much rather see roads get ripped in half and see choke on them than any of that.
Yeah, it's too much at the end of the day, isn't it? It's like, I mean, the isolation and the claustrophobia of what the film became feels much more potent, at least to me. So.
Oh, definitely. Day of the Dead's. I think it's perfect. I think Creepshow, Day of the Dead, and Night Riders are perfect in terms of direction. That was when he hit his stride. He'd spent a decade, longer than a decade, making adverts, making Night of the Living Dead, making Martin, making Crazies. He was an awesome filmmaker by the time he got to Creepshow, Night Riders, and Day of the Dead. Gornick was a well-oiled cinematographer. John Harrison was great at the soundtracks and doing the first AD stuff. You had Christine Forrest doing the casting. You had John Amplis doing it was just fantastic. I mean, that was a team made those movies. I mean, Romero was leading the team 100%. But, I mean, it's an incredible thing Romero did. He spent his whole career saying, we can do this, and people followed him because they believed in him.
Yeah.
And that's
easy. You lose that when you get into the studio system because it's a bunch of employees. It's
exactly.
not your friends and colleagues.
Exactly. Now he did lose it, I think.
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, he had it again on Diary, but that's just my own opinion.
It's interesting to see the difference between like a big Hollywood movie and something like, a classic George Romero film when you see the credits. You see how many people made his film, which is a lot of people.
And you see Pascal Buba on the editing. You see Tasso Stavrakis with Tom Savini.
And you'll see their names appear in several different places.
Exactly.
Whereas a big Hollywood film, it's like, 5,000 people or more. It usually sort of goes up halfway through and then just shit tons of names all sort of go. And thanks to... It's like, like a memorial wall.
Well, that was the callback that I was speaking of at the beginning for anyone that's still here and still listening. So Trent became the agent. He's literally wearing a trench coat covered in sweat with an axe. He became the guy that we saw at the beginning of the movie. That's pretty interesting, I always thought. That's crazy as well, Solitude, it is that P.T. Anderson directed that when he was in his 20s, Boogie Nights, man. I mean, Hard 8 before that as well, early 20s. Incredible director. I mean, his films are really stylized as well. He's got his own style. They always seem like a really heightened reality, I thought. Even Hard 8. But the master and stuff, he's fantastic. I mean, God, I didn't do anything worthwhile in my 20s. I mean, well, I suppose I had a lot of fun.
Wild partying. When you could still stay up past 11 o'clock at night.
Exactly, when I could still run. I can't even get up the stairs now without my knees cracking. But back in the day,
just think of it as your body's natural rhythm. You know, you got to get the creaking and the cracking to happen in an agreeable tone.
But it is, Boogie Nights is amazing. I mean, to have made that in your 20s is exceptional. You know, I think it was Spielberg made Jaws when he was, 27? Carpenter was 29 when he made Halloween, I think. You know, I made the Freedom Room when I was 32. That was my first show.
I see this guy. I keep expecting Gremlins to turn up.
Oh, he was so good in Gremlins. Was it Gremlins 2?
Yeah.
The new batch.
Which I think is quite an underrated film in so many ways.
Joe Dante is a hero. I put Joe Dante up there with Carpenter in them. He's the same generation.
And that's his fuck it movie.
It is.
You know, that's him kind of going, yeah, I didn't want to make this movie.
It's funny when people talk about Gremlins. Usually they're talking about Gremlins 2. If you sit with this, they remember stuff from Gremlins 2.
Mm-hmm.
If you, I mean, it's the first one's. There's the window, right? That's the one that's supposed to be the light coming through. But do you know what I mean? Like, people usually talk about Gremlins and they talk about Gremlins 2.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's got so many more memorable moments. Funny enough, I prefer the first one. I think it's a much better movie.
Oh yeah.
But the second one is absolutely batshit crazy to the point that it is just captivating.
It's brilliant. It's got everything you can possibly want. Yeah. It's got Christopher Lee. It's got everything.
Takes the piss out of itself and all sorts. You know, it's kind of one of those things. It's a very irreverent movie.
I think he always did. That's what I love about Dante. He never took himself too seriously. You know what I mean? Like, right from the beginning with Piranha, it was a Jaws ripoff. And, you know, he starts off, somebody's playing a game of Jaws. You know, that literally they're on a machine, what do you call it? Like in an arcade game. And it's the arcade game of Jaws. It was like he knew exactly what he was doing. Do you know what I mean? I always like, I think The Burbs is fantastic. Yeah, he did. I love that matinee he did with the kind of William Castle character played by John Goodman.
Yeah.
And this is the end. This is the end of John Trent's world right here. He's about to end, literally. So when the credits roll, his life ends. Carpenter said this was his Apocalypse trilogy, the third one. He said The Thing was the first one, Prince of Darkness was the second one, and Mouth of Madness was the third one. He said he considers these his Apocalypse trilogy. So all three films are about the end of the world. So when the credits roll, John Trent's world is over because he's a fictional character in a book or a movie. I love that about this. Like I say, I have been guilty of going a little bit too deep into this film because I've watched it, and I'm not kidding, like hundreds of times. I really must have. I used to come home and put it on from work, like when I was working night shift doing the sets in the theater. When I couldn't sleep, I'd come home and put this on at like 2-3 in the morning. Just sit and watch it. I love it so much. And I do love movies about the end of the world.
As trilogies go, it's about as connected as Exorcist, Exorcist 2, and The Night of Configuration. In terms, there's a something there which kind of connects them together. And if you know, for most people, if you watch Exorcist and Exorcist 2, you sort of go,
"What?"
I sort of get what this film's doing, but it seems to be more Exorcist themed.
Well, you know, William Friedkin made the right choice when he decided not to say Pazuzu.
Pazuzu.
As soon as I started seeing Zozo, it's like, oh, this isn't the same as the first one. But you're right. I mean,
Well, it's like taking the mask off of Michael Myers, isn't it? It's like kind of suddenly the mystery's gone.
or making. I always thought that with Halloween H2O. I remember going to the cinema and watching Halloween H2O, and I was thinking, what have they done? Michael Myers' mask was so awful in that film. I mean, the 4 and 5 were pretty bad. But H2O was like they gave him eyebrows. It looked like he was smiling sometimes. It was just like, what have they done with that mask? It was so stupid.
They probably couldn't afford William Shatner.
Oh, exactly. This is not reality. So I will have come to the end of In the Mouth of Madness. So literally, John Trent is now insane. He is in the mouth of madness.
It looks like he's in a cinema seat.
Well,
that's actually the mouth of madness. Go to the cinema these days.
That's what Carpenter was saying. You're all nuts for watching this movie.
Well, at least it wasn't just a dream.
I love this music so much, man. At least it wasn't a dream. The dream becomes reality.
Oh, God. With the pounding rock music going on.
Oh, that's the one. Like,
I think movies with rock soundtracks. Trick or Treat.
Yes.
One of the best ones. Fastway.
That's soundtrack. Ozzy, right? Ozzy was in that.
He appears in it, yeah.
Yeah, I remember Ozzy being in that. It's got it's the guitarist I remember in the band.
Yeah. Doing all that.
It was really good, Trick or Treat. There was it's like I was saying before earlier on, there's so many new releases of these films we love, but I can't afford them.
I do have the soundtrack to Trick or Treat. It's really good.
Who else is on there? Who else is on there?
It's all Fastway.
Oh, it's all Fastway.
They sort of they were on the verge of splitting. And then they sort of just went, okay, we'll just do this last one. Apparently, the singer was not interested in doing the soundtrack at all, but he does a bloody good job on it.
For anybody who's watching this after the fact, I'm agreeing with Glenn, but I'm also rocking to the soundtrack again. I just love it so much. I can play this on the guitar. I was like, I learned it. I did it when I did the review. Obviously, I couldn't use the music. So I actually recorded my own version of this, if anybody's interested. And I also did a short where I tried to recreate the riff. I was obsessed with it. It's I know we've spoke about everything and everything in between. We spoke about Richard Stanley. We spoke about Romero. We spoke about Lynch. But in all fairness, I wanted to watch it because this movie was in 4K on YouTube for free. But no, I wanted to watch it because it's a huge impact on us. The first film I ever made was influenced by this movie. This movie and Inferno together at the same time. Like, totally.
Inferno's cool.
Oh, man, I think it's one of the most beautiful films ever shot. I really do. I think it's better than Antonioni or any of those guys. It just looks incredible.
I think on the whole, I prefer Suspiria. The look of Suspiria.
I do like Suspiria, but it's Inferno for me. I love it.
But Inferno is, I think it's, a lot of people really kind of are down on it. And I've never quite understood that. It has a somewhat different vibe to it.
That's why I'm pink and blue.
Yeah. K&D Effects Group.
That's the guys.
Yeah. Kurtzman, Nicotero, and Berger.
I was having a look to see if there's any of the names that were on Day of the Dead. I was looking at the names. Mark DeLuca. That's interesting too, which we didn't see at the beginning. The writer of this, DeLuca, was working at New Line as the assistant head, I think. And he only wrote this in one other movie. I think DeLuca only wrote 2 movies. I think one was a Nightmare on Elm Street sequel, and this was one of the only other films he ever wrote.
Maybe that's why there's a bit of a similar vibe.
Aye, Michael DeLuca. Maybe that's right, man. I've never put two and two together with that before. That's great. That's cool, that Glenn. Labby, that's really good. It is. I'd never thought of that before. I never had. But he did.
Yeah.
It was the same guy. So he was working on Nightmare on Elm Street.
Hmm.
And I think he went off and started his own company, didn't he, Michael DeLuca? I think he started his own production company after this.
Right.
I think.
There's your music.
It's the best in the world. No animals were harmed during the making of this movie. But yes, I have, man. Solitude. The Night Eats the World. It was a really good zombie movie about the guy living in the apartment in Paris. The drummer.
It's shot in Toronto.
Yes.
So that building, I think I have seen that building in real life. The hospital,
right?
In this, from the outside, I think it's a hydroelectric plant.
That's what it is. Hydroelectric plant, right?
Yeah, just near Niagara. I think that's right. I didn't get up close or anything. We only saw it from like kind of at the falls. So it's a bit of a. I don't. Have you ever been to Niagara?
No, I wish. I'd love to go to Toronto. I really would, because that's where Cronenberg made Crash. And I mean, I'd love to see the landmarks. And I think obviously Rabid was shot there as well. And I'd really love to see it.
And Niagara is about a couple of hours drive from Toronto. But yeah, I've spent a good few weeks over there. Cool city.
And you've seen that building?
I think I've seen it. I think because if I think I'm right in thinking it's basically at the top of Niagara. There's a hydroelectric plant, and it reminds me a hell of a lot of that building. It could just be similar architecture, but because we didn't get close.
Well,
to
it looks beautiful, and he did see on the commentary that there's been a few films filmed there because of how nice it is. And I think Toronto have got a really good incentive for filmmakers as well, and Canada in general. I mean, I remember reading and watching about scanners, and that was all made under the tax shelter. So we had to write it really quick and get it made really quick. But they were giving filmmakers a lot of incentive.
Yeah, they were.
Canada.
I mean, scanners. That's the funny one. I mean, because I've always felt it's incredibly rushed towards the end. It's like kind of like slow, quick, and end. And that was, because he was running out of time, and I think he shot it pretty much in order.
He was writing. Apparently, he was writing the script the night before they were shooting the film.
So they'd been shooting it in order, and that's why the ending feels so kind of overly rushed. It's just this massive, like, kind of real sort of build up, and then all of a sudden it's just like kind of 99 mile an hour straight to the end.
We'll just do it over the phone. I really like the end of Scanners. It's good. And I know he had the whole vision for the whole Scanner City and stuff, didn't he? And he talked about it, and it was supposed to be a whole big deal, but pardon me, but the money wouldn't like it. But I really like Scanners. I mean, Scanners and The Fly are his two biggest hits. They are, aren't they? The Scanners made a lot of money. I mean,
Fly was huge.
Scanners allowed him to make Videodrome, didn't it? Because it was received so well that Cronenberg was able to make Videodrome. Yeah. Which is probably the weirdest film he ever made.
See, that's the thing, though. If you compare it to like Shivers or Rabid, there's a much more steady curve towards the end, but Scanners sort of goes very almost flat, and then just at the end. It's like that's the only fault for that movie is it rushes everything towards the end, and that was just a process of or a result of how things were. The pressures to get that film finished before the tax relief kind of.
Well, that was it. I think they had to get it shot by Christmas or something. Yeah. I bought I haven't got a recent release, but I've got a Blu-ray of it that was Second Sight. And there was some special features on it with the producer, Pierre. I can't remember the guy. It's Pierre somebody who produced it. Pierre David, maybe. And he was saying that it was just so rushed. We had to get it done, but Cronenberg understood that, and we just did it. We just did it.
Yeah.
And it was a happy relationship because it made money and it got everybody. But Cronenberg said he would never do it again, and he was stressed to bits making the film.
Yeah, I imagine it was, and it does come through in the filmmaking. That's the thing. I don't think Cronenberg was probably terribly happy with how the last act runs, because that is overly rushed, but especially for him.
I do really like the bit when the baby scans are. You know, when they go in the office and there's some really, I mean, Scanners is really cool. I mean, my favorite Cronenberg are his earlier ones. I really like Shivers and Rabid.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're my two favorites. They really are. I love those two films immaculately. I really do. I think they're immaculate. I really do.
The weird one was always Crimes of the Future. Obviously, you got the original, I'd like to say, art house film.
Where to save the world, the guy has to have sex with a.
And yes,
let's say a minor. The guy has to have sex with a minor to save the world.
A movie that would be easy to make these days.
Yes, I don't think you could. There's no way they would let you make that.
Yeah, they were a bit more free to kind of explore crazy ideas, and especially because it was a student film. So you could go places that you couldn't do because it was never commercial. But then you got the remake, and that's literally based on like about one line from the original.
It is,
film. And it took me ages to realize that, because it's like, what the hell has this got to do with the original? Is he literally just taking the title?
It's the evolution.
Yeah, he just took the one idea that was the original film and literally just like about a single line that is said, and then just expanded upon it.
He's really smart that way, I think. He's always struck us as, I mean, you can take like a germ of an idea like that. It's incredible. It is. I mean, I love Crimes of the Future 2022, was it? With
that then, yeah.
Viggo Mortensen. I really liked that film a lot.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot more than everybody else seemed to. I thought it was fantastic. I mean, I really tried hard to get the released a special edition on DVD. I tried really hard to get it. Couldn't get it, but ended up getting the Blu-ray edition, which was better. But I really wanted to see it again. I wanted to see it twice in the cinema. I fell in love with it. I thought it was a great film. It's after Map to the Stars. It's like it was nice to see him come back to his own style again. Because for a long time, sorry if I'm blah, blah, blahing, but Cronenberg was making other people's stories. I mean, for a long time, you know, and Butterfly, Naked Lunch, Crash, these were all films written by other people that were based on novels. I mean, he didn't, and then Scanners, and, you know.
I would say Crash is a very Cronenberg film. It's not his story.
It is.
But my God, he makes it his own.
Oh, he does, yes. Totally.
That film is insanely powerful.
It's an incredible film, Crash. It's incredible.
I remember a lot of the kickback that happened about that. Daily Mail getting on there.
Well, apparently there's still somewhere in London that it can't be shown, like one of the districts,
right?
Because it was districts that banned it. It wasn't totally banned. It was just certain districts that banned the film.
Yeah, they can do that because it's like local councils.
Apparently, there's still one local council that you can't watch. I don't know where it is.
Probably Westminster. Because when I went down to Fright Fest that one year, it was about 2010, I think it was, when a Serbian film came out, and they were trying to show a Serbian film, and that basically got pulled. They'd appealed to the Greater Westminster Council to be able to show it. They went, no, you got to watch the BBFC version. Okay. They just went, nah, fuck that. And
I can't even imagine what the BBFC version of a Serbian film would look like. You just see the starting credits and then the ending credits.
I think there was about 14 cuts. Some were like reframes and stuff like that, so you could see certain details. There'd have been the baby scene that was cut, a few things like that.
I remember the end being very violent with him and his wife as well.
Oh yeah,
but it was. I mean, I thought it was a good film, to be honest. I quite enjoyed it.
It's an interesting film.
I enjoyed it. I did. I didn't see it at the cinema. I saw it on DVD, but
yeah,
I enjoyed it. It wasn't. I mean, I was into extreme cinema at the time. I mean, this is coming off the back of stuff like Switchblade Romance and Martyrs, and you know, it seemed like the logical way for cinema to go at the time.
Yeah, yeah. It was an interesting one. It's just it touched too many raw nerves. I kind of described it at the time as being kind of an equivalent of Salo.
Yeah.
In terms of the kind of revulsion people felt for it, because a lot of the stuff that people really sort of took against, you never really saw any detail. It was mostly because of what was implied. So yeah, it's all a bit kind of bit touching too many nerves, you know.
But I thought it was good in that way. I mean, it was. I mean, at the time you had like Tom Six doing Human Centipede. I mean, those were the films that were out at that time, weren't they?
Yeah.
I think Hard Candy had come out around the same time as well. You had Hostel. I mean, these were the kind of films that were being released. And to me, it just seemed, it didn't seem that bad until all the controversy kicked off about it.
I think it was a lot smarter film than most of those.
It was. I thought it was. Like I said, I enjoyed it.
Definitely a lot more going on between its ears. But it was, it was provocative. There was no two ways about it. It was a very provocative film. And a lot of people, understandably, couldn't take it. Although, interestingly, it was one of those times when that film kind of threatened the BBFC's authority to some extent, because there was an incident a few years later when it came out on Blu-ray. Even though it was the BBFC approved version, there was a Blockbuster that got raided by the police for that film.
So that's the last film, right, to have been seized?
It's probably not the last one to be seized, but it was a very notable example, because that was basically the Section 3 kind of thing that happened. So, like back in the Video Nasties days, the Section 3 stuff was the stuff that the police only had to have a magistrate's order to be able to go in, take suspect titles, right? They didn't have to prove anything. It didn't have to be found legally obscene. They'd take it, and then the owner would have to go to court and go, "Please, Your Honor, can I have my stuff back? It's not actually obscene," and argue their case. Otherwise, the police will just take them and dispose of them, or probably put them in the Secret Santa over Christmas.
I mean, to me, it's insane. Excuse me for a second. I'm just going to turn the radiator off because it's clicking in my ear. There you go. That's all. But I was just doing a video there on, I think I was saying Friday the 13th Part 2. Mm-hmm. And I was talking about the censors in the way that I've always thought the censors were crazy. And I think it was Cronenberg that said this, that the censors are psychotic themselves because they can't tell the difference between what's real and what's not. Whereas the audience can.
It's a bit of a weird one. You can be kind of hyperbolic about censors. They're looking at movies in a very different way. They are looking for things that could be not necessarily that they think is obscene, but that they think somebody else might have a problem with.
So like we mentioned with Cannibal Holocaust with the animal cruelty.
Probably a better example would be like The Exorcist. Right. Because the argument against The Exorcist getting a home release, not a cinema release, just a home release, was that a young audience could see this film and somehow identify with Reagan. So though they themselves could watch this movie in safety, because, they're more sophisticated, they're adults, they are usually film literate.
They can afford suits.
Yes. And there is a certain amount of elitism which does come into it.
I agree. I agree with that, yes.
Basically, these are people who are kind of...
above the law.
Are supposed to be experts in their field.
Yes.
So they're looking at it going, well, what would a 12-year-old girl see when they watch this movie?
Fair enough.
Are they qualified to do that? That's a question. But that's the thing, and they're also got another eye on the law.
Yeah,
because that's the other end of what film censorship is making sure that films comply with the law, be that obscenity, be that animal cruelty, or whatever given law there happens to be. And they get that wrong, and it's on them.
Yes.
And that was one of the things that really kind of has threatened them over the years. When Natural Born Killers,
I remember that very well. I mean, it was because I was around then.
Now, the reason they didn't release it wasn't because they thought it was particularly obscene.
I thought it would incent violence.
They didn't even necessarily think that. They were concerned that somebody in the media would link any given crime to that movie.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it is what it is. It sort of parodies the glorification of these nasty people.
Yeah,
and
totally.
They were worried that people would watch this film and actually identify with Mickey and Mallory.
I mean, well, it's Badlands. It's Terrence Malick's Badlands. Terrence Malick took Badlands in the 70s, 73, I think it was. Charlie Starkweather, serial killer, put them into that film, and it kind of romanticized serial killers. I mean, that totally comes across in True Romance and Natural Born Killers. Obviously, that film totally influenced Quentin Tarantino because those two films are almost exactly the same as Terrence Malick's Badlands. And Terrence Malick's Badlands was based on a real-life serial killer, Charles Starkweather, somebody who burnt down his girlfriend's house, killed her dad, and then went on a crime spree.
Yeah.
It is.
It explains an awful lot of their attitude towards, you know, especially in the 80s.
Yeah.
Towards certain items being visible. Shurikens, nunchucks, those kind of things.
Enter the Dragon, right? I remember that too. The first Enter the Dragon VHS that I had, the nunchucks was omitted from the film because people were going around hitting each other with nunchucks. So I didn't see that until 1996 or 97, maybe.
Yeah,
I think it was the late 90s that there was an uncut VHS released.
Yeah,
of Enter the Dragon because people were whacking each other with nunchucks. That's pretty insane.
Yeah. So that's the kind of thing that they're looking for. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff, as crazy as it seems, usually is done for a reason. I've always enjoyed the story of like The Evil Dead and why that wouldn't get a home release, at least a legitimate certificated home release. Because apparently James Furman said that him and another male colleague, along with a female colleague, were watching.
Got turned on by a tree rape.
And the tree rape scene. Basically, they thought it was all kind of like, you know, ridiculous and stupid and funny.
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of things. They said on the whole they quite enjoyed it. But the female examiner with that scene felt particularly aggrieved. And they kind of went, maybe she's seen something that we haven't. And she did, to an extent.
Well,
she was watching it
totally she did.
From a female perspective, and probably not a horror film fan.
Yeah.
And it's troubled her, and they kind of went, maybe we should be careful with this one. So, you know, eventually we got
it does
cut release, didn't we?
I mean, Solitude scene like they did with Clockwork Orange. I mean, are you referring to that they got banned, right, in England? Clockwork Orange.
It wasn't banned by the BBFC,
right?
It was basically Stanley Kubrick withdrew the rights for screening it, so you couldn't see it at the cinema.
Because he got death threats to his family, right? And he thought,
had some weirdos turn up at his house, and he kind of went, oh, fuck this for a game of soldiers, I live here.
No,
you know, it's a bit hypocritical, it has to be said. He was like, you know, he made this movie, he wanted the movie out, he left the movie out in America and every other country, he just went, not on my doorstep.
That's crazy that a studio like Warner Brothers then, or was it MGM? Warner Brothers gave him that much control.
I think because it would have been in his contract that he has that much control.
That's incredible. That they give
he'd have had distribution, basically vetoes and that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah. So, you know, he made the movie. He would happily have the movie seen, just not by people who might visit him. You know,
it's incredible that they gave a filmmaker that much power to withdraw his own film just in one country.
It's Kubrick at the end of the day.
Well, yeah,
it's like, well, I won't make another movie for you if you don't.
And then the next film was what? Barry Lyndon, that made no money for anybody. But then he made the horror. I often say that about Kubrick. People don't realize that he made The Shining because his last film had bombed and he had to make some money. So he thought, right, let's do a horror film because horror always makes money.
Lower budget.
Exactly.
Generally speaking, horror movies, lower budget, easier to make in many respects, and make a shit ton of money. That's why Blumhouse exists.
Oh, totally. And Neon and all those guys. I know why. Hopefully that answers your question, though, Solitude. Let us know if it didn't. But I think is that what you're referring to? The fact that it was banned in England? Hopefully it was, because we've just rambled on about it there for a bit. Oh, Kerry's here. Hey, Kerry. Hey, let me chat, not seeing long. But well, yeah, well, great. Thanks, man. We just, I really enjoyed In the Mouth of Madness. Hopefully everybody else did as well.
Yeah, it's a great film.
Oh, it's beautiful. I think it's his last great hurrah. Didn't he get a Razzie for The Shining? Did Kubrick get a Razzie for The Shining? I didn't know that, Solitude. If he did, it's undeserved, because The Shining was a great film.
I think it did have some critical backlash at the time, didn't it?
There's a great story I remember with Spielberg, because him and Kubrick were really good friends. Because I guess when you're at that level of filmmaking, you can only be that, I don't think you get along with James Cameron, because can you imagine them two talking to each other? It would be like a war zone. James Cameron talking to Kubrick, but I guess Spielberg, because he's more chilled and more hippie-ish, was like probably listening to everything Kubrick had to say, I would imagine, at the time. But them being friends, in fact, he made AI, didn't he? Didn't Kubrick give AI to Spielberg to make? But anyway, sorry, before we get out, there's a great story where Spielberg said Kubrick, Spielberg didn't like The Shining, and he thought Jack Nicholson's performance was over the top. And Kubrick said, well, why is his performance over the top? And Spielberg said, I don't know, I'm not sure. And he said, well, do you like James Cagney? And he said, yes. And he went, well, that's why Jack Nicholson's performance is great. He's doing a James Cagney. And he was like, okay, then that's great. I'm totally paraphrasing there. He said, like, I'm sure he said, do you like Cary Grant? Do you like, Gary Cooper? Who are your favorite actors? James Cagney's not on that list. That's why Jack Nicholson's performance is a good one in The Shining, because he's doing a James Cagney. That's totally paraphrasing, though. But look it up, please, if you're interested, because I think I just totally ruined that story. But according to AI, The Shining was not awarded for being a bad film, but rather it was nominated for 2 Razzie Awards in 1981, Worst Director for Stanley Kubrick and Worst Actress for Shelley Duvall. No way, Solitude. Shelley Duvall's better than Jack Nicholson in that film. She's great. She makes the film.
I think it's because some people took
That's really
to
interesting.
her voice in it. She says, oh, it's very kind of like, very weedy sounding, a bit whiny sounding.
Like olive oil.
But that's the character, It's
Maybe that's why she got cast in Popeye.
I can't imagine much more perfect casting.
Oh, Shelley Duvall's great in The Shining. She is, for me, in The Shining, this is, again, I did a review of The Shining for anybody that's interested in the longer version of this. But I think why Jack in The Shining is so annoyed is because he's like a failure at life, and she's really good. Like Shelley Duvall loves him enough to give him another chance. Wendy Torrance loves Jack so much, even though he's broken the kid's arm, even though he's, a drunken guy who's lost his job. She loves him so much, she's giving him another chance. She's doing all the work in the hotel. She's running the meters. She's doing the boiler. He's doing nothing. And I think he resents that because she's so much better than he is. And I think she nails that performance, and that she's just a really decent human being in that film. And I really love it. I think her performance is fantastic in The Shining. It wouldn't be the same movie without her.
Oh, no, I wouldn't change a damn thing about it.
I wouldn't. She's perfect.
No, really good. The whole film is something pretty special. All work and no play. It doesn't make for a Razzie Award. But have you ever seen the TV made-for-TV movie?
Glenn, do you know what I was saying earlier on about me loving everything? I'm obsessed with Mick Garris. I think he's one of the greatest TV directors of all time. I think The Stand, Bag of Bones, Virtual Obsession. He did so many great TV adaptations. And I think he's a great director. He uses a wide lens really well too, like what we were talking about earlier on with Carpenter. He shoots really wide and really low a lot of the time, Mick Garris. But I really like the Steven Weber performance of Jack Torrance. It's so much closer to the novel. Rebecca,
it is.
Well, Stephen King wrote the screenplay.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, because it was Stephen King going, "I'll do it better," and I think the reason why I way prefer the movie is just because it is so much more lean.
Well, it's more cinematic.
Yeah,
he takes the story, he takes the essence of the story, and turns it into one of the greatest horror movies ever made.
I think because the TV series, because it is so much longer.
It is.
What is it? 6 hours or some shit like that?
I think so. It's about 4. I think it's 4 hours. I think.
But it's got too much going on, and I think that's the thing. It works in the novel.
It does.
But that's the whole thing, isn't it? It's that old age-old story of you don't just take a novel and refilm it word for word, generally speaking, because what works on the page doesn't necessarily work on the screen.
Yeah.
And I think Kubrick's version, for all the gaps it leaves in the story, that works as a kind of mysterious sort of thing.
I mean, for me, I totally agree with what you're saying, Glenn. I think he boils down the essence of it. I mean, the whole essence of the novel is that Jack's an alcoholic. And he's only like 6 months and out of, he's only 6 months dry. And in the novel, I mean, one of my favorite scenes is, it's just not in any of the adaptations, is where he thinks he's knocked a kid over and he goes back the next day and finds a trike by the side. He's looking for the kid's dead body. It's like, it's awful. And that's not in any of them. It's about being an alcoholic. King was an alcoholic, drug-taking guy. I watched Maximum Overdrive the other day. The guy was off his face when he was making that film.
Yes,
you can really tell. I love that film so much.
I would say another great rock and roll soundtrack.
Yes, definitely. Who made who?
AC/DC, wall to wall. Thank you very much.
I know, it's great. I know. I love Maximum Overdrive. I unapologetically love Maximum Overdrive. The other day, I was really hungover. I was trying to do some work. I had to write a script for this film I'm working on. I sat down, I put it on in the background, and I rocked away on the sofa, writing the script, listening to AC/DC with trucks crushing people and machine guns shooting people. I really did.
And
I love that movie. I think it's
one
great.
of their few instrumental numbers.
Oh, yeah.
As well, in that.
I love the bluesy theme that comes in when Amelia Westerfez is with a girl.
That's AC/DC. They're very blues.
And it comes in every now and again. It's really cool. Well, my favorite AC/DC song is The Night Prowler. And that's really bluesy on Highway to Hell. It's great. Somewhere a clock strikes midnight and there's a full moon on the sky. It's classic. I really love them. And I think he said his favorite bands were AC/DC, obviously, because he got them to do the soundtrack.
Yeah.
And the Ramones, and he got them to do Pet Sematary.
Well, gets a chance to get his heroes in.
Kerry saying the TV series was very book accurate, but didn't have one thing the film couldn't do, i.e. the animated topiary. Yeah, the topiary lines and stuff. I mean, I like it. I like Garris. I really do like Garris. I think his direction's really good. There's a great book that came out a couple of years ago, Master of Horror. And it's really good. Just listen to his process and how he directs. I really like his direction. I really do. I think Sleepwalkers is a really great, I think that was the first screenplay that King wrote that was just a screenplay with Sleepwalkers that he did with Garris. I really like all that stuff. I do.
I mean,
Tommy Lee, that's bringing in the John Carpenter, because Tommy Lee Wallace directed it, right? Who was on Halloween. It was Tommy Lee Wallace?
In both adaptations, the film and the TV series, it's always the second half disappoints.
Oh, it does.
The first part of it, when they're the kids, it's like kind of Stand By Me, but with monsters.
It is. I mean, the book does it right when it jumps backwards and forwards. It's kids, adults, kids, adults, kids, adults. But you can do that in book form, I guess.
Yeah.
And you can't do it in a movie.
It's harder to do in a movie, yeah.
No, it's harder to do in a movie.
I mean, you do it a little bit in the TV series. But they do it a lot because there was those. It's a bit of a meme, isn't it? The kind of.
I think Tommy Lee Wallace is a really good director. But there you go. Here, this is me doing the John Rennie Loves Everything. This, isn't it?
I mean, I don't hate either of them. That's the thing. Be it The Shining or be it. Both of those are very entertaining TV series.
Oh, definitely. I think I wish Mick Garris would do more. He did Riding the Bullet, which is a King adaptation that I really like with David Arquette. He's, I think he's just underrated a little bit, and I don't know whether it's because he got mixed up with King or not, and he became known as the King miniseries guy.
Mm-hmm.
But
do you think they'll ever make an adaptation of the one Stephen King banned book?
Which one? Which one got banned?
Which one was it? Basically, Stephen King.
Rage, the one about the
Rage.
kid. Yeah, Rage, the one that was the Bachman book. Yeah, the Richard Bachman book. Yeah.
Yeah, and basically he withdrew it. I think my brother had the.
I've got it. I've got the
book collection with it.
I've got the Bachman books. The one where you got the collection. It's so weird though. The Bachman books, especially Rage, and there's a one. Rage is the one where the kid takes the class hostage, right?
Yeah.
All right. And there's a bit where he makes if I remember rightly, he really embarrasses the jock character, really. I think he makes him wet himself or something, like the guy who's taking the class hostage. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's an interesting story. I remember the guy's got a little padlock that he keeps in his pocket. And at the end of the novel, someone tries to shoot him through the window and it hits the padlock. And some of the stories told from the padlock's point of view, if I remember rightly. It's been a long time since I've read it. But it's weird to think that Stephen King was a teacher because he writes stories like Carrie, and then he writes stories like Rage. Just think, what the hell did he think of his students, man?
Probably getting some frustrations of the day out.
Thinking that goddamn jock kid, I'm going to make him cry in this book. It's like, what did he think about his students?
See, that's the thing. I mean, that is a strength and a weakness in some respects of Stephen King's writing. Is a lot of it is very personal.
Oh, definitely.
That's why everything, every other novel of his is in Derry, Maine. That kind of thing. The weird things. I suppose you could because another Bachman movie, The Running Man.
Yes,
that's just been remade. I'm waiting for the digital version so I can.
I'm really not interested. I mean, it was. Me and Carrie talked about it on Cinema Conversations, didn't we, Carrie? But it was showed the trailer, and we got. I think we got a copyright strike because we showed the trailer on the stream. But it was just for me. I knew Edgar when it was announced. Edgar Wright was going to direct it. I thought that's not the right director for that.
It's a bit of a weird choice, but I'm kind of entertained to see.
Me too. I'm definitely going to watch it. I am definitely, but I just immediately knew. I was like, "That's not the right director for that, man. That's not. It's not. He's not the right director for it."
I mean, yeah, he's a more comedic director in general, at least in my opinion.
Oh, me too.
When he does horror, he tends to need Simon Pegg around.
Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah. And The World's End.
The World's End was good.
I love The World's End. Actually, I do consider it my favorite of the three.
Me too. Actually. I think that's Simon Pegg's best role as the goth guy. I think that's the best role he did.
I think it's one of the more. It's the most kind of interesting characters in it.
It is because they all come back together, and he doesn't like him because he's more successful than he is. It's like they've got that character dynamic in that I love.
It's a lot more deep when it comes to the character levels.
Definitely is. I thought the same thing too with that.
So I find it quite fascinating. I can understand why everybody else's favorite is something else, but the other two were very, very, very kind of reliant on member berries.
Yeah.
Which is not a horrible thing. Don't get me wrong.
I know what you mean.
Shaun of the Dead it's a hell of a lot of fun, as is Hot Fuzz.
Yes.
But
Dawn of the Dead.
World's End felt much more like its own movie.
It did. I felt that way about Scott Pilgrim as well. I quite liked Scott Pilgrim. I thought that was pretty good.
I couldn't watch. I don't watched it. I watched it at the cinema. I've never watched it since. I don't know. There's something about it didn't resonate with me. I'm not quite sure what it was, but I think there was things with the characters that just annoyed the hell out of me.
I think they are. They're all annoying. All three of them, the lead characters, are annoying. But I liked it. I did. I liked that Scott Pilgrim. I thought it was pretty good. And after that, for me, he's never done anything I've really liked.
Yeah, I mean, I am apparently quite solidly in the minority when I say I don't like Scott Pilgrim. No end of people love that movie.
Oh,
and I'm not like, I'm fine, whatever, you know. For me, not so much.
But he was interesting. He was, and he for me, he's got a few of the same influences that I have. He loves Walter Hill. I mean, Baby Driver's pretty much based on Walter Hill's film Driver, you know, which is a great film. It's he talks about Streets of Fire a lot, which I love. I've actually got the VHS framed there in the background.
Yeah,
I really like that film a lot. Hey, just cracking open another can. I think I might need to get another one.
Oh no.
Do you want to stick around? Do you mind if I go and grab
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Okay. We'll be back in a second. Kerry says, yes, the Running Man remake is out. It's 95% book accurate. And Arnie has a cameo. I didn't know that.
Oh, I'm kind of glad about that. I don't normally go for gratuitous cameos, but I think
makes me want to watch it more, though, knowing that it's 95% book accurate. But I wonder if the 5%...
Does he appear as a skeleton?
I hope he's one of the...
It's Hadad.
I hope he's one of the Slayers. He should be Fireball or somebody, like from the original. Or maybe he's that guy in the shiny car, Dynamo. That's Arnie this time.
Go get your beer, dear.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see the remake, you know, especially as it is more book accurate. I had heard that. So that'll be kind of interesting to see. It does sound like it's trying to make itself its own movie. And that's one of the things. Whenever Schwarzenegger was in a movie that was kind of based on a book or something like that, he did spend an awful... They basically kind of changed it. It wasn't just him as well. You know, it's Stallone. And when it came to like Judge Dredd, that movie was changed massively to accommodate Stallone and whatever humor and stuff he wanted to put into it. So it'll be interesting to see the Running Man remake and have it as a more original, or at least more book accurate version. So I'm quite looking forward to that. I'm not sure when the digital release actually comes out, because I bought it on Prime, mostly because I would go for the Blu-ray. Not sure if I want to have to take up the room for it. If I like it, I'll go buy it. That is one of the good things about digital releases and all that kind of stuff is, you're paying more or less the same. Chances are you're going to keep it. But, you know, at the end of the day, if you lose it, which is always one of the risks of that kind of stuff, if you don't particularly worry about the movie, then it's not too big a deal. If I like it, I'll buy it on physical.
All the time I was just singing, who made who? Who made you?
In the funniest and weirdest way possible, Simon Pegg is the cop in Hot Fuzz. Yes, I know. He's really good in that. I do really, really enjoy watching Hot Fuzz.
Well,
this is another one of those
Point Break, right? Isn't it? I mean, it was totally his love letter to action movies of the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things. This is one of those times where I'm very kind of contradictory sounding. Hot Fuzz is probably one of the more fun ones to watch out of the three. The most fun. Directly, as a kind of like sit down, turn your brain off, and just have a good time. But I think The World's End is a much better made film. It's a more interesting film. So if I want to think about the film a little bit more, I'd watch that rather than Hot Fuzz. But Hot Fuzz is just so much fun.
It's just, I mean, for me, it's like, I mean, tonight we've just watched John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, and in a world where, for me, where Hot Fuzz didn't exist, or it wouldn't make a difference. It really wouldn't. Maybe's in a world where Shaun of the Dead didn't exist would make a difference. But his other films, for me, it doesn't make a difference. He's just one of those filmmakers where, I remember enjoying Spaced. I remember watching it, like coming home 2:00 in the morning from the club, and Space might be on, and I'd watch an episode.
Yeah,
I think a whole generation of people watched it like that. But I just don't think that's a career. And I think Edgar Wright's done it for a career. And I think maybe that's why. This is me. Everyone's going to hate us, aren't they, for seeing this? But I just don't think he's good enough to do a film like The Running Man. Last Night in Soho, I didn't like either. It was like, he talks the talk, but he doesn't quite walk the walk for me, right? He really doesn't. He's never walked the walk enough.
I think I don't know. There's something about him, although there have been plenty of his films that I kind of feel not that endeared to. I don't think he's ever done a film that really kind of turned me so far off that I would reject him as a filmmaker. I always feel...
Oh, no, I don't reject him. I love Scott Pilgrim. I really like The World's End. I really do. I really like them.
I mean, I always feel like I'm happy to give him another chance if it's basically the gist of what I'm saying. So when it comes to this, and I think, especially with the Arnie films, it's just like having Total Recall. Not that they're bad films, but it'd be interesting to see a straighter version of those stories, if you know what I mean.
Yes, definitely.
That's the thing. So I'm quite willing to give him a chance with this and go, what you got?
Oh, totally. I think by all intents and purposes, I think he screwed it up, I think, from the reviews. But I do have to say this, Lampy Man, because as you know, I taught film and film students, many film students. And many, many, many of them wrote about the Cornetto trilogy. I mean, I've actually lectured students, and I've talked through dissertations that were about his style, about his editing. Especially his editing, because it's so fast and furious, and so
it's
I know
very distinctive as well.
It is. So I know that he's made a difference to other people's lives.
Yeah,
he just never made a difference to mine.
No, it's fair enough.
He never did.
I mean, you're somewhat younger than me, but we're pretty much, when it comes to film taste, of the same generation.
Just awesome. That's what we are. We're just awesome in our film taste.
Edgar Wright's never been someone I would feel even the slightest bit kind of given to dismissing just because I haven't liked a film or two of his.
Oh, no, like just,
and I'm not saying you would say that either. And there's plenty of directors that are kind of like that,
I'm like that. I'm like that with Nolan too, man. I know for a fact Christopher Nolan has changed people's lives because I've had so many students write dissertations about his sound, about his editing, about his cinematography. It's the same with Edgar Wright, but them two just didn't do it for me. They really didn't. They really didn't.
I'll still maintain that Inception is an absolute masterpiece. You can say, his other films...
Sell it to us, Glenn. Sell it to us. Come on, tell us why Inception's a masterpiece.
I think it's a very clever idea. That's incredibly well executed with a real solid heart to it. When I say heart, I don't just mean in terms of feeling. There is that in spades, although it's not necessarily immediately obvious. I just love the fact that it gets climbs so far inside the head of the point of view character that it makes the film, for me, feel incredibly successful. And it's an interesting one. It's a very when you saw if you get the kind of angle that I got of the movie, it's an incredibly heartrending story. It's a very emotional story, although it's wrapped up in all this visual, spectacular kind of vista. At the heart of it, it's a story about grief and letting go.
So DiCaprio dealing with the death of his kids and the insanity of
his wife, not his kids.
Sorry, his wife, right?
Yeah, it's his wife.
And his wife was nuts, right? When he hugs her and she turns into butterflies.
The reason he can't he can't get to his kids in the movie is because that's basically him not being able to face them. And by the end, he does, and it's that's what I love about that movie. In all of that visual, spectacular stuff that's going on, and all the noise, and all the explosions, and the action, and the convoluted
it's Tom
levels
Hardy
under levels and levels and levels. At the heart of it is this story of a very small thing, which is him. I say small; it's actually quite a big thing, but it's in terms of what the story is trying to do, it's more or less a one-line synopsis. A man learns to deal with his grief and returns to his family. And I always love the fact that you have that MacGuffin of the spinning top. It's the last image that you see, and it just leaves you hanging. And it's because people.
So are you in the camp that thinks it wobbles?
Well, they're all kind of like, that's the thing. Everybody's going, oh, I think it fell. I don't think it fell. I think it fell. I don't think it fell. And it's like, that's not the fucking point.
That's not the point. I know.
He walked away from it.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, exactly. That represented his obsession. This obsession with his own kind of grief.
I mean, that's great. The way you just give a synopsis of that there. That is great, because that encapsulates a lot of what I love about cinema. It does. Like, I love The Thing. We've just watched In the Mouth of Madness. John Carpenter's The Thing. People stress so much about the end, and the whole point is we don't know and we'll never know. That's the point. That is the point of that movie. We'll never know. It leaves you hanging because that's where he wants to leave you hanging.
It's the journey for him to get there.
Exactly. Exactly. And the fact that McCready laughs in the face of death at the end of the movie is what the whole movie's about. He just goes, okay, then whatever. We'll just see what happens. And I guess that's the same as what you're getting at with Inception when he walks away from it.
He walks away from it, and that's the thing. He's left his obsession behind.
Yeah.
That he's let that's his grief, that's his obsession with the wife that he thought he had.
Can't let go.
Yeah. And he's let it go. He's returned to his family.
So Charlotte, you was saying Nolan too much exposition. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I never felt that. He is a very wordy, very drawn out kind of director. In terms of the story, he is.
I remember seeing Following when I was at college. A mate of mine gave us it was a DVD, not a video. This was college. Gave us a DVD, and DVDs were new at the time. And I think Following got a limited DVD release off. It must have been off the back of one of his other films being famous, because that was like a film he made for nothing, right? Following, it was like I think it was a festival film he made and put it in the festival circuit. But a mate of mine, Ryan Simpson, who I used to make films with when I was at college, gave us Following to watch on DVD, and I really enjoyed it. And that was the same. It's kind of interwoven narrative, what the guy thinks, what he doesn't think, almost like a blueprint for Memento.
I think if there's
there was a lot of exposition in that one, though.
I think with Nolan, if there's a film that I think is pretty broken, it would probably be Tenet.
I did like it.
I like it.
I did like it.
I like it, but it doesn't quite hit. There's something about it.
I like the style of it.
Yeah.
It was almost. Can you remember The Matrix? I think it was Revolutions, where they have the fight on the motorway.
Yeah.
With the two kind of ghost programs. Awesome. It was like, I mean, that was for the fact that everybody doesn't really rate the Matrix sequels, that was a mind-blowing moment.
Yeah.
I thought when when Laurie Fishburne flips down and lands on top of the car with a samurai sword, I mean, that was cinematic. I thought as anything could be. I really loved it. And I thought that about Tenet. Everything I enjoyed about Tenet was like the best of cinema. The costumes were immaculate, they were like I thought it was beautiful to look at.
I think for me, Tenet got lost in the conceit.
I would say maybe he's got lost in the style.
I think that's it mostly, because the idea of going backwards and forwards and all that kind of stuff, and when it's happening, it's fucking amazing to look at.
I loved it. I really enjoyed it in the cinema.
But I don't think the story quite fit together right. There's something doesn't quite resolve correctly.
It felt like there wasn't enough. I think there wasn't enough of a story. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a possibility, but they didn't feel like it kind of connected. It didn't come full circle with it.
Yes, I agree.
And I think that's the problem with the movie. I can sit and watch it and enjoy the hell out of it, but I always sort of walk away a little baffled at the end and go, what was the point of it? And I never had that with like Inception. Never had that with any of the Batman movies. Never had that with the World War II film.
Did Nolan do Batman Begins?
Yes.
I love Batman Begins.
That Batman series is probably my favorite Batman series.
I really did love that. I loved the Liam Neeson character when he was training him and stuff. I thought that was really great.
I thought all three were really good, actually. I mean, even the third one, which a lot of people kind of... but again, the third one, its problem was the story didn't seem to quite resolve properly.
Which one was the third one? Dark Knight Rises?
That's the one with Tom Hardy, Bane.
Oh, right. That's probably why I don't remember it. Who? Tom who?
The fire is rising.
That sounds like it might be a Tom Hardy type character.
There's something about that. I think it's as much to do with because it's a very political feeling film. Apart from anything else, there is a very strong...
Kerry just said it was Reloaded that I was thinking of, the meter.
Nah. There's a very political
I really like that
theme which runs through the last Batman film. And
that's the one with
Rick. Doesn't seem to go anywhere. It sort of gets to a point and then sort of just lets go. And it's like, that's the thing that kind of annoys me with that film. It's not as successful as it should be because... it's almost like it sits on the fence an awful lot.
So, do you mean the whole thing with the corporation? Because it starts off with Rutger Hauer, right? The head of corporation, and then it kind of does it hand off to Morgan Freeman, if I remember rightly?
It does, but the political aspect of it is more to do with the character Bane,
right?
In kind of relation to like Bruce of Wayne Enterprises and all these other groups, because he's a kind of anarchy character, and it felt a little bit surface level for one thing. The way it felt like it was going somewhere, and then it's like kind of all of a sudden it's sort of like, okay, we've got to resolve the film. So Bane goes away and Batman does the whole kind of flying off into the sunset with the bomb kind of thing. And it never resolved quite correctly. It never really sort of made a statement. It didn't really say that Bane was good. Or it didn't really kind of explain any of the virtues of his points as well. Either that or kind of like completely discredit.
You know what it is? I totally forgot about this movie until you started talking about it. I just remembered Batman sailing across the water there with the bomb when you said it. I totally forgot about all that.
But it's the one out of the three films, I think story-wise, it was the one with the greatest potential, and it kind of fumbled the ball a bit. That is one of the faults with Nolan, that he sometimes kind of has great ideas and he carries it so far, and then it just kind of vaporizes. It's like just so it goes away. And I think Tenet had an awful lot of that kind of feel for me.
It was maybe my love of it is because it was coming out of lockdown. I don't want to bring lockdown up because it's not very nice to talk about, but that was one of the first things I saw coming out of lockdown. So maybe it was to do with the cinematic experience. Maybe that's why I've got a good memory of it. The Solitude scene, the Ovigan is brilliant. Cursing in French is like wiping your ass with silk. I'm not sure. Is that from Nolan?
No, that's Matrix. The Merovingian.
Oh, that's the Matrix. The Matrix, right? Yes, of course it is.
Cursing in French
What am I
is
thinking?
like wiping your ass with silk. Yeah, it's like
I know the actor. I can see his face as soon as you did the voice.
it's a funny thing, isn't it? It's like I
Yeah.
mean, the Matrix, the first film, was very, very, very well received, and understandably so. I wish I'd left it there.
I liked. I did like the sequels. I did.
I thought they were incredibly self-indulgent, and I think that's partly
Of course they
because
were. That's what all sequels are.
But the thing was, I mean, when you sort of get into the nitty-gritty of the philosophy of the first,
As Kerry just told us how to pronounce it, Merovingian.
Merovingian.
Merovingian. There you
go. He basically, the first one had a lot of philosophy in it, a lot of postmodern philosophy and all that kind of stuff sort of going on. But because they had to make a one film, they were basically, that's it. They've got to make the one film and make it kind of, conclude.
Yeah.
So nobody's kind of sat around going, where's the next one? We got to wait for the next one to see the resolution. It resolves perfectly well. It's fine. So all that philosophy that goes on in those films, sort of, it's watered down a little bit because it has to happen so fast. It's in small snippets, and so it doesn't really get too kind of navel gazing. It doesn't make much sense when you really kind of look into it. When you really start thinking,
not at all. What I liked about the Wachowskis was how cool it was.
Yeah.
It was. That's really. It was all surface level for me. It was so. I mean, that was 1999. There was nothing else like it.
It worked for that movie.
It did. Yeah.
When it came to the sequels,
so they'd done what, Bound before then?
Yeah.
With Joe, the actor who plays Epoch in Matrix, and Gina Gershon and one of the Tilly sisters. And I remember seeing that and thinking it was fantastic on video. And then seeing Matrix, and they were so cool. They really were.
I mean, they were. I mean, but when it came to the sequels, the biggest problem for me was the philosophy became very ponderous.
I guess so. Right. And the scene with the KFC guy in that room didn't work at all.
I mean,
it didn't. It was like Colonel Sanders telling us what the meaning of life was. Do you know the scene I mean with the architect?
The architect scene is basically the
too long.
It's not just it's too long. It's a real indication of they clearly have read a lot about little bits of philosophy, but they don't know how to put it all together. And they're competing by basically, well, put it this way. I described the sequels of the Matrix one time as being like somebody went into a philosophy library with a wood chipper and started throwing books in it and aimed it at a wall that was within wallpaper paste. And that was the script. And that's kind of how it feels. None of it makes much sense when you kind of just cut and paste and put it together.
Yeah.
It sounds smart. But the second you start thinking about it and start trying to decode it, you end up running in bloody circles. And that's what frustrated me. It's not because I'm trying to be a nerd about it, but I want to understand what it is they're trying to say.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree. It wasn't a coherent story. It wasn't.
So that's why I say the architect scene is absolutely the best illustration of kind of the coherence of the movie.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any sense. It's a lot of words trying to sound smart.
But it's so cool when Neo loses his vision and he can see the world on fire. I really think that's cool.
It stripped a lot of the bollocks out.
It does.
If they cut down on about like 50% of the dialogue, it'd be great.
I mean, that whole thing when they're in Zion, man.
Yeah.
And all the machines, I thought that was cool when they're fighting on the boardwalk. And
I thought really it was a bit over the top.
Oh, I thought it was cool. I really did.
For me, it was too over the top. It was a bit
I mean,
okay. suddenly we got into a bullet hell shooter game. It's like
I loved all that, and the kids trying to load the gun. I was like, "Oh, go on, do it!" I loved all that stuff.
that's one part I really kind of got
Because
one
the
of the
kid
other
was trying to
aspects
put the
was
bullets in the gun.
just Zion in general.
Right.
I had no interest in it. The second it went back to Zion, it's like, oh great, okay, we've got a bunch of crusty people in the sewer. Fantastic. Take me back to the Matrix. If I was one of the characters in it, I'd be Joe Pantoliano.
That's who I was thinking of. That's the guy who was in Bound.
Yeah, I'd be him going, just give me the fucking drink. I want my steak.
What do you say? I know this chicken isn't chicken, but I
It's
love
steak.
it so much.
I know the steak's not
I know
steak.
the
When I
steak
put it
isn't
in my
steak.
mouth, it's
He's
juicy.
so good in that movie. He really
Yeah.
is. He
Yeah.
makes it. He really does. He's really
It's
good
some
in
great
that film.
performances. I mean, it's probably one of Keanu Reeves' best performances.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm a big fan of. I love River's Edge and stuff. Man.
Yeah.
I love Bill and Ted. He's done so many great
He
movies.
works so well in that kind of thing because he's this sort of.
Well, that was his peak, wasn't it? That was Keanu Reeves' peak, I think. I know he's doing John Wick and stuff now, but it's not the same as.
John Wick's a lot of him running around going. But
like he knows what he's doing.
I mean,
13th Floor is great though. By the way, Carrie
very
on Dark City. They're all really good films.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like Keanu Reeves is not the best actor in the world by a long shot, but he's got a lot of charm, and he carries that off in that respect.
He does. I feel really bad saying this because I really like him a lot. I do really like him. I do. I watch his films a lot. But that Francis Ford Coppola, man, I know where the bastard sleeps. It's just like,
it wasn't the right role for him. But
he didn't. That was wrong.
he kind of really sort of plays Keanu Reeves in a different sort of.
I know, but it's like, man,
I
mean, what did he think about putting Ted Theodore Logan in a flipping?
Yes.
Dracula.
I won't be quite so reductive. I don't think he's got a massive range, but he's got enough charm. It's like
he did a film called Street Kings. You ever see Street Kings?
No.
It's man, I see masterpiece all the time now. If Solitude's still here, you're gonna hate us because of Piranha 2, but he did a film called Street Kings, and it's absolutely incredible. His performance in it is incredible. It's a really brilliant film. It's your average crime noir. But man, Keanu Reeves is exceptional. If you haven't seen it, Lampy, it's brilliant. Watch it. It's one of Keanu Reeves' best roles.
My Own Private Idaho.
Oh man, well that's opening up a whole other kind of naked cowboy worms. That
a very brave role. That's the thing. I think
King Lear. I loved Gus Van Sant's one of my favorite directors. That's King Lear. That movie's King Lear. It is. It's King Lear.
I think he's a wonderful guy. Not an actor with the broadest of roles. I think if he was given the right director, he is capable of turning out a really terrific performance.
Oh, he does it all the time. The Lake House is great with him.
He's always watchable. That's the thing.
Always.
Good or bad, whatever the role, he's always
watchable. We started off watching In the Mouth of Madness, and now we're sticking up for Keanu Reeves.
Bless the guy. I mean, he does genuinely seem like a.
Remember Parenthood?
Really
how good he was in Parenthood.
Yeah,
when he's driving the drag cars, he's brilliant in that movie. But he is.
And we knock Ted Theodore Logan.
We haven't even talked about Point Break yet. I mean, Point Break. Well, I did mention it when we were talking about Hot Fuzz, but because he fires the gun in the air like the guy in Point Break.
Oh yeah, I mean that was just pure cheese.
Point Break.
Whole movie. I can barely watch it these days. It's
really? I'm a huge Catherine Bigelow fan, Glenn.
I know. Don't get me wrong. I quite like a lot of her movies. She's done a couple of dodgy ones along the way.
She has indeed. Yes.
Point Break is kind of fun if you can sort of embrace the cheese.
Everybody seems to love Strange Days, and I just don't like how messed up that film is in terms of story.
Yeah.
It's like everybody's like Strange Days is like a masterpiece that nobody appreciates. It's like it wasn't appreciated at the time for a reason, man. It's like nobody. It's just you look at something like Near Dark. Near Dark's the masterpiece, not Strange Days.
I got an appreciation for Strange Days.
Oh no, really? No, I'm just kidding. So this is like I love Diary of the Dead. You like Strange Days?
Yeah, I think there's something about that film. It's kind of not necessarily a film that you want to sit and break down on a narrative basis. But
well, I watch it every New Year because it's
Yeah.
a New Year. It's because it's a New Year film. I do. I've got the Blu-ray. I watch it every New Year. I do.
he's just like punishing himself. Go, oh, it's a new year. Let's start it
No,
off
it's
with a real
awesome.
kick.
You've got you've got Jacqueline Bisset. You've got flipping. It's
Yeah.
Ralph Fiennes. You've got
Ralph
flipping.
Fiennes.
What you call her from Natural Born Killers?
Juliette Lewis.
Juliette Lewis. It's it's. I was going to say it's a great film, but it's not. But I do watch it. I punish myself every year.
Yeah, I mean it's a proto.
Not King Lear, Henry V. There you go. That's what my own private Idaho is. Thanks, Solitude. I appreciate it. Thanks. I am a big Gus Van Sant fan, and you've just totally shown my ass there. Great. Thanks very much.
Well, there's a community to guidelines story.
No, it's your Solitude. I appreciate it. It is. It's Henry V. So it's the guy giving the whole place to his son, and his son's just a rebel. It is totally Shakespearean. It is. It's great. I love it, and it is one of his better performances. But I think it was him and River Phoenix being that young, and it is an incredible film. Gus Van Sant's an incredible director.
It's a very brave film for someone like him to do as well. I mean, the thing is, I don't think as much as you might sort of like rip him on Dracula or whatever, he goes for it.
He does.
He's gone for those roles, which is, that's admirable in its own right. Maybe ill-advised, but admirable.
We'll have to start a group, the Keanu Reeves Appreciation Podcast.
I think it'd be a very big group, actually, because
everybody loves him.
I don't think there's anyone who legitimately hates.
Because he's so cool. He's just so cool.
He's just a wonderful guy. And that's the thing. Right. He's just such a down-to-earth, wonderful guy, from what I can tell. Who the fuck's got a bad story about him?
Him and John Carpenter should get together.
They'd talk him down from some right ranty points, wouldn't he?
Never mind him and Eli Roth. Did you see Knock Knock? What he did with Eli Roth? It was a remake of Death Weekend.
Sorry, you said the word.
Death Weekend.
No, Eli Roth.
Oh, I know. What?
Oh my God. I mean, there's a guy that I would really, really, really like to kind of some of the times you kind of hear him talking about movies, and it's
called Jerry. Sorry, let me Solitude just asked what was the movie in the desert. It's called Jerry. It was the one that he made with Matt Damon and Casey Affleck, where he watched Tomb Raider 2 and said, "Can I make a movie like Tomb Raider 2?" when he made Jerry. And then he did Last Days and Elephant, where the camera just follows the characters as if they're in a computer game. He's great. I love Gus Van Sant. It's beautiful.
What do you reckon didn't he do the Psycho shot-for-shot remake?
But you really want to? Everyone on the internet's going to hate me forever, man. I'm sticking up for everybody. I think the Psycho remake's fantastic. I think Hesh was great. James Remar playing the cop with the glasses on the side of the road was perfect.
It's like, well, can you make a movie greater by shooting it shot for shot?
No, you can't. But what you can do is it was an exercise. Gus Van Sant. I mean, Gus Van Sant made my own private idol, man. He's not your average flipping joke.
No. No. I mean, I appreciate there was
and Drugstore Cowboy, by the way, which was a masterpiece.
There was kind of a conceit on his behalf.
There it is again, that word masterpiece.
I mean, I appreciate there was a conceit on his behalf behind doing it. And like, you can't remake it. So if you're going to remake it, you just do it shot for shot. Is essentially kind of what he was doing. I struggle with kind of not seeing it as being pointless, and maybe that is the point. I don't know, but it's a bit of a weird one. It's a weird one. It's a bit of a.
It was postmodern.
It's kind of a movie trolling
It was he just said why. I mean, all that was changed was. I mean, I've studied it. I have. I'm a huge Gus Van Sant fan. I really am. I think Malinoci is a masterpiece. Masterpiece. God, I like everything far too much, don't I? But I love Gus Van Sant. I love The Sea of Trees, with Naomi Watts and McConaughey. I think its films are all. I love Restless. Nobody else likes Restless, but I love it. I'm obsessed with Finding Forrester with Sean Connery. I love his films. I do. I love his films so much. But with Psycho, what he was doing was he was saying it's a perfect film. I don't want to I don't want to remake it, but I'll remake it anyway because someone's paying us to do it. I really think that's what he did. I think it was like proper postmodernism as much as it possibly could be. And all he did was put in a few scenes of inside Norman Bates' head. So you saw like a cow on the road and you saw some girls like tied up. That wasn't even suggestive. It was just like girls with blindfolds on. And he also showed him masturbating when he was looking through the hole, looking at Marion Crane. And that's the only things he changed. Everything else, it changed a few words as well in the screenplay that were like, so like in the original, I think Arbogast says like, if it doesn't stick, it's not aspic or something, which is like, if it doesn't stick, it's not aspic. So I'm going to go and check it out. And then William H. Macy says something else in the remake. He says like, if it's not gel, it's not jello. It's like it just changed them so a modern audience would understand the words. At the beginning, when the camera goes into the window, where Crane and I think it was Viggo in the remake, Viggo Mortensen played the boyfriend. Fantastic role, by the way. I think Viggo was brilliant in it. But then I think Julianne Moore's like a little bit over the top, trying to be too modern with the Lila character. I think she's Marion's sister. But I'm going far too in depth into this. I know nobody else likes it apart from me. But anyway, in the opening, he went through the window and he went into the window with the camera. Where Hitchcock couldn't do that. Hitchcock had to show the scene, move in, cut, move to the set, cut, and go through the window. Whereas Gus Van Sant could take the camera, seal it in through the world and then through the window. So he did what Hitchcock wanted to do with the scene. And I kind of like that. I think that's a mark of respect. and the fact that he didn't change anything is respectful.
I mean, to some extent, I'm just playing devil's advocate on it.
No, it's horrible.
I don't think it shouldn't exist or nothing.
I love it. I think it's great.
And if you're gonna do it, you might as well, Yeah, but how do you improve upon it? So
well, he cast better actors in the role. So, for example, James Remar, an actor I love, plays the guy that pulls her over in the car. And it just, I mean, that's Ajax from the Warriors, right? That's James Remar. He's a really good actor. He's in Cruising with William Friedkin, for goodness sake. He's a great actor. And he puts him in the role of this cop at the road, and it just elevates the scene more because, Hitchcock made that for nothing. Psycho was like, I think it was $600,000 or something. He made it really cheaply because he said, people are making these movies that are really cheap. Why don't I do one? And I think Gus Van Sant really embraced that. I really do. But I've just rambled on there about that. We should do a whole stream about Psycho, the remake. We really should. I like the late Burroughs in it. Me too, man. Burroughs is great in Drugstore Cowboy, isn't he? Solitude. I love it. And the fact that Drugstore Cowboy really is based on Burroughs' writings. It's fantastic. Gus Van Sant's one of those directors, man. He is. He's one of those directors that, like Carpenter, I think, he's got his own style. And nobody else will ever do that. And even though he remade Psycho, we're still talking about it. Even though everybody thought it was, even though everybody thought it was bad, we're still talking about it. I like him.
Fair enough.
I like him a lot. I do. But I just love Gus Van Sant, so I'm biased.
He did change one major thing. Remake. He shot it in color. Yes, he did.
He did indeed. He did indeed.
Well done, Kerry. All of our critical faculties missed this.
That's it. And that's the deciding factor. Oh, my goodness. Well. And did it make a difference? I'm not. Do you know what it is? I think Vince Vaughn was really well cast. Is Norman Bates? I think he did a really good job.
It's not many roles that you'd kind of fit him into, but
But
yeah,
my favorite Norman Bates was Henry Thomas, apart from Anthony Perkins. And I think it was Psycho 3, which was Mick Garris. Mick Garris directed. No, sorry, Psycho 4. Sorry, this was Psycho 4, the beginning. Mick Garris, a director who we've already talked about at length tonight, who did the Shining TV miniseries.
I mean, I always enjoyed Psycho 2.
Oh, man, it's fantastic.
Great fun.
It is. It's fantastic. I mean, Richard Franklin was the right guy for the job there. And Tom Child's Play. What's his name? Tom. The guy directed Child's Play, man. God. I should know this like the back of my hand. He did The Temp. I'm Googling it too as well. I was like, my goodness. I need to know this right now.
Tom Holland. I was going to say Tom Holland. Yeah.
I feel embarrassed to be. I feel him. Yes, that's Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Child's Play, The Langoliers, The Temp. He did a great one about the guy when he turns puberty and the beast within, and he turns. It's great writer. He wrote Psycho 2. He also did Fright Night as well. We're forgetting that he did Fright Night. He's a fantastic filmmaker, Tom Holland, and I think he's great.
We're cycling back to Stephen King to some extent, but The Langoliers, I'd like to see a decent remake of that.
What do you mean decent? The Langoliers is perfect. I love The Langoliers.
There is a little girl.
Oh, I think it's one of the best casts of all time. Dean Stockwell, David Morse,
Balky,
Bronson Pinchot.
God, yeah, what the
I love The Langoliers.
Indubitably, oh boy.
Oh, that's my favorite thing, the Sherlock Holmes kind of thing, with Holmes and Watson with a young kid. Listen to you, boy. I love all that stuff.
What is going on?
And Tom Holland's in it too. You know, he's the guy at the beginning who says, "We'll have a pint to celebrate." That's Tom Holland. When Mark Lindsay Chapman's getting out of the car, but that's another film I love far too much.
I kind of enjoyed it, but oh my god!
Oh man, I watch it religiously.
even at the time, those computer graphics were awful.
Oh, I know they are. They're the worst thing in the world. But at the same time, though, if I seen them coming at us, I'd run.
Oh my god, crappy CGI, run!
Look at those shiny teeth. What about David Fincher?
David Fincher.
Solitude's asking, what about Fincher? I know that a friend of mine, Dave James, who was in the chat earlier on, actually loves Zodiac. Swears by it. Fincher. The first one I really remember was, I think it was Alien 3, right?
Yeah.
And then he did The Game. And I remember The Game I really enjoyed with Michael Douglas and Sean Penn. Because I'm a big Sean Penn fan. And I really liked The Game. And then later on, Fincher, not so much. I think the last thing I really liked that he did, I can't think of. I really can't. I can't think of the last thing that Fincher did I really liked. I like Zodiac, and I like...
he did do the remake of
Alien 3.
Girl with
Solaris.
Dragon Tattoo.
Oh, Dragon Tattoo, right. I was thinking the Soderbergh, sorry. Yeah. That was Christopher Plummer, right? Playing the killer.
Trying to think, it's been a long time since I've seen
Right.
it. I saw it at the cinema.
I just remember Enya at the end when he's tied up and he's playing Enya and he's slicing the guy up while Enya's playing.
That's just evil.
It was pure evil. It was like Caribbean Blue while he was slicing this dude in half.
Say the whale, say the whale, say the whale. Just kill me quicker.
Right. Kerry Fincher's pretty good director.
Yeah. Damn good director, actually.
Mick Garris is the best director ever, in my opinion.
I mean, the remake of
Indubitably
Dragon Tattoo is not a bad remake. Bit pointless, but obviously
it was pointless. That's what I thought about it. It was pointless. I did.
But obviously, there's some people who just don't want to sit through a foreign language film because that's how people are, unfortunately.
Solitude saying he did 7 prior to The Game.
Yeah.
Fincher, right. Yes, so he did 7. 7's really good. That was the Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman, Kevin Spacey, right? I always remember the what's in the box, the Gwyneth Paltrow's head in the box.
That title sequence in Seven
Oh,
to a kind of remix of 9 Inch Nails, Closer to God.
yes, I do remember that as well. Yes, I've totally forgotten about that.
Oh yeah.
Aye, it's all the kind of slashes of the 70s.
That's a film you sit
Yes,
through and you want to have a fucking shower.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it for a long time. Solitude.
Oh, it's
and
grimy
Lampy,
as hell,
I really
man.
haven't. I remember.
That's the thing.
There's one thing I really remember. There's two trucks in an alleyway, and he slips over the. I mean, I remember the girl with the phone, and he cuts her nose off.
Yeah,
and he glues a telephone to her hand, right?
I don't remember that, but you got all the kind of like greed, gluttony. The girl, I think it was Pride, because it was Pride, and she's basically
disfigured.
She's kind of had to cut herself, and basically like plastic surgery type.
I just got one. There's like a guy who's got a knife strapped to his groin, right? And he's got to sleep with someone or something like that. And he's like,
he has like a bloody great big kind of strip on with like
knife.
razor blades.
That was. I remember that as well. That was awful.
Yeah, I mean, it's a grim film, and God damn it, it feels bloody grimy. Alien 3 has a similar kind of feel in terms.
Fight Club is a masterpiece, so I do think Fight Club's a masterpiece. So
oh yeah,
I do really. That was a film I really similar to Mouth of Madness. I watched Fight Club a lot. I had that. I think that was one of the last videos I bought in the late 90s. Fight Club.
But that, and I am unfashionably a fan of Alien 3.
Oh, I love it.
There's a lot I love about that movie. Even
Charles Dutton, Lampy, is an amazing actor, and he doesn't quite get his chops. The guy who plays the priest in Alien 3, he's so good.
Do we fancy Edward Watchalong?
I'm not sure. I do love Plan 9.
You know what? I wouldn't go with Plan 9.
Oh, Glen O'Glen.
That's a possibility. But Edward did some films which were a lot more personal than something like Plan 9. Plan 9's a little bit kind of played, if you know what I mean. Everybody kind of knows that film.
It's a really important film in my life, that one.
Plan 9.
Plan 9, it really was.
So I can make an airplane out of a curtain.
It's insane, isn't it? And
I could be a film.
But he's just holding a black piece of wood.
No, God, what is it? It was like kind of like
the guy flying the airplane.
2 bits of like kind of laminate, like kind of plywood.
It is a masterpiece.
Like that.
Well, Glen O'Glen is one of my favorites. It was, I mean, I did a video about this. I don't know if anybody watched it. Hopefully you did, if you're on my channel now watching me and Glenn talk about random stuff. But I did a video about Plan 9, and what happened for me with Plan 9 is I felt out of place. I did. And there was a couple of films. This is that really made us feel like, okay, I'm not that weird. One of them was Shivers, Cronenberg. It was like I watched that and thought, okay, somebody else as weird as I am. I have those thoughts too. But I went to Newcastle, which is a town close to I was born in a village, Washington, and Newcastle's close to, so I went to Newcastle, the biggest town, and I found like-minded film fans watching Plan 9 from Outer Space in a pub. It was at the Wood Short, and so I met like-minded people, and that's kind of where I met my first proper friends and stuff. I had friends, but just not people who were as weird as I was. You know? And that's why I love Plan 9, because it was one of those films that at a screening of that, I met people who were, like me, and they liked Roger Corman films as well, and, all that kind of stuff. So I've always got a special relationship with it.
I mean, if you go kind of like, weird, I think Andy Milligan's probably the weird shit for me.
I know you've mentioned him a couple of times. In fact, it was you that put us on to Andy Milligan. I watched his films because you told us about them.
There's a film in particular which
one?
How the fuck it got kind of how the hell it got made, let alone still exist in any kind of form. Vapors, which is one of his first ones, and it's basically in a bathhouse, set in a bathhouse.
Oh, yeah.
So you can imagine what the subject matter is. But it's one of those films you sort of like watch and you go, that puts a lot of stuff in context for where his career kind of went, and how he kind of thinks about the female characters in his films.
So did he go into pornography eventually?
I think he did some. Vapors is not porn by any means, but it is a very lightly coded, very gay film. Gay male, obviously, but when you see his later films and how the female characters are kind of sort of, he was sort of known as being a bit of a misogynist, to say the least, or kind of screaming face. He's a bit of a prima donna, from what I understand. But Vapors is a genuinely interesting film. As a bit of a peek into the psyche of this director.
I bought a box set.
There was this weird shit.
You told me to check them out, and I did. There was I bought a box set with 3 of his films. I'll see if I can find it. The Andy Milligan one. It was recently. It wasn't that long ago.
There was one that had about 6 or 8 of his.
That might have been the one I got. That was the one from Severin, The Dungeon of Andy Milligan. I bought that. You got the Ghastly Ones, Legacy of Blood, Bloodthirsty Butchers, Carnage. That was the one I bought. That was the one. And I watched those movies, and they were pretty good, man.
They're interesting, just because, I mean, it is like every film that he does, with the exception of Vapors, funny enough, does feel like it's got the local Amdram doing the acting. There's this weird aesthetic to it, to the whole thing. Especially when it's the Ghastly Ones, as for instance, has this sort of period drama kind of thing going on in it, but it's only vaguely so. You barely notice the fact they're in this sort of late 1800s clothing. You know what I mean?
That sounds like, I don't know if you remember, but this is going back years. This maybe 10 years or whatever now. But it was when I first really started getting into, well, not when I first got into them, but when I started to buy the DVD and Blu-ray version, the Jean Roland stuff. And I remember I sent you one, you went, "Oh, I never really liked him." And I was like, "No, I'm proper into him." Glenn, you were like, "You found your Jess Franco."
Yes.
I remember you said that was, you were like, "You found your Jess Franco,
yeah.
John. You should start making videos about Jean Roland."
Those Euro exploitation directors were just fascinating. Just about every one of them. Even Bruno Mattei, who I'm not a fan of, mostly because he worked with Claudio Fragrasso so often, and he is an appalling fucking actor.
Absurd is Bruno Mattei.
No, Absurd was Joe D'Amato.
Oh, Joe D'Amato. Yes, Joe D'Amato.
Yeah.
Right. Who was Bruno Mattei? What were the
Bruno
ones?
Mattei did kind of Zombie Creeping Flesh.
Oh, yes.
Rats.
Nice.
Not Rats. Is it Rats?
Rats has got plenty of pornography in it.
He did all the really, really cheesy shit, basically. Claudio Fragrasso was responsible for
the world masterpiece of Solitude, sorry.
Yeah.
They all are.
Claudio Fragrasso wrote Zombie Creeping Flesh. And
I really like Zombie Creeping Flesh. It's really good.
It's a bad movie. It's kind of funny. I struggle with it a little bit because the dialogue is god awful.
Well, they all are, man. Let's be fair.
I mean, supremely explicitly extra awful. But that's Claudio Fragrasso, because apparently they insist on it's like what was it? I want to say Gremlins, but it's not.
Well, it's the one. I mean, Creeping Flesh is the one where they're pretty much wearing the same clothes as Dawn of the Dead, right?
Exactly.
It's they've got the same jumpsuits on. You know, the same blue jumpsuits. They've got some of the Goblin music's in it, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, they took that in kind of vast waves.
But I love it. I love the bit at the end when it's like everybody survives, and then all of a sudden they just get so stupid and they all get ripped to bits for nothing. But they all do. They survive all the way through, and then at the end, everybody's just started to
yeah. She gets the kind of eyeballs popped out from the inside, and it's like, you know what?
But Gary's just said Joe Tomato.
Yes. Joe D'Amato is actually an interesting director. Because he did
Absurd's a great film.
Yeah, I went to a whole bunch of his stuff, which is actually really quite fascinating.
We did Anthropophagus, right, as well, with the same actor.
Just trying to the other hell. Because he did the zombie films for Grasso, Zombie 2, Zombie 3.
Oh man, Zombie 3 is the birds, right? Is that the one with the
Beyond Darkness? And that was a film that was basically
great.
They basically cobbled a whole bunch of films together and shoved this thing in.
But
it's Zombie 3, The Birds, whatever.
The Birds, that's what I was thinking of, The Birds.
Yeah.
But Beyond Darkness has got a great soundtrack by Goblin, right?
Probably because they kept ripping them off.
That's maybe so. It's probably music from other Goblin soundtracks. I was thinking.
It's probably Dawn of the Dead kind of flipped and slowed down.
Slowed down and rewinded. I bought 88 films. When 88 films first came out, they released a DVD of Beyond Darkness, and that's when I saw it for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never even saw that on VHS.
Yeah,
I got Beyond Darkness on a DVD from 88 films.
Mm. Well, Fragrasso also did Troll.
Is that they're eating them? And that's Troll 2, isn't it? Troll 2.
They're eating her, and then they're going to eat me. Oh my god! Yeah, and apparently the reason why because that is an American cast.
Yes.
Right. The reason it's so bad is because they insisted that they read it word for word from what is on the script. There was no, okay, you speak the language better than we do, make it sound natural. It's like, no, that's whatever's on that script is exactly what you say. And that was the point I kind of went for. Grasso's a dick.
He just won't let them have any no dream at all.
He thought his words were so sacred that nobody could actually improve upon them. It's a bit like, what the fuck are you thinking?
There was so many great films, man. I mean, there was. But bad films that were so great. I mean, I remember Zombie Holocaust.
Zombie Holocaust, yeah.
The one that was with the voodoo and the girl with the chicken on the bed and the hat and everything. That was so great, that Zombie Holocaust. That was so bad it was good. It was really good. I really liked that movie a lot.
I think, a lot of people do. I'm a little unusual in that I kind of look at Fragrasso's work and it just frustrates me more than it entertains me. Oh, yeah. It's the same with Zombie Creeping Flesh. Because it's like there's lines in Zombie Creeping Flesh that really kind of make you go, and it's like they kind of like, okay, at the beginning when it
first gets out, the chemical spill,
stuff, whatever,
with the guys in the lab,
again, that kind of it's Operation Sweet Death,
and then everybody runs out and the helicopter takes off and.
Which is like, initiate Operation Sweet Death.
I love those movies.
And I kind of listening to that and going, does that sound right in Italian? Is that the problem? Is the problem just the translation? Or is it that Grasso is such a hack?
Total hack. He's using the same costumes and the same soundtrack as another movie, man. He's a total hack.
Oh, that's funny. I mean, that is genuinely one of the funniest scenes in film history. Is when she's they get to the island or whatever,
and the corner and
she's like kind of like, okay, natives are over there. Okay, I must go to talk to them. Camera pans in, zooms in. It's like, oh, what?
Well, man, like I was saying earlier on, you made that great documentary, man, about cannibal films, and there was the one with Ursula Andress, the Mountain of the Cannibal God.
Yeah.
And why did that even need to happen in that film? It was just everyone was saying Ursula Andress in this film. Can we get her to take her top off, please?
I don't think she took much persuasion.
Oh, you can tell in that movie. You've got Stacey Keach in that movie, man.
Yeah, some great actors in it.
Exactly, it was a good film.
And it is one of those films. And I think I said it in the. The thing I contributed to the Blu-ray for it, that it is one of those films that kind of does the Mondo thing to some extent, but it's kind of a hybrid. It's like drama, very slow stuff, walking through the jungle. Oh, leaves. Oh, river. Oh, spider, snake, Mondo footage, mongoose. 10 more minutes of walking through the jungle.
Quarter Monday.
10 more minutes of walking through the jungle. Oh, here comes another snake. Ooh, and it does that until it gets to the point of the film where they go, oh, we've got to remember what the point of this movie is. And then you get stuff like the whole kind of the waterfall scene and all that kind of stuff, which is really genuinely great.
It's great, I know.
But my God, you have to sit through some stuff to actually get to it. But it doesn't necessarily. That is actually quite a good film. Genuinely. It is,
but at the same time, though, when you look at something like a Cannibal Holocaust, it's a lot faster. Ruggero Deodato was making a much more exciting film than the were with the Mount of the Cannibal God. He was, but it was the only time he nailed it. It was, I mean, I didn't like Cut and Run. It was okay. I mean, like his latest slasher films were Body Count was all right.
Yeah,
it was, but Cannibal Holocaust was one of those things where it was like he was in the right place at the right time with the right people, you know, and he
nailed it.
And he nailed it, right?
He absolutely nailed it. Yes, Cut and Run is trying too damn hard to be an American action film.
Wait, I mean Richard Lynch and stuff. It's like, and he cast good actors. He did, but it's just it has. I think it was the other day I was speaking to a friend of mine about Trauma, who was in the chat earlier on, actually, Dave James.
Yeah, and
he just watched Trauma for the first time. The Dario Argento film with Brad Dourif and Asia Argento and Piper Laurie and, you know, James Russo, all these great actors. And he said there's just something that doesn't mesh with it.
No.
And it was, I think that's what it was like.
I think it's a bit of a schizophrenic film in some respects.
Right.
It wants to, on one hand, be a jungle adventure film. And then it's trying to mix in all this American action.
Yeah.
And I don't think Deodato does American action very well.
No,
it doesn't fit into the movie.
Yeah,
but then it turns into sort of like an ultra-violent A-Team as well.
It does definitely, yes.
It's a very strange film. Whereas Cannibal Holocaust, it's essentially two films, kind of hybrid, but they mesh really, really well. So you got the kind of cinematic stuff, that layer of stuff. But then you've got this other stuff which you weren't fucking expecting, certainly not at the time. All that kind of found footage type stuff.
I love that. I love it.
You know, and it is one of the few times that found footage has really been used incredibly effectively.
Well, it's great. It is. Yeah. I mean, it's the people saying, "Can we even release this?"
Yeah.
And in the end of the movie, they say, "Yeah, we probably can." Right? It was his best. It was a young guy, I think, really brash, really out there. Just decided I'm going to do it. Did it, and I think that's when you get some of the best films.
And the thing is, it was so original for what it was.
It still is original. I think
it kind of echoes a lot of the Mondo stuff. You know, that is kind of the point of it. That's part of the inspiration was Mondo cinema.
Yeah.
Which clearly affected him a hell of a lot and probably outraged him as well.
Yeah.
So he did this thing and he did it in that style and he made all the same mistakes as Mondo filmmakers make.
I mean, just for anybody who doesn't know, Glenn, who's going to watch it, Mondo is documentary mixed with fiction, right?
It's basically, it's a kind of hyper-real documentary.
Would you say like Faces of Death?
Yeah, Faces of Death was kind of like one of the later iterations. Mondo Carne, which is kind of why it's called the Mondo genre. Yes. Mondo Carne meaning dog's world.
Yeah, dog's life, yeah.
Or it's world. A dog's world.
Yeah.
Basically was kind of travelogue type material. So they would go from place to place around the world. But the twist with Mondo was that they tended to kind of err towards the more spectacular and the outrageous, rather than being a kind of like, okay, here we're going to see the Madagascan mongoose. This is like kind of like, here we're going to see the mating ritual of the local males of this island somewhere out in the South Pacific.
Driving, exactly.
And that's kind of what it was. It was usually hypersexual. So there's like lots of nudity, particularly black nudity, because that was easier to get past.
That was the documentary footage that they had from a lot of things as well, right? I imagine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they went and took all that kind of stuff, but that sort of Mondo Carne did two editions of that, so Mondo Carne 2. Then they started kind of like going down a more political route, and they started doing stuff like Africa Audio. And otherwise known as Addio Tom. It's the original. And if you're going to watch that film, watch Addio Tom, not Africa Audio. Because the one version's kind of cut for a more Western audience, and the other versions are kind of European audience, if you know what I mean. The one's more American. But there's a whole bunch of stuff about colonialism. And it has a kind of mocking, superior type commentary runs over this stuff. This is a very common thing in Mondo. So it's sort of morphed from the sexual to the political, and then it going from the political to more extreme stuff like death. So Faces of Death came out of that.
Yes.
And then, of course, it went from Faces of Death to stuff like Traces of Death.
Yes.
Which are kind of like even more explicit, more kind of current, more kind of disjointed. So it's like kind of, we're going to watch all of this kind of scenes of carnage. Faces of Death had a point. It had a narrative. As bad as it may be.
And from what I remember as well, Traces of Death was more dramatized than Faces of Death was. There was a lot more stuff that was shot to be added into Traces of Death, right?
Traces and a lot of its ilk were basically just kind of stock footage,
right?
For the most part.
Collector Adam saying hi. Hi, John and Glenn. Kerry, hope you're all doing well. Sorry I can't join you this evening. Just swinging by to say hi. Hope you're having a blast watching these great films. Catch you on the next one. Great. Well, we did watch In the Mouth of Madness, but now we're just talking about Africa Audio.
Africa Audio. Yeah, so basically the whole kind of thing sort of went from kind of something with a narrative to basically stock footage.
Yes.
So they found all the worst and most graphic stock footage that they could find, put it together, barely a narrative. However, I think it was it'll be in the 90s. A film called Executions was made, which a lot of people kind of went, oh, it's a snuff movie, and it's not.
I've never seen that one, Executions.
Executions was a British-made documentary. It's kind of lumped in with Mondo to some extent. Just because of the rather the nature of it is very kind of like extreme, because it's basically a documentary on kind of methods of execution around the world throughout history, with a moral kind of narrative.
Was Executions on the Section 3 list?
No, it was way past that. It was.
I've never seen it. I've never. I'll have to check it out. I've never seen it.
I do have it because I actually got it. The thing was,
sounds like we're the most perverted. I've never seen that one.
It's actually got a BBFC certificate, right? So it got 18 rated.
All right.
So it went through the BBFC, and they went, actually, this is kind of
documentary.
It's real. It's serious what he's doing. It's not kind of glorifying it. But that's probably one of the later ones. But loads of death, kind of Traces of Death, and all that kind of stuff sort of continued on for quite a while.
The one that really switched it for me this is when I was a student back in the day writing, but actually when I quoted your work on Cannibal Holocaust. When I was at college, this was college. And there's a film called Hearts and Minds, which is a documentary that won the Oscar about Vietnam. And it's one of the most harrowing films I've ever seen. And that was kind of my argument in the paper, was that when I was speaking earlier on about the kind of censors being psychotic, is that how come they can give this film that is real violence? You see kids' skin falling off because of napalm.
Yeah.
You know, you see it even follows 2 soldiers into a Vietnamese brothel. And you see them go in, pay, and they sleep with these 2 prostitutes, and then they come out afterwards, and it shows all this. And this movie was given an Oscar, man, whereas Cannibal Holocaust was banned. and that was kind of my argument in the paper, was like, how can they praise this real violence with an Oscar, and yet this fake violence gets banned? You know, it just seems
it's how serious they're taking it. That's the question.
It seemed so insane to me as a young film fan. It really did.
Yeah, it's not something that you can either, you know, solidly justify either way.
Yeah,
but essentially their justification will be like, you know, this film's serious, this other one is spurious.
Yeah.
And that's all it's about. You know, it's their perception of, does this movie have something to offer to the general audience? And you can argue back and forth, pretty much, is that meaningful? You know, is that correct? Who the fuck are you to tell me that one's
exactly?
You know,
who are you to tell me I can watch this and give it an award, but I can't watch this because it seems it still does seem insane to me. But it's like you were saying earlier on when we were talking about this, you can tell that, I mean, the censors do have a genuine job.
Yeah,
and that's to say this cannot exist. This cannot be seen because it is to the extremes of,
well,
you know, pornography, or it is to the extremes of this. You know,
it all comes down to that phrase, that definition of what is obscene.
Yeah, which
is, you know, does it have the tendency to corrupt or deprave the majority or a significant percentage of those people who may happen to watch it?
Yeah.
And that's a very open statement.
It is.
You know, or a question, you know, what is this thing? And that's the tricky thing. Anything legal tends to have that kind of grey fuzz around it. And there's a point to that. If you're cynical, you'll say it's because they want to be able to pick and choose what they want to prosecute. If you're not being cynical, you pretty much say the same thing.
Yeah.
Because you've got to have wiggle room to sort of go, okay, where does society sort of stand on this stuff? And that's the balancing act. And I'm not trying to defend censorship.
No, not at all. Not at all. I understand what you're saying.
But you have to understand the mindset of those guys.
I understand. I mean, there's a great line from Christopher Lee when someone asked him about violence. I used it in a video I made a couple of months ago. And someone said to Christopher Lee, you know, you make these horrible films where you're sucking blood from people, you know, and he said, look, do you think it, and the question was, do you think these films have an effect on people? And he said, well, they will, yes. But on, you know, 1% of people that obviously have problems already.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that's not coming from me. That's coming from Christopher Lee.
I mean, at the end of the day, what is the lowest common denominator that you sort of level society at? You know, everything's got a risk.
They said you can't blame the art because, you know, there's been beheadings since Goya. You know, there's Goya, Satan devouring his son. You know, there's Shakespeare. There's, you know, the Titus when they rip the girl's arms off and stick twigs in her arm sockets. There's beheadings. There's matricide. All that stuff in Shakespeare. There is.
Yeah, and because it's written, it's safe.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right, I just got a nip. I'll be right back.
Cool. I need to
keep chatting.
I need to go to the toilet as well. I was thinking.
2 minutes, folks.
2 minutes. But it's a funny conversation, man. It is. I mean, there's so much that you can say about certification. I mean, it's like I've always said, I believe in certification, but I didn't believe in censorship. And that was always a standard viewpoint that I kind of had of that right from being a student. Like when I was a college student, when I was writing these papers, when I actually quoted Mr. Lampy Man 101 right over there about his film on Cannibal Holocaust. And I was just thinking, who the hell is going to tell me what I've got the right to watch and what I haven't got the right to watch? And I always thought that was just psychotic. I thought the censors was psychotic because they couldn't tell what was right from wrong. Do you know what I mean? It's like I can tell what's fake, but they can't tell what's fake. So who are they to tell me that I can't tell right from wrong? And that's what I always thought about censorship. And we were talking about Cronenberg earlier on, and I remember the whole thing with Crash that we were talking about. And it just seemed silly to me that a film like Crash was banned in places. It did. It's a film about sexuality. It's a film about connection. It's a very human film, as a lot of Cronenberg's films are. And I just couldn't see why somebody was saying, you can't say this. I really can't. Here, the censors follow the UK's lead in terms of censorship. So that's in Ireland, Kerry. Kerry's from Ireland. And banning movies. It wasn't until 1995 when a film called The Running of the Country was released that they relaxed. What was The Running of the Country about? But it's the age-old discussion, isn't it? It really is. It's like, does it affect people? I'm not sure it does. I think I agree with Vincent Price in that there is people who might be affected by it, but that's not because of the films themselves. I think that's because there's already underlying problems. But I mean, I'm nobody. I'm just a guy who's read some books, so I don't really know what I'm talking about anyway. I just know that I know what I'm talking about in terms of my experience of it, my experience of studying it. I was just saying, Glenn, in terms of certification and stuff, it's like, I'm nobody. I'm not. All I know is what I've read and what I've seen, and I know that it's never affected me in that way. I enjoy it. I celebrated it. I celebrated the violence of A Dawn of the Dead. We had a good time with it. Me and my friends did. We'd crack open a few beers and would watch it and would have a good time with it. We really would.
Well, I always kind of like, people ask me, why do you enjoy this stuff? My housemate, she says, why do you enjoy, watching scary movies? And my best response is basically that as a kid, I used to have like real hard nightmares.
Me too, funnily enough.
Horrible nightmares, night terrors, I guess you could call it. To the point that, I'd wake up, I couldn't speak. When I started watching horror films, that went away. It's kind of like there's something about that stuff, confronting it in such a safe format, that it's kind of, to some people, it's kind of therapeutic.
It is to me.
To everyone.
I'd say definitely to me, yes. Definitely to me, I would say. I'm going to nip and grab a beer as well and go to the toilet, if that's all right.
Yeah, go for it.
It's like the third time I've nipped off, I know, but I need to get a fridge right here, but this time is actually to go to the toilet.
Yeah, and a bucket.
And a bucket. A bucket, and a brush, and a doctor. We need all this stuff.
But yeah, basically, for the rest of you, it's essentially because I used to have nightmares as a kid. I was quite a nervous child, and horror films I found kind of chased that away. It's kind of weird to try to describe quite how that worked, but I don't know. It did. It is what it is. Those things of the idea of sort of watching this kind of stuff, and it's sort of almost being like an exorcism of those fears and those worries, those concerns. Took it from out of my head and kind of put it on the screen where I could confront it in a much safer kind of way. And it worked for me. It's not going to work for everyone. Some people get nightmares because they watch horror films. It was quite the opposite for me. Basically, a love story across borderlines, i.e. a Southern boy and Northern girl. It was called to be banned because of certain sexual scenes, but they relented that it was an Irish film. Okay. I really want to try and find a way of getting the chat up, but I can't do that. So Try not to get too much dead air. It's been a kind of a random evening, hasn't it? Oh, here he comes. It's been kind of a random evening. Hello.
Indeed, yes, I agree.
You'd hear me all the way from there.
I don't know if can you remember the first stream I ever did with you, Glenn, and I forgot to turn the mic off, and the toilet was right next door in the flat I was living in.
Yeah. I mean, luckily, I eventually found the microphone.
I know. I remember you
basically muted your channel.
So the first stream I ever did, I think it's available.
Well, we heard your stream, didn't we?
On Glenn's channel, you actually hear me going to the toilet for like 2 seconds. Aye.
I think if I remember right, I was kind of laughing about it. Oh, no.
I didn't understand the streaming world. It was the first one I'd done. Oh my goodness.
It was kind of funny.
Oh, it is definitely. But it was a deep sound coming from old Bobby Peru.
It sounds like Heineken, that one.
I've actually moved up in the world now.
Oh my God. Still a wife beater.
But no, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? Talking about all this. It always is. I think we could just record any of our conversations and they'd be Oscar worthy.
How many times have we kind of like sat here and just kind of shot the breeze
for like 4 hours without
times. Actually recording the goddamn thing?
There's so many conversations. Me and you I remember a couple of months ago, me and you just sat up until I think it was about 4 or 5 in the morning talking about Dario Argento for about 4 hours. It was just like... But we probably got in depth by the end of the night.
Yeah. God knows what the conversation was like by the end of it. But I don't remember there being quite so much beer. But that's a good thing.
Random, sure, but fun as well.
But for those that play now, I showed this earlier, but I just get it the right way up, Glenn. This is a film I'm going to be watching tomorrow, I hope, because I've been meaning to catch up. My brother recommended it, so if any of you know if that's any good.
Does anyone know the last video store? There was a couple, though. There was another one that you had that I hadn't seen, going Schism or something, or not Schism, Scram. Shram. So I've never seen that one. I'll be really interested in that.
People be kind of like mentioning it on streams in the past, and I saw it for like about £8 in FOP. So I kind of went, yeah. That is one of the good things about being in Cambridge. They've got a good DVD shop in town.
There's a couple I want at the minute. I'd love to get in the Mouth of Madness, the 4K from Arrow. I would love to, but I just can't afford it. It's £35. They also did Miss 45 by Ferrera. I'd love to get that too, but I already have a Blu-ray of it from, I think it's a French label. They released the Blackout, Miss 45, and something else.
Yeah,
but there's a few I'd love to get, but I just wish I could. I wish I could afford them.
You get there.
I know I will. I'll get the merch. Hey, Timbo Bill, thanks for joining us. People of the Ghetto, good evening. That's Timbo coming in there.
You have at least got the other versions of it.
So Timbo's saying Minty here. Do you know Miss Minty, Glenn?
Hello, Minty.
Oh, Glenneth, there you go. Glenneth is here. We were discussing FOP the other week in Cambridge. Yes, we were.
It's a very good store.
There's one in London in Covent Garden, which is... can you remember Shameless? I used to collect all the Shameless videos.
They still do them.
There was 2 labels, Shameless and Redemption. Remember Redemption as well?
Mm-hmm.
And Redemption used to do all the kind of great
Eurosex movies.
Yeah, the Eurosex movies.
Yeah.
And when FOP first opened, that's where I used to go and get the Shameless and the Redemption stuff from. Mm-hmm. And the one here in Covent Garden, they still get all the Shameless stuff before everybody else. So I usually go and buy it there. Even though there was a few Shameless ones that were cut, I seem to remember.
Yeah.
But I still went and bought them, all of them. I think Shameless released the first New York Ripper that I saw.
Mm. Yeah, and it's good. It's gonna. I think it's a cut version.
It was cut, the Shameless version.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a film I particularly enjoy.
I like it. I like the red herrings. I think it's pretty funny. I like the whole freeze frame stuff and all that. But it's probably Fulci's, when people call him misogynistic, that's the one that they'll go to.
It is very much so. I mean, he's known for it, and I've had so much criticism in the past about kind of like pointing that out, but it's like, oh, you know, you're kind of SJW and all that kind of stuff. It's like, no, literally, it's woman hate.
It's not a very nice movie.
No, it's not.
But I mean, my favorites Don't Torture a Duckling, and that's not a very nice movie towards women either. I mean, the way the woman takes her clothes off and kind of, you know, tempts the kid and stuff. It's not a very flattering view of women. It really is.
No, he never did have that. That's the thing. And he was famously quite a shit to most of his.
Yeah, apparently he wasn't very nice to McCall and stuff, was he? Apparently he wasn't very nice.
Oh, she never took any nonsense. She actually kind of commanded a certain amount of respect from him. But it was basically because she was a very confident, very strong woman who would not really put up with any of his nonsense. She's
great in the movies too.
Yeah, she's a really good actress. Very solid actress. I mean, The Beyond, McCulloch and McCall and Fulci, obviously.
Who's the guy who gets the flipping his head crushed at the end? Who was in Enter the Ninja? Is it George? George Eastman? Is it George Eastman? No, that's not George Eastman. George Eastman's Anthropophagus.
Yes, but he's been in a lot of Italian movies.
Yeah, he was that guy, man. He was great. Because I always thought he was going to survive City of the Living Dead, and then his brain just gets squashed at the end.
I guess he's not coming back for the sequel.
But I always thought he would have lived through that guy.
Yeah. In the Mouth of Madness, limited edition, 4K UHD, $29.99.
Where's that from?
Amazon.
That 30 quid's
still too much for you.
May as well be 30 million for me at the minute. It really is, honestly. All I'm doing is I'm a poor filmmaker at the minute, Glenn. I really am.
Struggling artist.
I'm a struggling artist. Yes, I'm editing 2 movies, short films at the minute. I'm editing a film for Squabblebox, who was in the chat earlier on After Hours, which I'm quite excited about, actually. It's Scorsese film, and I'm also planning my own short film at the minute, which I've just storyboarded. I'm making with a local writer here, Paul Stone. But man, it's none of it's making us any money.
You're gonna make that multi-million blockbuster, man.
I will eventually. I've got to. I should make Zombie Flesh Eaters 7.
Zombie 99.
Zombie 99.
Oh no. Hang on. Got one better. Zombie 69.
69 dudes.
Could be done in a
Timbo saying Fulci treated his women mean. Yep, apparently he did. Apparently he did.
Yeah, he's a bit of a bugger.
Tito Brass, I always found amusing with his fetishes. I like.
Oh yeah,
I've got my own fetishes too. I love Tito Brass's movies.
See, that's the thing. Tinto Brass.
Both got great soundtracks too. Tito Brass's movies.
Tinto Brass is kind of semi legit, isn't it?
Well, it's because he was a good filmmaker.
Yeah,
his films were obviously erotic films, but he was a really good director.
Yeah,
his films look fantastic.
Franco being very wildly variant.
In particular, Cheeky. I really like Cheeky by Tinto Brass. I think Cheeky's a really good looking movie.
Oh yeah.
But that's just my own opinion.
We'll mention no Caligula's.
I was going to say, Tinto Brass is originally, well, not originally, but she would say iconically put the hardcore scenes into Caligula, right?
No, that was Guccione.
Who's
basically the because it was I think it was financed by Playboy.
Yes, it was. Yes.
So they basically, we want more TNA. So they kind of apparently all the legit actors went out one door, and all the porn actors came in the other door at the end of the evening. The crew just like kind of like, okay, oh, here we go.
Well, apparently John Gielgud had no problem with it.
Oh no, he had no problem.
He loved it, didn't he?
He was like, kind of like, oh,
in his element.
He went to Malcolm McDowell, and he was like, kind of like going, "Oh, love, you should see how much cock is out there."
There's a great interview. I love Cat People with Malcolm McDowell. I think Cat People is like a masterpiece. I do.
Yeah,
it's much better than Piranha 2. But anyway, there was this whole thing with Cat People where there's a great interview with Malcolm McDowell in, like, I think it was 2005. And he says, I'm sure that it must have been in my contract with my agent that I had to get my cock out in every film I was in from like 1972 to 1982. It was like every film I was in, I had to take my pants off.
Didn't seem to mind too much.
He didn't, did he? I know he didn't.
No,
he
no,
really didn't.
Very bold actor in that front.
Tinto Brass has the word ass in his name. He does. He does indeed. And Cheeky was totally about ass. It's a great film. Asses riding bikes, everything. Caligula is extreme. It is extreme.
There's nothing quite like the Euro sexploitation now. It's just a wonderful kind of subgenre of movies.
Totally.
Was it Hustler?
I saw you were saying was it Hustler?
I think it was Hustler.
I think it was Playboy. I thought it was Playboy.
I'm pretty sure it was Playboy, but it could. I could be wrong on that front.
Well, do you know what it is, Solitude? Though, to be fair, the last version of Caligula I have is an old DVD released by I think it's not Severin. It's the one with the coin that spins at the beginning. That's the last version I bought. Man, I can't remember the label's name. Janus Films. Janus Films, that's the last version of Caligula I bought. So I didn't buy the extended cut or whatever. But the last one I had was the director's cut, apparently, which was the Janus Films one. That's the last version of Caligula I bought. And it was fantastic. I think it's a brilliant film. It is. That's exactly what it is, Timbo. I agree. It's an arty porn film. There's a few of those. There is. There's. I remember me and you, Glenn, had a
Penthouse.
Penthouse. There you go. So none of us were right.
Hey, come on! I got the first letter right.
You did. It was Penthouse. There you go.
Penthouse.
And the Mafia funded it too. I think the Mafia funded half of it.
Most likely. Yeah.
I know they did. I recently bought the 4K of Chainsaw Massacre. An interview with Kim Henkel.
I did need a 4K of Texas Chainsaw.
I know it was.
There's a higher resolution in the original material.
I know it doesn't look any. It doesn't give it any justice. It doesn't. It looks too clean. It doesn't look gritty anymore.
No, that loses so much when you do that.
You lost a lot. It did. But there's a great interview with Kim Henkel, which is an older interview with him. It must be on some other release that I don't have because it was an archive thing. But he talks about the fact that the Mafia distributed Chainsaw Massacre. I think they called them Vortex Films. And they didn't make any money from it because it was the Mafia totally ripped them off and released the film. So I guess the Mafia must have been involved in a lot of films back in the day.
A lot of films, especially with the independent stuff.
Right.
Absolutely, it was. It's a great way to launder your money.
Those pervy Italians. But then again, Solus, you just said you're correct. It's Playboy. So there you go. So Playboy, Penthouse, and Hustler. I'm sure they all had some kind of hand in it.
Well, I mean, it's like, who do you think supplied the actors on the B cast, shall we say? And when to say B, we mean but.
One of my favorite. I love Abel Ferrara, and he did 9 Lives of a Wet Pussy.
Yeah,
and I think it was Severin released it. Was it Severin? I can't remember, but somebody did a Blu-ray of it anyway. And up until then, all I had was an old VHS copy of it that I only watched once, I swear. but after that, I thought, oh, cool! There's a Blu-ray release of it.
I remember watching it when I was probably way too young. There was a porn version of Alice in Wonderland, Alice Beyond the Looking Glass, or something like that. It's quite an incredible film in so many respects.
Well, one respect.
Well,
definitely.
I mean, obviously, it made an impression on me in so many sort of respects. But
there's a
but
lot of
it's a proper film as well. That's the thing.
well,
It's like
a lot
back
of them
in the,
are.
yeah, back in the day, they if you look at modern
Well, I
pornography,
mean,
it is basically
Deep Throat's a pretty good film.
yeah.
I
It's got some,
mean, the way it's shot, the story, it's got a story to it. That clits in the
I
place.
mean,
It's
you
got
know
a
why
signal.
they
It's like,
why that took off, right?
why?
Basically, it was a way of asserting the First Amendment in America,
Wow.
because pornography was supposed to have no artistic value. That's kind of part of the way they delineated it from any other kind of
In the
film.
midst of all this porn, we've got to say goodnight to Kerry because she's just said goodnight.
Good night.
Good night, Kerry. We'll leave you with all this pornography we're talking about.
Yeah, basically, it was it was a way of actually be able to kind of film and release this stuff and still be able to assert the First Amendment in America, because if it had a story, you could claim artistic value, and that's why be it Deep Throat or Debbie Does Dallas, they have a pretty threadbare sort of story. It's cheesy as fuck.
Especially Debbie Does Dallas. That really is a threadbare story.
But there's a story there. So they can.
There is. I mean, there was. Yeah. I mean, I really got into Lynn Lowry because of Shivers and because the film she was in and the I Drink Your Blood, and so I really got into Lynn Lowry. And she did the score when she was young, which was but there's a story there. There really is.
Yeah,
and it's a good film. I really think it's a good movie.
You've seen Angela the Fireworks Woman, haven't you?
Yeah, the Craven film. Yes.
Yes. Although he denied it.
Well, he's
kind
in
of look at you go.
He's
in it. Yeah,
he looks like Freddy Krueger. He's got the hat on. He's like,
it looks like a Craven film. He stars in it. And it's got all his fucking actors in it. And it's also got the soundtrack from Last House. You go, I mean, how much can you deny it, man? I mean, just get your fingerprints right the hell over all this bloody movie.
He's actually, oh man, that's so great that he denies it. It's like, there's that scene where he's in the hat and he spins around and he's like,
yeah, it's
got the hat on and everything.
It looks like an early Pink Floyd video.
It does. It was that's what was good about his stuff. I mean, The Hills Have Eyes, man. I really do like it. Like we did the watch along last week. It's a great film. That it really is. I mean, the way that it's on edge. He shot it with a Roger Corman crew. He was a good director, man. Craven. He was. I mean, no John Carpenter, but he was a good director.
But it's amazing how many of those kind of directors did come from those kind of roots, just like Abel Ferrara and so on and so forth. There's loads of them did that kind of stuff because it made money. They were in the situation that you're in some respects, and you go, they had no money. They needed to put a roof over their head and food on the table. They made this stuff. And a lot of it had some actual legitimate artistic value.
Artistic merit, I was going to say artistic merit.
Have you ever seen Behind the Green Door?
Yes, with Marilyn Chambers.
That's a hell of a film in some respects.
She's great, Marilyn Chambers.
Yeah, she's a really good actress, actually.
I saw that because of Rabbit. And obviously Cronenberg saying, oh, yeah, she was in this porno film called... I'd never seen it before then. I thought, I'm going to check it out because she was so good in Shivers. I thought, I'm going to watch this porn film. I was, really, because...
It's that final sequence.
I know.
I've never seen a cum shot in a film. Actually, it looked like 2001's finale.
It's fantastic. But it's like the girl next door discovers a whole new world, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that film is about.
It's very strange. It's a very strange film.
It's psychedelic.
Yeah. Very much so.
Psychedelic porno. It really is. I mean, it's no wonder it was so popular.
Yeah.
Really. But I mean, I didn't know that. I mean, I know it now, but obviously, because I'm obsessed with those early Cronenberg films. I really am. I think they're the best things he ever did. I love his later work. I think Existenz is a work of art as well. But the first two films, Shivers and Rabid, they're just so like, they've got. He was a filmmaker who didn't know what he was doing, but he made two perfect films.
They are very efficient and very to the point. They are directed to it an inch of their life in that kind of respect.
I think I love him talking about Shivers when he says the first 2 days he shot, he thought, I can't do this. He said, I was watching the dailies and the playback of what they shot, and the heads were the wrong size in the frame. The shots didn't look right. And he was like, shit, I can't do this. But then he says, I kept doing it. And then eventually by the third day, they were better. 4th day, they were better. 5th day, they were better. And then all of a sudden they turned great. But it's just the way that he could cast someone like a Lynn Lowry who was comfortable with nudity. He could cast someone like a Marilyn Chambers who was comfortable with it. But he made these totally legitimately, I think, they're wonderful films. I really do. And I mean, Shivers, I can't speak highly enough about it. I really can't. I was an awkward little teenage boy, and I saw Shivers, and it made me think, well, I'm not that weird because other people have these. Honestly, Glenn, I promise.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, that was a big film in my, learning about life. Because I was like, okay, I'm not that weird because this guy's done this. I can be weird too. It was like almost giving me permission to be strange. I love that about Shivers. I do. I think it's a masterpiece of horror.
It's the power of independent movie making, though, isn't it?
It is.
Because it is a very personal expression, as opposed to being, oh, okay, this has got to be audience friendly. This is somebody making stories the way they want to make those stories, and that's a powerful thing. The porn was amazing.
Yes, and the porn was amazing. Yes, it still is. It's just what it's just. It's just we don't have to hide it anymore.
It's so easy to kind of like, it can seem to some people so difficult to talk about that kind of stuff.
It's never been difficult for me because of filmmakers like Cronenberg.
Yeah,
it was. I was at first. I didn't want to speak about it. But then when I saw artists like him talking about it, or someone like a Tracy Emin, for example, someone who just brings it out there in the open, it really opened up my little mind, man. But especially Cronenberg and Shivers. It was a big film that was, I mean, I come from a middle-class family in, a tiny little town in the Northeast, I mean, I would say lower-class family, not even middle-class, My dad was worked for the British Gas. My mom put electronic chips and televisions at Philips. And it was, we were growing up there, and it was like my world seemed small, and then someone like Cronenberg opens it up a bit, Really, and Shivers really did that for me. That's why I've got so much respect for it. It just made us think. I was having strange thoughts and thinking, am I strange? And then I saw Shivers and I thought, oh, I'm not that strange. This guy's much weirder. That's really how I felt about it. It's incredible. The same from Plan 9 from Outer Space when I mentioned earlier on, when I went to a bar in Newcastle and we were watching Plan 9 or Glenda. It opens up a whole new world, these films. They really do.
There's something quite amazing. Certainly like with the late 60s, early 70s, and early 80s.
A very vibrant time.
Kind of independent filmmaking that was going on at that time. Because the technology was suddenly there.
Yeah, cool.
Not least on the production side, but also the distribution side. Certainly towards the late 70s and into the early 80s, the kind of films that could be made and released and actually make their money back at the very least, if not make a good chunk of change on top of that, arrived with that technology. Now anybody can make a movie because everybody's got a camera. It's just things have kind of changed to some extent. It's almost so accessible that it's hard to find stuff which is kind of like made by serious film, not necessarily serious kind of
no, I agree. I totally understand what you mean, Clement. I really do. It's like I mean, Tim, what you said, the world was more localized when we were young. It was, wasn't it? It was like it was the area you lived in. You didn't know it, but films opened up the world. You know, they did. They really did. They opened
And
up my world.
that's the
They
thing,
really
when
did, Tim Bowman.
VHS
Opened up my
sort of
world.
rocked up,
Oh man,
and suddenly, Jess Franco films were rocking up into your local video store.
I know.
It's like, the sorts of films that would never get any kind of air time in this country, be it through cinema or be it through TV, and suddenly this, and I hate to use the phrase Euro sleaze, but that's kind of what it's known as. All this stuff sort of appeared, and the aesthetics of it, and the kind of weird morality, all that kind of stuff was suddenly available to you. And it's no wonder the government freaked.
I bet, because all of a sudden there's freedom of expression, probably massively, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Timbo was just saying not everybody can make good music, but they may be able to get a camera, but that doesn't mean that all folks can make decent films. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. I agree. It doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of awful films now, and it's like back. I often think about 1968, 69, right? I mean, 68, 69, you had Easy Rider right next to something like True Grit, with John Wayne, both up for awards. You had The Midnight Cowboy by John Schlesinger. You had these films that were at the forefront of Hollywood changing into something else because of the availability of cameras, Glenn, like you were saying, the eclairs, the cameras that anybody could pick up now, and you could make a 16mm film. It really did change the world, that. But now you don't get a True Grit next to an Easy Rider next to a Midnight Cowboy. You get a crap film next to a okay film next to a decent film, and the decent film gets praised because it's better than the other two crap films. Do you know what I mean? That's what I feel like now. There's so many films made, but there's so many bad films made that the ones that are half decent get more praise because they're better than the half decent ones, but they're still rubbish.
I guess it's like, I suppose you could think of it in terms of like
that was a proper roundhouse way about saying what I was trying to say.
It's like there's so much out there now. I mean, this is the big thing. We've gone from one end of it being a very high bar of entry to being a very low bar of entry.
Yes, exactly.
Into the market.
So you're so much smarter than I am. You can totally nail it when you say it.
There's 1,000 films that could be made by anybody, and finding those films is very difficult.
It is very difficult.
And that's where communities really should be kind of involved and go, I found this thing, it's kind of cool.
Well, that was my experience of film when I first got into movies. I mean, it was like with Romero, for example, because like I say, there was a couple of filmmakers. There was Romero, Carpenter, Sam Peckinpah, and Alfred Hitchcock that I really got into when I was young, and I was collecting the movies. But Romero, when I was a kid, you couldn't just get his films from HMV. No. You had to look for them. It was like, but there was video store guys on. For me, it was a market, Chelsea Street Market. And you would go and these guys would be like, okay, yeah, I've got a VHS copy of Martin, or I've got a VHS copy of, the Crazies. Well, we're getting these films, second, third generation films. Mm-hmm. And there was a community of guys like us that loved these movies. And now I really miss that community. I do. I miss it. I mean, the first time I saw Carnival of Souls was like mind blown, and I took it to a house party. I was like, "Has anybody seen this? It's fantastic! Watch this great black and white movie." And everyone was like, "John, this is rubbish." I was like, "No, it's not. Well, you've had the third spliff, and you'll love it." And they did. It was, I love that, and that's missing. I mean, I'm not a young guy anymore, but I think that's missing now from film. I don't think it's there anymore. That kind of community that we used to have. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean.
Or am I just rambling?
No, I mean, I've kind of long felt that the audience for all this kind of stuff has been spoiled, and a lot of it is down to Hollywood kind of lowering expectations of what a movie is.
Yeah.
It's got to be bigger, louder, flashier. It's got to cost. I mean, the fact that the measure of a good movie or a hyped movie is that they've spent 500 million on this film, therefore it must be good. That's always been the case to some degree, but like now it's like that's what people expect. Right, they fed this slop for such a bloody long time.
Totally.
That the audience is kind of degraded. There's not so many people who are kind of up for that.
There's a great. I know that John Landis isn't the best filmmaker in the world to quote because obviously he killed 3 actors on his set at Twilight Zone, but he's made some really good movies. He made Into the Night, American Wolf in London, Animal House, Schlock, and Kentucky Fried Movie. He's a great director for all his mistakes that he made. And I remember him saying something really similar when he said that there's so much crap gets made now that when something comes out that's a little bit better than the crap, people elevate it above everything else.
And it's not just that; it's that they get so used to a certain type of cadence within a movie that it's got to be kind of in your face, loud, exciting all the time. There's barely any time to breathe in a lot of movies. It's not entirely always the case because as much as people, the movie like Midsummer is divisive.
Yeah,
some people find it really boring.
I thought it was good. I think it's his best film by a mile.
I appreciate films like that kind of take time to.
I definitely thought it was better than Hereditary, like by 1,000,000%.
But there's moments of silence in it, even Hereditary, which is not my favorite film, but I will sit down and happily watch it.
There's one moment you wouldn't believe it, but when that came out, my grandmother just died, and when she turns a light on, she sees the ghost of her grandmother.
Yeah,
I watched it and I thought, that film's whatever. I went to see the pictures. I just thought, that film's whatever. And I came home, and the next morning, when there's like a staircase outside my bedroom, I came outside my bedroom and I hesitated to turn on the light because I was frightened I would see my dead grandmother. And I thought, wait a minute, that film must have affected me more than I realized because I was scared to turn the light on when I got up in the morning.
I like them because they're quieter movies.
And I went back and watched it again.
Yeah, they're quieter movies. They really kind of play on the psyche. At least they're trying to. And that's kind of cool, and a lot of people will dismiss it because they go, Midsummer is boring. It's a lot of waffle. There's a solid story in there.
I looked at it the same way I looked at something like The Wicker Man.
Yeah.
It was a folk horror. I thought of that. Yeah. That's kind of what I looked at it like, or like Blood on Satan's Claw or something. Those like kind of slower, like Hammer horror films. That's kind of how I looked at Midsummer, and I really liked Midsummer. I did. I really liked it a lot. I think she's great, that actress. I think she needs to get more parts. That Florence Pugh, the Florence Pugh. Is it Pugh or Pugh? Pugh. I think she needs to get a few more serious roles because I really like her a lot, and she was great in that.
She was in that Marvel film recently, Thunderbolts.
I haven't seen Thunderbolts.
It's a bit of a weird one for the Marvel universe.
Would you recommend it? Or?
I think it's worth a watch.
Oh, yeah? I'll check it out.
It's a very weirdly paced film for a Marvel film. It's very slow. And the characters aren't immediately likable.
That's interesting for a Marvel film.
Yeah. It takes a real kind of like, it takes a significant amount of time to actually sort of warm to the film. So it does take a certain amount of patience that you have to put into this thing. In that respect, it's kind of worth watching because it's a bit different.
I'll check it out. Langs Metropolis is still a classic. I remember you telling me, Glenn, in fact, I bought it on your recommendation, was Fritz Lang's M with Peter Lorre.
Yeah.
You recommended that to me a couple of years ago, and I bought it, and that's a very horrific film.
Really good film.
It's a really good film, yes. And that was you recommending me to it. Now, I think it was Eureka Blu-ray.
Yeah. It's one of those For those who don't know, M basically
It's
is
a true
about
life murder as well. It was a true
this
case.
chase for this killer who's been killing young girls, and they eventually sort of track him down, and this person puts a chalk-covered hand on his back, and basically wherever he goes around town, he gets basically chased by people.
He was an amazing director, Fritz Lang. Amazing.
And Peter Lorre in that is amazing.
He's a great actor, Peter Lorre.
The crazy thing about it is this character is utterly despicable.
He's a child killer. He's a child murderer.
Bastard. He's the worst kind of piece of shit that you can imagine.
Right.
But his speech in it, when they kind of confront him, I think it's like in a basement or something. They basically chase him, corner him, and he kind of basically turns the tables on them in a rhetorical kind of sense. It is amazing.
And he calls them beasts for chasing him down, and he says they're beasts and they've turned into him.
But it kind of is one of those
because
things.
They want to do to him what he's done to other people. It's really cool.
It's one of those speeches that's almost as powerful as the Charlie Chaplin, The Great Dictator kind of speeches, because it makes you question everything about how you want to see this guy just annihilated. So it's very, very powerful film.
In Carnival of Souls, yes, it's great. The atmosphere. There's a soundtrack on Carnival of Souls that I love, which is a church organ. It's a film I love, Carnival of Souls. There's 3 films in particular, black and white films in particular, that I love. Carnival of Souls and Eraserhead are among them. They're fantastic. I like to watch them together. Carnival of Souls and Eraserhead. I think I've got
at the same time or one after the other.
At the same time, I've got 6 screens.
I've got 3. I can have 3 movies going at the same time.
But I love to watch. I don't know why they've got the same vibe. I think Carnival of Souls and Eraserhead. The medium itself. There are no stories anymore. It's all generic stuff. It is. I know what you mean there, Solitude. It was but I think it comes back to what I was saying before a couple of streams ago. I think a lot of it's more internal now. It's more like filmmakers making films about themselves rather than about anything that's worldly. There was a great interview I saw with Carly Fargeet and Ridley Scott. I've mentioned this before, but Carly Fargeet's talking about The Substance, saying, "Oh no, it's not a horror film. It's a genre film. It's this, and this." And then Ridley Scott just turned around and says, "Have you seen Seconds by John Frankenheimer? It's the same film." It doesn't say that to be nasty. He just says that's the same film. Obviously, you're talking about the same things. It's incredible. There is only so many stories. There really is only so many stories. But it's the way you do it, I think. And
it's what's relevant.
And what's relevant.
That's the thing. It's like when you talk about films like some of the kind of current, current, the more modern films, like things like Midsummer and all that kind of stuff. They're very internal kind of movies. And
they're all about the individual rather than the world.
It's very much one person's view.
Whereas Romero made films about the world. He did. He made films about the world.
Yeah.
Night of the Living Dead's a microcosm of the family.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead's a microcosm about, consumerism.
Yeah.
Whereas,
they were worried about societal problems, weren't they? That's the thing with society. Stuff like that. At the moment, the last 10, 15 years of horror, the best ones have been kind of about sort of internal emotions to some extent.
Definitely. I loved it. Can you remember Saint Maud?
Mm-hmm.
I thought Saint Maud was really great, but it was totally internal, something I couldn't relate to. Because I tend to think about greater problems. I think about the world as a whole. I always have done. But I guess that's because I like filmmakers like Carpenter, who are older hippie type guys, and they look at the world as they live, like Carpenter looked at the world in They Live, or he looked at the world in his other message films, I guess you would say, like And then our Prince of Darkness, if we're not working together, then we're not working. You know, they had a kind of message in those films.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't see that in modern films. I see films about trauma, definitely.
Yeah.
Like Smile, for example, is about trauma. But it's individual trauma. It's not about relating to a world.
I would hasten to add, that's fine.
Oh, totally.
You know,
Of course.
that's the thing. It's just an era of what we're kind of thinking
totally.
about, because these days we think more about kind of
mental health. Yes, definitely. Yes.
All those kind of things. And these are stories that speak to that. Midsummer speaks to that kind of stuff.
Definitely.
Her internal,
but her not being it, she's in a relationship with this guy that likes to cheat on her and all that, and she wants to get away from it, and that's cool, man. There's always been films about that too. There has. There always has. I mean, there's always been love stories. There always has been. But I just think filmmakers now are a lot more self-indulgent than they were before.
I think that's something that will change as society kind of moves. I think at the moment the reason why all that stuff is kind of important is because that speaks to the zeitgeist.
Well, it speaks to the generation that the films are being made in.
Exactly.
It's not my generation now. I mean, I'm like 20 years removed from this generation, you know? So it's like...
We had that stuff in the past, but it was always a kind of, it's a much more sort of fringe issue.
Well, my generation was Candyman, for example. It was, Tony Todd Candyman, Clive Barker. It was Hellraiser. It was films like, to a lesser extent, House on Haunted Hill, the kind of remakes of the older films, you know? It was not as serious as the next generation. It was more, let's all, go out, have a few beers, we'll watch these films. But that's not the next generation. It's not.
No.
And I totally understand that. And I love that. I love Westerns. For example, I grew up watching Westerns. Westerns turned into horrors. I remember John Saxon talking about this. And John Saxon saying in interviews, when people were saying, why did you make Cannibal Apocalypse? And he was just saying, well, because I used to make Westerns. Then the Westerns stopped being made. Horror movies started being made because they were the new low-budget films, where they were Westerns before. So I started acting in Westerns. I mean, that's just the way it goes, you know?
Yeah.
It's not the fact that I don't like modern cinema. It's just it's somebody else's generation.
See, the funny thing is, I would kind of say that Eraserhead is the kind of movie that could be made now.
It still could be, yes.
Because that is a very internal movie. So it speaks to internal trauma. People's kind of like his fear and his injuries that he kind of felt from, the whole parenthood thing, and kind of like, maybe certain aspects of sexual relations and all that kind of stuff. So that is a movie that is very, very close to something like Midsummer.
I would agree. I would agree. Yes, definitely.
So, yeah, I mean, it works both ways. I mean, when you're talking about the John Carpenters and George Romero's, they talk about a bigger societal kind of world.
Well, like I say, Glenn, man, I think it's their generation. I really do. I think it's their generation. I mean, they were in the Watts riots. They were in the Martin Luther King, John F. Kennedy. They were that kind of generation.
I mean, you like that stuff. So I probably got some fairly good news for you in respect to that. I reckon that stuff will make a pretty big comeback over the next few years, because those kind of societal and world kind of issues are very much back in the fore. So that kind of stuff will come back. I pretty much guarantee you. So quote me now, and
you heard it here first.
Hear me now and quote me later, kind of thing.
You heard it here first on Boneyard Cinema from Cynical Side.
It's going to happen because of the world situation. You got to remember the last 25 years has been pretty much peaceful. So there's been relatively little social upheaval,
Well, for
other than a
me,
few blips
I
like
mean, it was
9/11.
the Gulf War, obviously, in the 90s, and then Ireland with the IRA and all that. I mean, I remember all that. And
Yeah, and there's films to sort of address that, but they weren't really. They never really sort of impacted in many respects, other than like something like 9/11
yes,
on a kind of social level, general social level. Because even at the height of something like the Troubles, um, there was the occasional bombing and all that kind of stuff. If you look at Irish cinema from that time, it would be a different story.
it
But
is.
from the mainstream,
It's almost fairy tale
it's
like.
very different.
It's
Yeah.
strange. It is from that time. It was like they were trying to make fairy tale films. It's a really interesting time. Like Into the West and stuff that came out at that time. The really famous ones. It was I did a talk with Gary actually a couple of weeks ago with her and Kieran when we were talking about Irish cinema. And we talked about that whole kind of time. And I'll never forget Kieran said to me, "So what did you think, like John? Did you think all Irish people were awful?" And I was like, "No, I didn't think that because I've got a great father." And my father said, "You know, John, even though they're saying that with the bombing cars in Newcastle, the IRA, he would say just read the books and watch the news and don't believe everything you hear." Do you know what I mean? It was
Well, that's the
fantastic.
thing. I mean, I
Oh,
come from an army family,
oh,
right? So my dad, my real dad, was based over. He was killed. Um, so in some respects, you sort of go,
when he was fighting, or
he was killed in duty. He basically, he was a dog handler that searched for bombs. And he was
right.
killed by a remote controlled bomb. So basically, somebody on the radar with some binoculars went and took him out. I could very easily be the kind of person that goes fuck them all, and but I'm not. And part of the reason is I've got family over there.
Yeah.
You know, although ostensibly my family, my immediate family is English, I do have Irish relatives. I have Irish friends. I've got a very good Irish friend at the moment, who, back in the day would be considered to be the political enemy.
Well,
Right.
me too. I mean, I worked in County Cork. I used to work in a
Mhm.
glass factory in County Cork with one of my friends, Kevin. Now, I was over there for almost 2 years
Mm.
doing stained glass.
Yeah.
I love Ireland. It's a great place. But like I say, I was lucky that I had a father who was like, just don't believe everything you read in the
Yeah.
news,
I mean, I
John.
was born over there, so yeah,
I
it's funny actually because I occasionally take the piss out of my mate. It's like, okay, it's okay because I'm one of you. I was born over there, you bastard. Try and throw it in my face. See what you can. And we have a great relationship, and like I say, I've got family over there and all that kind of stuff. And it's like you can eat, you can take that kind of stuff one way or the other. You can either be the kind of like, I hate all of those people because of this, that, and the other. But I'd like to hope that I've grown kind of past all that sort of stuff.
well,
But
like I say, I was lucky because I had my dad was, he still is, a great guy. And he just always said, John, don't believe what people tell you. Don't believe the media. Just read. If you hear something you think you might disagree with, check it out. Read the books. Look at the history. And that's what I did with Ireland when I was a kid. And for all that the news was saying, this is terrible, they're killing everybody. Of course they weren't. It was just the way it was going.
But getting back to the point, we kind of, we are living in times at the moment which are very politically charged on a
Definitely.
global scale.
Definitely.
And you can pick your sides and all that kind of stuff. But movies will be made on a much bigger, less kind of microscopic level. In fact, they might even sort of do the George Romero thing where you take the grand picture and you make it a microcosm and you try to deal with those problems in that sort of respect. I think the time is ripe for that kind of stuff. and filmmakers will kind of latch into that.
We should make the films.
I can write it for you, but that's probably the best I can do.
Well, I mean, I'm making a couple of them. I'm so flipping. I actually, for all I'm making no money, I'm actually quite busy. I'm making like 3 different films, and I'm making no money at all.
Oh, it's all right. You know what? Like every great artist has to die before they make money.
No, would you agree? Usually, Hollywood films completely lack characterization.
Yeah. I am a massive advocate for mainstream films in particular to concentrate on character. The amount of times I bend John's ear about this, and I'm like, and it's character. It's like with politics, they go, it's the economy, stupid. I'm like,
well, I remember you telling me, which I still do to this day, was, John, whose point of view is the film from? And I remember, and I always did think about that ever since the first time. I mean, this is we've known each other for like almost flipping. It's got to be 12 years now or something, Glenn. It's got to be. It might even be more.
It's about 11, 12 years. Yeah, about 11 years, I think.
But I remember me and you first talking about it, and I can't remember what we're talking about. But you said whose point of view is the film supposed to be from?
Yeah,
and you said that's how you'll understand the film, and I've took that ever since. You told us. I have.
Yeah. For me, it's incredibly important because that's who's telling the story. You can tell a story from a third party point of view, but it's always going to feel sterile to me. You need that bias. You need that kind of point of view. Somebody looking at it through their own eyes, and even if you don't have necessarily a really overt character arc, the character arc should be within at least kind of how they see that world around them. And that's why I think a film like Eraserhead is so wonderful, because it is weird. It's very hard for the average audience member to sort of put themselves into a position where they can sympathize with certain characters and that kind of stuff. But seeing that world through his eyes and understanding why it is he does it, whether you agree with it or not, is kind of important. If you've got the most evil character and you're following that person, understanding what it is and how they look at the world, why do they look at the world in that way? How do they see that world?
It's really interesting, like.
Yeah, it's
and plus Napoleon Wilson from Assault on Precinct 13 is in Eraserhead.
yes, he is.
So there's the John Carpenter connection.
He gets yelled at for about 20 seconds and then fucks off.
What do you say? Damn you, Steve, or whatever it is when that guy comes in.
Yeah.
What does he say? The guy? Damn you, Steve. All right, Paul, or something. I can never remember when the big guy comes in.
Yeah, there's a lot of yelling in that scene. And then kind of.
But that's total black comedy. It's slapstick. It really is.
It's vaudeville.
Total slapstick. I mean, over the top. I mean, it was. There's a film that one of his early films, David Lynch, and he sings a song from Silent Running, the sci-fi film Silent Running. Mm-hmm. There's a song that what's her name, man? Bob Dylan. The proper caught up with Bob Dylan. In the Sun. The song's called In the Sun anyway. It's by what's her name? I can't believe it. She was at Woodstock and everything. I can't remember her name.
Janis Joplin?
No, it was what was that name? But the song In the Sun, she did the soundtrack for Silent Running.
Right.
And then there's an early David Lynch film from the 60s or mid 70s. And he sings In the Sun on the soundtrack. It's him going, In the Sun, like singing this song. And it's so crazy. And I remember watching the interview with him, and he was like, oh, yeah, and the guy was like, why did you put this in this film? It seemed so appropriate to the context of the thing. And he was like, I just like the song, and I thought I'd sing it while the images were happening. It was just so fantastic.
Isn't it the wonderful thing with like
the guy was probably trying to figure out David Lynch, and he was like, I just put the song in because I liked it.
Yeah.
He was like,
I think David Lynch does a lot of that as well, because
Well,
a
that's
lot of the
David
movie
Lynch. I thought
doesn't.
it was him on this
Yeah,
film. It's
yeah.
just
I mean,
singing
that's the
some
thing.
crazy song because he
David
liked it.
Lynch does that because
Right.
it's like you look at like the third season of Twin Peaks, and it's like you've got like 5 minutes, 6 minutes at the end, which is just a random fucking band doing a song.
There was, I did really like there was a couple. I mean, obviously Trent Reznor, and I really did like the guy from Pearl Jam.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really good, and the rest of them I just thought whatever.
The thing is, I mean, they have that Roadhouse kind of vibe, don't they? Every one of them. None of them felt absolutely out of place.
Oh no, not at all. They never fell out of place. It was like it was. I think it was just David Lynch picking it. It was like David Lynch, Top of the Pops, wasn't it? He was just picking bands he liked and putting them in the episodes.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. He kind of went, "I like this band.
I'll stick him in there.
Stick him in there." Yeah, and it works. It doesn't feel terribly spurious.
No, it never did. It never did.
At the end of the day, you could just sort of go, "Okay, I'm not interested. Skip." It's TV. It's all digital these days. So yeah, you can do that kind of stuff. So
when the return aired, it was in the UK. It must have been what? It was 20. When was it? 2017, 2018, around that time. But I actually paid for HBO, the channel, so I could watch it as it aired. So it was like the X-Files or whatever. Back in the day, I was watching the return as it aired, right? And this is crazy, this story. So I was watching it. I paid for HBO Max, whatever it was. I was watching it halfway through. Apparently, it wasn't getting the views that people expected.
They nearly cancelled it, yeah.
Well, like the sixth night in, I tuned in. It was like 2:00 in the morning in the UK because it was ending. This is the States time. And it was Game of Thrones. And this is like 6 episodes in. I went, what the hell? This is Game of Thrones. I thought I was going to be watching The Return. And they'd moved the time slot of The Return because it wasn't doing as well as they hoped. Just like they did with the first and second season of the Twin Peaks. The first time around, I couldn't believe it. I paid money just to see it on HBO.
Yeah.
6 episodes, and then they moved the time slot. I was staying up till 2:00 in the morning to watch them as they aired.
Yeah. I've got to introduce my housemate to Twin Peaks. She's never seen it. That's going to be entertaining. But first time I watched Twin Peaks was
did the young one start with In the Sun? Is that what you were saying, Solitude? The In the Sun? I wish I could remember the flipping guitarist's name. She played all the stuff. I'm gonna have to Google.
Not Ry Cooder.
No. It's she did all the stuff with Dylan, man.
Okay.
In the day. As soon as I see it, we'll all kick ourselves. In the Sun.
I don't know, man. I'm getting a bit old to kick myself. Legs don't bend so much, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Silent Running. Joan Baez.
Joan Baez. Yeah.
Joan Baez. Oh no, having bands on the show, right? Sorry, yes. I told you. Yeah, I remember Solitude. I remember Madness when they went down the pub and the young ones and Madness were playing. Can you remember?
Oh yeah.
You've got that great line. The Damned as well. There's that the awesome line when Vivian's mother works in the bar. And he says, I didn't know your mother was a barmaid. And she says, I didn't know. She was a shoplifter when I knew her. And he goes, she doesn't look strong enough. What? To lift chops? And that was a Madness episode, Solitude. I remember that one. Madness episode, It was. I did love the young ones. Alexi Sealman was fantastic as well. You're going to reduce your house to Twin Peaks, Glenn.
Got to do it. Yeah, I got into Twin Peaks on the original airing in Britain.
Mine was the second one. It was Channel 5, I think.
I was about 5 episodes behind. So I kind of joined in just before the first season finished, essentially. but my brother, because I was working like continental shifts at this computer place, and I'd missed all the episodes up until that point, never heard about it. My brother says, "Have you heard about this thing called Twin Peaks?" I went, "No." He says, "It's really good." So, all right, okay. So I'm off on whatever day it was at that time. Let's sit down and watch it, and we did. And he kind of talked me through what was going on. Oh, well, this is the log lady. She talks to the log.
Yeah. Her husband's dead.
Yeah. So what's with the log? Oh, she kind of channels her husband through it or something like that. It's kind of a bit weird. Okay. So he kind of talked me through, kind of brought me up to speed. Oh, that's Shelley. This is Audrey Horne.
Oh, Shelley, man. Match dynamic is amazing.
Oh, she's beautiful.
She's my favorite. She's my favorite. I mean, I love, this is coming back 6 degrees of separation. Mick Garris, Sleepwalkers, her dancing around. It's fantastic.
It was always Audrey Horne for me. It was never Donna.
Oh, man. Audrey Horne, I was always a... I like the chicks from the Double R.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, that's the thing. When it got to the return, the pathos in it was unreal, wasn't it?
Oh, man, just to see Big Ed and Norma get together was fantastic for me.
It's not just that, though, wasn't it? It was like the log lady when you saw how
when
ill
she
she was and she was
to
still
Hawk,
filming.
and she's on the phone with Hawk, man.
Yeah.
And Hawk says bye to her and she's dying.
Yeah.
It was
she knew you just know that they
yeah.
knew she was not going to be around for long.
Oh, yeah.
And it was the same with several of the actors, wasn't it? And
it was like, well, Big Ed's dead now, right? Oh, sorry, Norma died. The actress, Norma died. The actress died, Norma Jean, from the Mod Squad.
Yeah.
Peggy Lipton.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's like, just seeing that, and it's like, oh my God. I mean, even Josh. I mean, Josh could be a bit of a curmudgeon, to say the least. But with that, he was just like, he can be a real softie sometimes as well.
Well, Big Ed, definitely.
And he's like kind of looking at.
But I mean, he gives Donna the notes from James and stuff. He's proper softie.
Isn't it funny though? It's like with the log lady. She's such a. You take care. She's.
Good night, Solitude. Thanks for joining us, man.
She's like kind of like.
Always a pleasure.
Such a weird character.
A
character that could completely be kind of dismissed. The log lady could.
She could be, but she's the one that tells him night, lamp boiling, red curtains.
She's a source of comfort, isn't she?
Where she hears the whole. She's the only one that knows exactly what's going on, and she tells the police where it's happening.
And the fans,
because she sits and listens.
The fans adore her.
I did. I love that bit when she's turning the lights on and off.
Yeah.
You know, when she's trying to draw attention, when
just quiet down.
When Cooper's in the hall and he starts talking about Teresa Banks.
Important stuff going on. Come on, shut up.
It's just fantastic. It is.
And she, as an actress, that actress, just a wonderful, wonderful person. Catherine Coulson,
right? So was that Catherine Coulson from the earlier films?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just such a wonderful, warm, lovely, lovely person. You see her in interviews. She said kind of full of joy, and seeing her in that just broke my fucking heart. I have to say, it was just like, wow.
It was. Do you know what it is? I mean, talking about David Lynch and Twin Peaks. I'm a huge David Duchovny fan. I mean, huge. Since California, since California, I really am.
Not Evolution.
I mean, the reason I got my ear pierced was because David Duchovny had his ear pierced in California. It really was. I loved him that much. The X-Files and all that. He's fantastic, right? He's got this podcast.
Evolution.
Oh, Evolution with the. I've seen this movie. The black guy.
You are so beautiful to me.
Julianne Moore and him, but it was fantastic, man. The evolution was great. It was totally him riffing on the X-Files. The character of it was like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna do a film that's not about the X-Files? No, I'm not.
God, it's an awful fucking film. It's kind of fun, but my God.
It's kind of fun, but he hasn't done too many great ones since the X-Files. He hasn't. He directed a good one called The House of D, but anyway, he does a podcast now called Feel Better. And Cal MacLachlan was on his podcast because obviously Duchovny was Denise Bryson in Twin Peaks. Yeah. But he said Lynch never directed him in the original series. Lynch only directed him in The Return. It was somebody else who directed him in the series season 2.
Yeah, because he didn't appear to the second season.
He wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't it until the second season. But they were talking, and he said to Cal MacLachlan, "So what was it like, the relationship you had with Lynch?" And he said, "Well, Lynch lived down the street from me. So I always kind of knew that Lynch was there doing his thing in his like art little warehouse that he had, doing all this stuff. And I didn't really think Lynch was dead until the house went up for sale." And he said, then I kind of sat down and broke down in tears, and I thought, shit, David Lynch isn't around anymore. He's not down the street in that house anymore doing the work that he did. I mean, Dune was Cal MacLachlan's first film. He gave him literally out of acting school. That was the first thing he did, was Dune. First movie he did was Dune.
Yeah.
And then he did Blue Velvet, and then he did Twin Peaks. And I mean, they had a relationship for 50 years, those two people.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah.
So good though. I can't imagine anybody else playing Cooper. I really can't.
No.
I do wish there was more Chris Isaac, but that's just because I love Chris Isaac. But I was so good at it in The Return. We didn't find out what happened to Chet Desmond. After Fire Walk with Me, he just picks the ring up and disappears, and obviously he goes to another place, the same place that Jeffrey, whatever, Dave Bowie. What was his name? Jeffrey. Dave Bowie's character? It's Jeffrey somebody, isn't it?
Yes. I think you're right. But I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
We're not going to talk about Judy at all. But
we're not going to talk about Judy. We're not going to talk about Judy at all.
It's what the hell was his name? And it's flipping. I don't know.
Let's Google it. Bowie in Peaks. Philip Jeffries.
What was I saying? Jeff. It was Philip Jeffries. But I always wish that we could have known what happened to Chet Desmond. I really do. I mean,
that's the thing with him, though, in Twin Peaks. He's always left a lot of questions, probably more questions in than ever get answered.
Well, that's what's good about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So it got to the return season, and so many people lost their shit at the end of that.
I know.
And it's like, what the fuck do you expect?
Can you remember watching the last episode when it was just them two driving in the car for like ages and ages and ages, and everyone's like, "This is the last episode. What's happening?" They're just driving in this car.
It ends with Laura Palmer screaming.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
There's so many.
They go back to the house, don't they? They go back to the old house, and it's somebody weird in there. I can't remember.
I think apparently it's the woman who actually owns the house. So that's the woman who owns the house in real life, who's there when they knock on the door.
Which kind of puts a lot of credence in the Twin Peaks is a TV series theory to the story.
Oh, you mean the really famous 7-hour YouTube video of that guy?
Really smart little video.
Oh, he totally had it all together. It's he lost us about 4 hours in.
Yeah, I mean, it wraps about 90% of the story arc up. Whether you agree with it or not is another matter. But
I don't agree with it, but I think it's pretty cool.
It's very neat.
He's totally figured it out, and in his mind, man, that's what that means, and that's cool. It really is, and he's got a good case for it. I don't think it is. I think it's just a slice of Americana. I think Twin Peaks is a slice of apple pie. I really do.
I do sort of subscribe to the whole kind of TV aesthetic thing to a big extent, just because
Invitation to Love.
Everything about that series kind of, well, a lot of it at least, leans into that kind of TV soap sort of thing with the exaggerated characters and all that kind of stuff. But yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. We should probably call it an evening.
Oh, okay. I was. Oh, yep.
8 minutes. We've got 8 minutes. We'll make it for around 5 hours.
5 hours. Well, thanks very much for joining us, Glenn. I'm so glad that you did come along. It's fantastic.
It's been interesting. Yeah, it's been fun.
Well, it always is. But
so,
I knew
so much easier than doing this sort of stuff on my own.
Well, we'll finish off then by saying, obviously, I haven't reduced you at the beginning, but Glenn is the reason why there is a Boneyard Cinema. Because I wouldn't be doing a channel if it wasn't for you influencing me.
I built it myself, and you don't know how many bodies had to happen because of this.
And Glenn is Lampy Man 101 over on Cynical Celluloid, but there is 2 Cynical Celluloids because you've got your older channel as well, right?
It's mostly on there. Lampy Man 101.
Yes,
is my main channel. There is a Cynical Celluloid channel, but that hasn't done anything. God knows how many years.
Well, I still watch it every now and again.
That's the thing. Branding. It's like, when I started doing this is the reason why.
Timbo Bill says, "Nice to see and hear from you, Glenn."
Oh, it's very good. Thank you. The reason for those who don't know that I call myself Lampy Man 101 is because of what we were talking about earlier, the lighting and all that kind of stuff. But this is at the time when YouTube was quite young that I started I signed up, and you get a channel, like it or not. And at the time they went, right, okay, give yourself a name. Okay, I'll give myself a name. Oh, that's not good enough. You got to have numbers. Dystopian motherfuckers 101. So, Lampy Man 101. So I've got the Cynical Celluloid channel, which is it was supposed to be a bit more mainstream. And I did a few bits and pieces on there, but it wasn't really working.
Well, it is. I remember Red State's on there, and
yeah,
I remember you doing the Red State one.
Like that. That's when I was kind of like going, I want to make videos 24/7. Oh, was it 2:00 in the morning? Oh, I got at least 6 hours before I have to go to work.
Thanks for holding the event, chaps, from Timbo. That's pretty cool.
I do have a gaming channel, but I haven't done anything with that yet. I'm still sort of deciding whether or not I want to kind of even step into the gaming world, because I do play games a lot.
I'd be interested in doing one on Hitman. I would. I was thinking about it because I've been so obsessed with Hitman lately. Lampy Man, I thought it was due to your previous career as a striptease dancer.
Hey, we don't talk about that these days.
We don't talk about Judy at all.
We've put that in the past. That's where it's got to stay. But anyway, thank you, John.
Oh, it's incredible. It's been incredible. I wish we could do it all the time. It's been, I know you said you're interested in doing Videodrome, so if we can find a decent Videodrome somewhere, I just can't find one.
It might have to be a bring your own media.
Oh, yeah.
But, we should do that one, because that's one where we could actually really talk about the film as it's happening.
Instead
we
of me
tend to go on tangents, don't we?
Instead of me just fanboying over how good John Carpenter is. It really was. The whole first hour and a half was just me going, look at that shot. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Right, well, let's call it a night. Thanks very much, everybody. I've got to, I really do have to go to the toilet. So thanks, Timbo. Thanks, Solitude. Thanks, Kerry. Thanks, everyone who joined us. Thanks for Dave James was here earlier on from Kerry. It was fantastic. It's been a great evening. Hope you all enjoyed the movie. Do you have any last words you'd like to say, Glenn? I usually try to come up with some fancy line, but I don't think I can.
I particularly like the word kumquat.
Kumquat's amazing. Is that from Naked Lunch?
It's the fruit.
It's the fruit? The kumquat? All right. The Naked Lunch.
Hey, look, I'm not only into movies, I'm also into exotic fruits.
I'll say kiwi. So we've got the kiwi kumquat. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining us on Boneyard Cinema. It's a pleasure. Good night, chaps. Thanks, Timbo.